Jing Mo looked intently at village chief Zhou and loudly replied, "Of course. If you do something wrong, you must apologize and face the consequences. That's what a man should do, and it's also a responsibility." Village chief Zhou. What are these two kids doing? They're practically pointing at his face and scolding him. But what could he say? Village chief Zhou. The situation has already happened. We all regret it, but there's nothing we can do now. Let's discuss compensation. Don't worry, we will cover the cost of the medicine that Uncle Zhou paid. And the supplements and everything afterward, we won't hold back. Su 11 showed no sign of avoiding responsibility. Coming here was for this, after all. Village chief Zhou nodded. All right, but you should also take care of your children. As for the details, you'll need to discuss them with the others yourselves. His goal was achieved, but why did he feel so uncomfortable? It seemed like he was being led around by the nose the whole time. Of course. I'll prepare the money and go right away. Please wait a moment, Village Chief Zhou. Su 11 stood up and said. Then she took the two children to another room and conveyed this message to Su Mingren and others. Nanxing felt very ashamed. Sorry, Aunt Su, it's all our fault. Once our master comes out, we will definitely repay this money to you. Yes, of course. Su 11 nodded without hesitation. Nanxing hesitated for a moment. Don't most people exchange a few polite words? Su 11 took all the money from his family and led Nanxing and Jing Mo to follow Village Chief Zhou. The pharmacy was not far away, and they arrived quickly. In the backyard of the pharmacy, there were small rooms specially prepared for patients. Old Uncle Zhou had just woken up. His face looked pale, and he seemed very weak. Grandma Zhou sat beside him, wiping tears from her eyes now and then. Old brother, the lady from the Su family came to see you. Village Chief Zhou coughed twice and pushed the door open. Seeing Su 11 and the others, old Uncle Zhou blushed, and Grandma Zhou looked a bit complicated. Old Uncle Zhou felt speechless, and instead, his mouth kept watering. Don't worry. Grandma Zhou quickly took a handkerchief to help wipe his face, knowing her husband was a proud man. But old Uncle Zhou was very excited. Grandma Zhou lifted her eyelids and sighed. I understand. One sentence made old Uncle Zhou quiet down. Everyone else didn't understand why. But soon, after hearing Grandma Zhou's words, they understood what old Uncle Zhou really meant. Madam Su, this matter is ultimately my family's fault. You don't need to feel guilty or offer any compensation. My husband has never liked owing others. So, you don't need to worry about this either. The doctor said that even without today's incident, my old man would have had us sooner or later. Hearing this, Village Chief Zhou was quite surprised. He wanted to say something, but seeing his brother-in-law so anxious that he couldn't speak, he could only suppress his concern and say nothing. Su 11 raised her eyebrows in surprise, but still asked Nanxing and Jing Mo to step forward and apologize. After saying a few words, they quickly left. She could tell that Grandma Zhou had some opinions about them, and since old Uncle Zhou had just woken up, staying longer might disturb his rest. However, when they reached the pharmacy door, Su 11 stopped and asked Nanxing and Jing Mo to wait a moment. Waiting for what? The two brothers exchanged a glance, probably guessing what was coming. At this moment, a carriage happened to be parked outside the pharmacy. Su Shi immediately stepped aside to make way. A well-dressed, middle-aged man of noble appearance stepped down from the carriage. After standing properly, he asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is the place?" "Rest assured, Lord Su. We have gathered information carefully this time, and there will be no mistakes," the young servant beside him replied with a smile. The man nodded and entered without looking away. As they passed by each other, Su Shi suddenly froze, feeling as if struck by lightning. The man just now was actually Su Xinghe, the man who abandoned his wife and child to go to Jing'an Prefecture, then wrote a letter to Su Mingli, asking him to kill his own mother. That man was Su Xinghe. Wasn't he in Jing'an Prefecture? How could he be here? And from his appearance, it seemed he didn't recognize her just now. But Su Shi dared not stay any longer. She quickly took Nanxing and Jing Ma and hurriedly left. Although she really wanted to know what Su Xinghe was doing here, she was more worried that if Su Xinghe discovered she was alive, he might kill her directly. After all, she had the letters Su Xinghe wrote to Su Mingli, which proved that Su Xinghe had attempted murder. If she lived to reach Jing'an Prefecture, Su Xinghe would definitely be disgraced. So, if Su Xinghe found out she was still alive, he would surely kill her. Su Shi hurried away, with Nanqing and Jingma following quickly, though they were a bit surprised. Su Shi returned swiftly to the temporary rented house outside the city. When Su Mingren saw her from afar at the door, he immediately went to meet her. Seeing her pale face, his heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Mother, what happened? Is Uncle Zhou in bad condition?" Su Shi shook her head. "Uncle Zhou is very reasonable. He can't speak now, but Grandma Zhou conveyed his wishes. They won't accept our compensation. Both elderly people are good-hearted. Even Grandma Zhou, who is currently dissatisfied, is a kind and understanding person." This time, she was truly frightened by her husband's condition. Honestly, when her husband was so angry that he had who could remain completely without resentment. "Ah, that's wonderful. The two elders are very easy to talk to." Su Mingren immediately relaxed. Heaven must be blessing Uncle Zhou. It's said that good people will be rewarded. Since Uncle Zhou is so kind, he will surely be rewarded by heaven. But no one expected that the next day, news came that Uncle Zhou had passed away, and Grandma Zhou had also taken her own life. Everything happened so suddenly that no one could react in time. The Su family was especially stunned. At this moment, Shen Nanfeng's good mood after being released completely disappeared. For some reason, Su Shi suddenly remembered seeing Su Xinghe at the pharmacy door yesterday. Su Xinghe was clearly there to find someone. Who was he looking for? Could it be Uncle Zhou? But how could Uncle Zhou know Su Xinghe? Su Shi's mind was a tangled mess. How could this happen? My mother even said I should go today to give some money to Director Zhou, so he could pass it to Uncle Zhou. Su Mingren's eyes were blank and full of sorrow. Su Mingyi asked Hu Qingshan, "Suicide? Was it announced by the government?" It was so sudden. Yesterday, when my parents went, the old couple seemed fine. How could they suddenly commit suicide? The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. Hu Qingshan nodded. Yes, it was definitely a government notice. Also, Grandma Zhou left a letter before she took her own life, proving it was a suicide. There was a letter and no signs of a struggle were found. Both elders' bodies were peaceful and calm, which suggests there was no resistance. In every way, it looked like a suicide. After questioning everyone at the pharmacy, the officials found no suspicious clues and publicly declared it was a suicide. How is that possible? Yesterday, the two elders showed no signs of wanting to die. How could they suddenly both commit suicide? Su Shi was puzzled beyond words. She believed this was definitely not a suicide, but she had no proof. Suddenly, Xiao Mingfan's clear voice rang out. "Uncle Hu, do you know what Grandma Zhou's letter said? Did it explain why they committed suicide?" Since there was a letter, it must have explained the reason. Everyone looked intently at Hu Qingshan. He nodded and said, "The will says that old Zhou was too proud to accept needing help with basic needs, and the doctor also said he couldn't recover. That's why old Zhou chose to end his life. As for Grandma Zhou, she couldn't accept her husband's sudden death, so she also chose to follow him." Everyone fell silent. Old Zhou was a very proud man, and everyone saw that. So, this reason. It does seem convincing. As for Grandma Zhou, their children hadn't visited for many years. They relied on each other. Grandma Zhou and old Zhou had always been very close. It's understandable that Grandma Zhou couldn't accept this reality. Everything seemed quite reasonable. Su Shi flicked his eyelid and suddenly said, "Hu Qingshan, Dr. Shin, please help us burn incense for old Zhou when you go to pay respects." Everyone was surprised to hear this. Su Mingren asked anxiously, "Mother, aren't we going too? Would that be disrespectful?" They had never had conflicts with old Zhou. And when they rented the house, old Zhou and Grandma Zhou took good care of them. Now that they knew about their sudden passing, they should offer incense. "Brother Mingren, Wait until mother finishes speaking. Her plan has her reasons, Zhang Shi said, tugging at Su Mingren's sleeve to calm him down. She felt helpless too. It's been so long. Even the eldest daughter knew Grandma Zhou's personality. Why is Brother Mingren still so impulsive? Suddenly, she understood why Grandma Zhou always thought Mingren wasn't ready to take charge. Su Shi looked at Hu Qingshan and the others. Thank you. Hu Qingshan and Shen Nanfeng immediately understood, exchanged polite words, and left. Nanxing and Jingman naturally followed. Because they left, Su Mingren realized that his mother had some reasons she couldn't say openly. So, he obediently listened to his mother's instructions. Su Shi looked out the window, confirmed the group had left, and then felt relieved. Grandma, I'll stay outside to keep watch, Ming Fan suddenly said. Although he always considered the Su family his own, and they treated him like family. But there is a limit to this, and Ming Fan still knows it. Leave Ming Fan here. I will just pay attention to what's happening outside. Su Shi naturally wouldn't make the child feel rejected or no longer part of the family. Ming Fan nodded obediently and didn't insist on anything. Su Shi wanted to organize her words but felt too overwhelmed inside, so she simply threw out a heavy topic. Yesterday, I went to visit Uncle Zhou. When I left the pharmacy, I saw at the door. Just as she was about to mention that name, Su Shi slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, her mind was filled with chaotic memories of the original owner about Su Xinghe. Although Su Shi was sure that when she traveled here, the original owner had really been beaten to death by Su Mingli. But right now, she clearly felt emotions inside her that didn't belong to her. Mom, just finish what you're saying. Su Mingyi was anxious and fidgeted. Grandma, are you asleep? Second sister asked curiously. Mrs. Zhang, speechless, pulled her little daughter over, pinched her cheek softly and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. This girl was now very close to her grandmother. That's good. She also liked to see a happy and harmonious scene. Second sister pouted and smiled sweetly, saying nothing more, and Mrs. Zhang didn't scold her further. Listening to her children and grandchildren, Su Shi's heavy mood suddenly lightened. She opened her eyes and slowly said, I saw. Su Xinghe. Brothers Su Mingren and Su Mingyi jumped up as if they had been scalded, standing upright in surprise. Even Ming Fan was stunned for a moment, then reacted after a while, finally remembering who Su Xinghe was. Without Su Xinghe, none of Su Mingli's actions would have happened. Of course, this doesn't deny that Su Mingli was bad and mean. But without that letter from Su Xinghe, how could Su Mingli dare to harm his own mother? For the Su family, Su Xinghe was simply the source of all evil. How dare he appear? Su Mingren gritted his teeth. If it weren't for him, how could his third brother have done so many foolish things and ended up dead like that? Why did he appear here? Although Su Mingyi was unhappy, he felt more confused. Why would Su Xinghe, who works in Jing'an Prefecture, come here? And to the pharmacy. Wait, the pharmacy? And old man Zhou's suicide? A few thoughts flashed quickly through Su Mingyi's mind. The rough man stared blankly and asked, Mother, do you suspect that old man Zhou's death is related to Su Xinghe? That's why you don't want to pay respects. Worried that Su Xinghe might find out? Everyone was stunned. Su Mingren gently pushed his brother and asked, What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything? I don't know if Su Xinghe is involved in old man Zhou's death, but I do know that if Su Xinghe finds out I'm still alive and that I have that letter, he would do everything he can to find me. The last 3 words are chilling to the bone. If it weren't for this reason, why wouldn't Su Shi go to burn incense for old man Zhou and his wife? He's really worried about his own safety here. Maybe my father, Su Xinghe, and old man Zhou's deaths aren't connected? Su Mingren frowned and said, Seeing his own father, yet hiding away? What kind of logic is that? He couldn't understand why, if Su Xinghe didn't like his mother, he still married her and why they had 3 children. He didn't like her but married her. They had children, but then abandoned them. He truly couldn't understand why. What if? Dad, what if you really meet Grandpa? Wouldn't that make Grandma very dangerous? How can she risk going to burn incense for old man Zhou? Arya muttered unhappily. She was increasingly confused about her own father. What kind of idea is that?
Ah?
Mother, I didn't mean that. I just feel sorry that I couldn't send old man Joe off properly, but I would never put your safety at risk. Hearing this, Su Mingren realized what he had just said and quickly explained, showing his loyalty. He already knew what kind of person his eldest son was, so he wouldn't mind. Su Shi decisively made her decision. Hearing this, Su Mingren asked curiously, Mother, aren't you worried that Su Xinghe might kill you? Why do you insist on going to Jing'an Prefecture? Now that the disaster has passed, can't we find a rich and peaceful place to settle down? Isn't it dangerous to go to Jing'an Prefecture, like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Everyone outside Jing'an Prefecture fears being killed by Su Xinghe, so why would going there be any safer? Isn't that contradictory? It's not safe here. It's too chaotic. Look, the disaster victims will eventually rebel, Su Mingyi said seriously. To enter the city, each person needs 5 taels of silver. But after a hard day's work, they barely have enough to eat, let alone be full. And this is for strong workers. What about the elderly and children? Wouldn't they be in even worse trouble? Sooner or later, problems will arise. Mingyi is right, and I also feel that the government should give more aid to the disaster victims. Maybe officials are just exploiting them. When people start starving, rebellions will happen, Su Shi agreed. Compared to this, the legendary Jing'an Prefecture seems more attractive. Mother and Mingyi, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. But once we get to Jing'an Prefecture, won't it be very hard to hide from Su Xinghe? Su Mingren was still worried about his mother's safety. After all, they had seen how ruthless Su Xinghe could be. He didn't want to risk his mother's safety on a gamble. I'm not afraid he won't notice. I have these 2 letters, and I can control him with them. Of course, he will want to kill me. But in Jing'an Prefecture, who dares to kill easily? On this journey, Su Shi had heard many legends about Jing'an Prefecture. It was said that General Han, a master of warfare, protected Jing'an Prefecture, making it impossible for anyone to invade. There was also a ruler called the King of Words, who managed everything in Jing'an Prefecture with strict laws but loved the people like family. Neither common folk nor officials dared to cause trouble there. So now, Jing'an Prefecture is almost like a paradise. Even if Su Xinghe held a minor official position there, how dare he offend the authority of Jing'an Prefecture? He would probably end up dead if he tried. Girl, what do you mean? Are you planning to go find Su Xinghe on your own? Su Mingren looked shocked. My mother's courage is really quite bold. Is she not worried that Su Xinghe might do something reckless to hurt her? It seems Su 11 saw through Su Mingren's worries and smiled as she answered. Silly son, people only fear losing what they have more when they own more. Right now, Su Xinghe has much more than I do, so he must be afraid of losing it, and I just want to ask him for some money, not to hurt him badly. What's there to be afraid of? Why shouldn't she go to Jing'an Prefecture? Jing'an Prefecture is not only the safest and richest place in the world, but also the best place for her to take revenge. She took over the original owner's body, and no matter what, she owes her a favor. Besides taking care of her descendants, the most important thing for Su 11 is to avenge her. Su Xinghe. He must pay the price. But this plan needs to be carefully thought out. It's not something she can do overnight. However, since Su Xinghe is the biological father of Su Mingren and Su Mingyi, Su 11 plans to handle this herself and doesn't want to involve her brothers. So, she kept some of her thoughts to herself. Yes, mother, I'll listen to you. Su Mingren expressed his support. Su Mingyi also said, Jing'an Prefecture is the safest place in the world. We've already come most of the way, and we're almost there. There's no reason to give up just because of that old beast. After hearing the adults talk excitedly, second sister shyly raised her hand and asked her question. Grandma, Dad, I want to ask, why did Grandpa want to kill Uncle Joe? Did they know each other? Second sister tilted her head and asked. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Su 11 was the first to remember something. Old Uncle Joe was a soldier. Maybe he was in Jing'an Prefecture. And do you remember what Uncle Zhou Jin said when he was arrested? It seemed like old Uncle Zhou owed Uncle Zhou Jin his life or something. Maybe they could start by investigating old Uncle Zhou to find out what Su Xinghe was doing here. Of course, they might just be overthinking. But since they finally had some clues about Su Xinghe, Su 11 definitely didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Now, only Uncle Zhou Jin knows about these things. Su Mingyi thought for a moment before replying. I think that village chief, Zhou, might also know something. Su Mingren also said. In response, Su Shi agreed. Next, we'll wait for Shen Nanfeng and Hu Qingshan to return and see if they can help us get in touch with Uncle Zhou Jin in prison. Su Shi said this. Compared to village chief Zhou, Su Shi believes the person most likely to know about these matters is still Uncle Zhou Jin. Then we can only trouble Brother Hu, Su Mingren said. Su Mingyi's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. When Hu Qingshan returned, he said he could arrange it. But after waiting for about an hour and a half, Hu Qingshan came back with very bad news. What? Uncle Zhou Jin committed suicide out of fear. Su Shi stood up in shock. They had just wanted to ask about Uncle Zhou Jin, and now he was dead? This seems too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? Hu Qingshan's face also looked grim, a serious look in his blue eyes. Yes. The authorities say that Uncle Zhou Jin was involved in a murder case and has been sentenced to death. In fear, he chose to take his own life. This explanation is quite convincing. After all, in extreme fear, people can do anything. In prison, there are also dark methods. Since Uncle Zhou Jin was already sentenced to death, it's understandable that he might have chosen to die to escape those torturous methods. This can't be true. Uncle Zhou Jin wouldn't have had the courage to commit suicide. Su Shi's expression was serious, and she firmly denied it. She would rather believe that old Zhou Jin took his own life than believe Uncle Zhou Jin had the courage to do so. Someone so afraid of death, even after suffering greatly, probably wouldn't have the courage to end his own life. And to think he would do it just because he was scared of being tortured? That's impossible for someone like Uncle Zhou Jin, who only cares about saving himself. Hu Qingshan dutifully shared everything he had investigated. However, he was no longer sure if what he found was the true truth. Su Shi sat down sadly, muttering, "It's like no one is letting us find out anything." If it really was Su Xinghe, then Su Xinghe's plans were very careful. But if he was so careful, why did he only send a letter to Su Mingli to kill her? Hiring a killer with money should be the simplest thing, right? It doesn't seem to add up. Brother Hu, how many people know about your visit to Uncle Zhou Jin? Could they tell anyone? Su Mingyi suddenly thought of a possibility and felt nervous. No matter who did it, they would be very interested in knowing who wanted to ask about Uncle Zhou Jin and learn about old Zhou. To eliminate all traces, they might even watch who visits Uncle Zhou Jin after he is gone. Especially since Hu Qingshan and Uncle Zhou Jin had no relationship. Hu Qingshan's eyes widened at this, but he firmly said he wouldn't say anything. We were close friends, even in life and death. He keeps some things from me and I believe that. But if he would betray me, that's impossible. Hu Qingshan was confident about this. But it was clear that Su Shi didn't want to risk their whole family's life on that belief. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing. Seeing Su Shi's expression, Hu Qingshan felt a cold chill. Why doesn't he trust him? But then he realized, who would want to entrust their family's life to others? In Su Shi's mind, even if he trusted Hu Qingshan, it wasn't to that extent. He should have this self-awareness. I'll go out for a while. Please wait for me, Shen Nanfeng suddenly said, then left the yard alone. Su Shi's eyes flickered. It seemed Shen Nanfeng was planning to go to the Rong family? If the Rong family was willing to shelter them for a while, that would be the best. They could hide in the Rong family's house without anyone noticing. Hu Qingshan, when you paid respects to Uncle Zhou, did you notice anything strange? Su Shi turned to ask. She still wanted to understand what was going on. Hu Qingshan nodded. I was worried about being noticed, so I controlled my curiosity. But I could feel that there are other hidden places on the rooftops near the memorial hall, where people might be hiding. Also, beneath the hall, a few people claiming to be old friends of Uncle Zhou gave me a strange feeling. Old Uncle Zhou just passed away, and his friends are already here? Won't the people in Zhou village suspect anything? Su Shi found it strange. That day, when she talked with village chief Zhou, she sensed he was not an ordinary person, so he shouldn't have missed this. Hu Qingshan replied, I heard these friends are clever and careful. They also noticed something about Uncle Zhou Jin before, so they came so quickly. They planned everything carefully. So, no one in Zhou village suspected anything. Although Hu Qingshan sensed something was wrong at the time, he didn't dare stay longer or look too much. After all, if they caused a disturbance, they might attract attention, which would be even worse. It seems Uncle Zhou has many secrets. It might be related to Zhou, but Hu Qingshan didn't say the rest, as Su Shi naturally wouldn't reveal how she knew. For now, she didn't want to tell everyone about Su Xinghe. As for Hu Qingshan, he just lowered his head slightly, pretending he didn't hear anything. Next to them, Arya was talking with Ming Fan, making Ming Fan smile happily, his whole face relaxed. Hu Qingshan stared blankly at them, his bright green eyes filled with gentle warmth. Brother Hu, are you jealous? You should find someone too. A wife and children to warm your bed. Su Mingyi suddenly came over, joking and slapping Hu Qingshan on the shoulder. Seeing the innocent and pure expressions of the children, who wouldn't feel a bit envious. Hu Qingshan felt the same. A slight smile appeared on Hu Qingshan's lips as he calmly asked, You have a wife, and you're warm at home? Su Mingyi, that was too harsh. Since they left Peach Blossom Spring, everyone had agreed not to mention Suwu anymore. Hu Qingshan was deliberately teasing him. Thinking of this, Su Mingyi squinted and softly mocked, Oh, did my words upset you? Although he knew Hu Qingshan liked his mother, Su Mingyi deliberately provoked him. At the same time, he was making it clear that he and Hu Qingshan's mother could never be together. Hu Qingshan nodded and said, Yes, but it's okay. The woman I like is right here in front of me. What about you? Faced with Hu Qingshan's calm question, Su Mingyi felt frustrated and annoyed. Anyone who talked to him about Hu Qingshan's quiet nature would make him angry. I wonder if Dr. Shin can talk to the Rong family, Su Mingren muttered nearby. Everyone fell silent. Yes, no one knew how things were going. At this moment, the person they cared about, Shen Nanfeng, was kneeling straight at the gate of the Rong family. In front of the Rong family gate, a figure knelt straight. The gate was tightly closed. But inside the Rong courtyard, many people were talking about the person outside. Hey, do you know who that person at the door is? Kneeling outside our house. He looks quite handsome. Is his name Shen Nanfeng? That's a nice name. But it seems he has no relation to our own family. Still, he must be connected to the masters. Otherwise, why would he keep kneeling outside? I heard my sister say the backyard was very angry. Do you think the masters will see Shen Nanfeng in the end? That's none of our business. But everyone be alert. We can't afford to offend him. Exactly. He's kneeling now, but the masters in the backyard must be worried too, right now. The Rong family was very strict with their servants, and such bullying wouldn't happen. The young leaders managing the servants were all brought from the capital and were very smart, so the servants knew their place. Yuan, sister, you just want to serve in the backyard. Did you hear what the masters said about Shen Nanfeng outside the door? A curious young maid asked. The woman called Yuan, with a cold and pure face, raised her eyebrows sternly and scolded, If you want to survive well in the house, mind your curiosity. No matter who this person is, they are not someone we should worry about. The young maid stuck out her tongue and pouted, saying, I'm just curious. Yuan continued to scold her. The master is easy to talk to, but that doesn't mean he has no tricks. Be careful. Got it, got it. But why do I think this Shen Nanfeng looks a bit like the young lady? Yuan's heart tightened, and she scolded sharply. Seeing Yuan's sister really getting upset, the young maid stuck out her tongue again and obediently listened. After they left, two figures slowly stepped out from behind the fake mountain. A tall, proud woman turned her head to look at her maid, frowning in displeasure, and asked, He actually dares to look like me. The maid, Manhwa, spoke softly, as if wrapping someone in the gentlest water. He just looks very much like his mother. Naturally, this also meant he looked similar to the young lady. Humph. You favor him, and you even dare to mention this in front of me. The woman's eyebrows showed a fierce spirit, her pride soaring high. If Su Shi and others were here, they would definitely see that this woman looked about 60 to 70% like Shun Nanfeng. But this woman's fierce and proud aura made her seem like a fiery red spear capable of piercing the sky. Shun Nanfeng, on the other hand, looked softer, gentle as jade, tall and graceful, like a handsome young nobleman. They looked very much alike, but their temperaments were completely different. Langhua sighed softly. I am not favoring him, just the old madam. Mentioning Madame Rong, Rong Yu's expression stiffened. She clenched her fists, hatred bursting from her eyes. She could refuse to admit it herself, even blame that person, but she almost cried her eyes out for her sister. Did she really have no feelings for that person deep inside? A complex wave of emotions surged wildly in Rong Yu's heart. After calming down for a long time, she asked, Does the old madam know? Langhua nodded. Of course she knows. The affairs of the inner house are still managed by the old madam. How could she not know? Rong Yu nodded, suddenly sneering fiercely. Our family owes that Shin family, doesn't it? Langhua didn't reply. Although the young lady was close to her, she was still a maid. Some things the young lady said she
couldn't say.
After struggling for a moment, Rong Yu said to Langhua, Tell that beast to come in. She was filled with anger. How can someone who has done wrong still be so confident? May I ask, miss, should I inform the old madam? Langhua hesitated and asked. Usually, matters in the back courtyard shouldn't be kept from the old madam. But with Shen Nanfeng's situation, could the old madam handle it? Rong Yu had a different opinion and directly said, Just bring him to the old madam. The women of the Rong family are not cowards. No matter how hard it is to accept, she must accept it. Since she can't escape, she will face it directly. She believes she can handle it. Langhua immediately went to make arrangements, while Rong Yu went straight to find the old madam. As usual, Rong Yu told the old madam everything she had done today. If there was anything inappropriate, the old madam would give some advice. But since 2 years ago, the old madam no longer had much to say to her younger daughter, because Rong Yu was already capable of handling things on her own. Still, Rong Yu kept this habit, as natural as eating and sleeping, and as essential as life itself. However, today the old madam seemed a bit distracted when listening. Mother, you don't need to worry. I've already asked Langhua to bring him in. Seeing her mother so worried, Rong Yu felt helpless but also quietly adjusted some plans. She had to consider her mother's feelings. The old madam was a bit surprised. I thought you would never see him in your life. She knew how stubborn her little daughter was. She didn't expect her to change. Rong Yu curled her lips. You don't need to test me. I dislike him, even to the point of hatred. But I care more about your feelings. She despised all men with the surname Shin. But she couldn't ignore her mother's feelings. By the way, are your third uncle and the others still acting so recklessly lately? The old madam sighed and asked about important matters. She only had 2 daughters in her life, no sons, which made many people have inappropriate thoughts. Years ago, she insisted on giving the Rong family to her younger daughter, which made this dissatisfaction reach a boiling point. And those people's actions are becoming more obvious now. Fortunately, my daughter is talented. Over the years, she has competed but hasn't fallen behind. However, starting this year, some troublemakers have taken advantage of the disaster to make trouble and earn some money, which has also caused big problems for Rong Yu's business. Old Lady Rong knows about this, though she still doesn't want to get involved. She is still worried. Yes, recently he somehow found 2 pastry masters with good skills, and their work has greatly reduced my pastry shop's business by 3/4. When talking about business, Rong Yu feels very stressed. But in the pastry business, skill and taste are the most important. If the taste isn't good enough, everything else feels pointless. Old lady, Mr. Shin Nanfeng has arrived. At this moment, Langhua's voice sounds at the door. Shin Nanfeng walks in calmly, step by step, with a calm expression, as if he has no emotional ups and downs. But when he lifts his robe and kneels at the door, his mood finally shows some emotion. Unfilial grandson Shin Nanfeng, bowing to grandmother, wishing her good health and happiness, his head touches the cold ground, and coldness quickly spreads to his forehead. But with this cold feeling, his mind becomes clearer. In his memory, his grandmother's face has long become blurry. He always thought he could stay away from the Rong family forever, because he knew the Rong family didn't like him, so he didn't bother to contact them. But now, with families so close, Shin Nanfeng's heart suddenly starts pounding. Does grandmother accept him? Shin Nanfeng doesn't know, and he feels a little nervous. Rongyu snorts coldly, showing her hostility and dislike openly. She stands up suddenly and loudly scolds, "Your father caused my sister's death, and my mother almost went blind crying over it. Your Shin family framed my Rong family, causing us to struggle for survival. Now, how dare you come to the Rong family?" Yongyu became more and more angry, her eyes almost shooting fire. How dare she still appear in front of them? Manhwa, standing silently at the door, rolled her eyes. The young lady's temper was really getting worse. They had agreed to see the old madam's attitude, but before she even showed her stance, the young lady had already flown into the sky. The man kneeling at the door faced Yongyu's fierce accusations and calmly said, "I have already been removed from the Shin family genealogy. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Shin family in Beijing. When his mother passed away, he was old enough to remember, and it was painful. How could he ignore it? He also knew that the grudges between the two families couldn't be solved with just a few words. Plus, his mother's last words kept him from coming to Yang's house. But who would have thought that after all the twists and turns, he would still come to Yang's house, to the person he felt most guilty about? The Shun family has expelled you? That old woman, Shun Jianglin, how dare he? You are his legitimate eldest son. That old woman, I must kill him." Yongyu, who had just been criticizing Shun Nanfeng, suddenly exploded when she heard Shin Jianglin was expelled from the Shin family. She kept cursing loudly. "You're just a girl. Can you have some manners?" Old Madame Yong, still unable to accept the news, was annoyed by her daughter's string of curses. Who would want a man like her? Yongyu shouted back loudly. "Shin Jianglin is shameless, and I still need to have manners." Old Madame Yong. Shin Nanfeng, kneeling at the door. Shin Nanfeng was stunned. In his memory, his aunt had always looked at him with dislike. Because she disliked his father very much, she also disliked him, and even had many complaints about his mother. But at this moment, Shin Nanfeng felt a warm feeling inside. His aunt was caring about him. But in the next moment, Shin Nanfeng was dumbfounded. Because Yongyu, getting angrier as she cursed, pointed at Shin Nanfeng and scolded him again. "You're just a useless waste. Your mother was Shin Jianglin's original wife. She gave you the status of legitimate eldest son, and you still get expelled from the Shin family? Good for nothing. You're just like that beast of a father. Useless thing. How can you say he is their family's grandson?" Shin Nanfeng, confused by the scolding, blinked and quickly explained, "I asked for it myself." He didn't want to stay even a moment longer in such a cold, ruthless, and corrupt family. Having his name on that family tree was a kind of insult to his mother's bloodline. He thought that revealing this matter should make his aunt happy, right? But then, Shin Nanfeng was kicked to the ground by Rongyu in a fit of rage. Before he could get up, he heard Rongyu shouting angrily, "How can you be so stupid? You asked to be removed from the family tree? Thinking you're so noble and brave? Is that it?" Rongyu paced around the room, nearly exploding with anger. She had always thought Shin Nanfeng's veins carried the shameful blood of the Shin family, so she disliked him. But she never expected that without shame, he would become so foolish. Rongyu couldn't help but laugh loudly. Shin Nanfeng was stunned. Could it be that his aunt was crazy? Calm down for a bit. Old Lady Rong finally had a chance to speak. The angry matriarch pounded her cane loudly. In just a moment, she thought about what her daughter-in-law was saying. But Rongyu didn't respond to her mother's scolding. Instead, she squatted in front of Shin Nanfeng, her slender finger almost poking into his eyes. The young woman's face, full of anger, kept enlarging in Shin Nanfeng's pupils, then enlarging again. "If you care so much about your mother's injustice, why can't you be smarter? If you find me, We can work together to kick that beast Shin Jianglin out of the family head position. Then control the Shin family in your hands. That would be the greatest revenge for the Shin family. But look at what stupid things you've done now. You even asked to be removed from the family tree?
Ha!
My own sister. Do you even realize what kind of monster you've brought into this world? Rongyu truly wished she could hit this fool to death. In fact, she did just that. A light slap landed on Shun Nanfeng's face. Hearing the noise, old lady Rong was anxious. Rongyu, try hitting my grandson again. The old lady was at a disadvantage because her eyesight was almost gone. Otherwise, she would have lost her temper long ago. Manhwa carefully said, "Just now, Miss slapped Mr. Shin." As soon as she finished speaking, Manhwa received a murderous look from Rongyu. Her eyes darted around, refusing to look at Rongyu. "Miss, you've gone a bit too far. I am just reminding you to be careful." "What?" "Rongyu, that is your sister's only bloodline. Since this child isn't favored by the Shin family, he is still a member of the Rong family. If you hit him, you're also hitting our family's face." Old Lady Rong was angry. Just as Rongyu was about to argue back, she suddenly heard a gentle, wind-like voice softly speaking beside her. "Annie, I understand, but I think my mother would want me to be happy. I will make them pay the price, but I will never sacrifice my own happiness, because that's not what my mother would want to see." Hearing Annie, Rongyu froze in place. After a long moment, Rongyu staggered to her feet. A tear slid down her cheek. "You think too much," Rongyu still stubbornly replied, but the anger in her voice had noticeably eased. That word, auntie, clearly touched her. When she was young, her sister would bring Shun Nanfeng over and have him call her auntie. Shun Nanfeng was adorable as a child. But she didn't want Shin Nanfeng to call her auntie. She preferred him to call her big sister. Because of this, she caused many jokes and received many scoldings. But back then, she didn't seem to dislike Shin Nanfeng. When did she start to dislike him? Probably when her sister became sad and lonely. Thinking of her sister, the softest part of Rongyu's heart was opened. She closed her eyes and slowly said, "For my sister's sake, I can help you one more time. You need to think carefully. To bring Shun Nanfeng back to the Rong family?" Back then, Shun Jianglin did such dirty things, not only forcing the eldest daughter of the Rong family to die, but also causing the Rong family to lose most of their assets to escape from the capital. Because of this, everyone in the Rong family hated Shin Jianglin and the Shin family. Even though Shun Nanfeng carried half of the Rong family's blood, the relatives would never agree to have someone with the Shin surname join the Rong family. Even Lady Rong never had such reckless hopes. "Auntie, Shin Nanfeng calmly recounted everything, as if he were an outsider. Finally, he said, "I just want to stay in the Rong family for a while. Once things settle down, I will leave with the Su family and head to Jing'an Prefecture." "Why must you go to Jing'an Prefecture?" "It's peaceful there." "Nanfeng, stay here. Grandmother will protect you." Lady Rong seemed to have made up her mind. The death of her eldest daughter was always a painful memory for her. If she saw Shun Nanfeng, she would surely feel heartache. Shun Nanfeng shook his head and refused. "Grandmother, if I stay, I will only cause trouble for you. I am going to Jing'an Prefecture for my own reasons." He had not forgotten his mother's tragic death and planned to take revenge someday. But before that, he needed to become stronger. He didn't want the Rong family to get involved. "Grandmother, isn't it a blessing that the Rong family has withdrawn from the capital?" Shin Nanfeng said bluntly. The Rong family used to be the richest in the land, and they had probably offended many people. Now being able to live peacefully here was also a kind of luck. Hearing this, Rongyu sneered. "Trouble is coming, that's true. But even so, it should be our Rong family withdrawing on our own, not the Shin family framing us." "Annie, I didn't mean that. The Rong family shouldn't expand anymore. Staying here is the best way to retreat," Shun Nanfeng reaffirmed. Outside, the wind and rain were fierce, and the building was on the verge of collapse. Only a matter of time. That's why he insisted on going to Jing'an Prefecture. Because only there could he do what he wanted. Rongyu still looked down on him, but didn't argue. She had been outside for many years, and had sensed something. Otherwise, When facing the attack from her third uncle and others, she wouldn't have made any move, but instead advised her family to hold back. Unfortunately, she was just seen as a fool.
Fine.
I couldn't persuade your mother back then, and now I can't persuade you either. Rongyu, go arrange for Nanfeng and his friends to stay at the house. Make sure to assign trustworthy, quiet people. Don't let anything slip, Lady Rong instructed. She had also heard about Uncle Zhou's recent suicide, and it indeed seemed strange. However, she had no connection to the Rong family and naturally wouldn't get involved in this messy situation. The Rong family only needed to protect themselves. Someone immediately went to handle it, but Shen Nanfeng was worried that Su Shi and others wouldn't believe, so he also went along. In the sight of old Madame Rong, watching her grandson's distant, blurry figure walk away, she muttered, I still haven't seen clearly if he looks the same as when he was a child, like his mother. It's a pity. She would never see clearly again. Suddenly, her hand was covered by a warm hand. Rongyu came over and softly said, Mother, everything will get better. At least Shen Nanfeng has come to us. He still disliked the Shen family. For them, this was already a happy surprise. Shen Zhonglin is really cruel. He's the eldest son of his family, old Madame Rong said angrily. Haha, I think it's better this way. It saves us from hesitating when dealing with the Shen family in the future because of Shen Nanfeng, Rongyu said coldly. Getting revenge on the Shen family was something Rongyu had decided long ago. Old Madame Rong knew her daughter's determination, but, Rongyu, have you really thought this through? Never getting married in your life. Old Madame Rong remembered this and felt like a thorn in her throat. Her two daughters, one ruined for life by a beast, the other considering never marrying again. It was hard for her to accept. Rongyu nodded firmly. No marriage. I will stay with the Rong family for my whole life. Marriage would only be a burden for women. She wanted to soar like a phoenix in the sky, never bound by love or marriage. Well, Mother just wants to say, if you meet a man you like in the future, don't be too quick to rule out marriage. Nothing is more important than your happiness, old Madame Rong said. She knew she couldn't persuade her daughter, so she didn't force her. She just hoped her daughter wouldn't let this one decision trap her happiness for the rest of her life. If she met someone suitable, she should be brave. Let's see. Finding a good man and being happy for a lifetime seems even harder than making the Rong family the richest in the world. Rongyu was skeptical. Madame Rong. She felt she would eventually be driven to her wit's end by her youngest daughter. By the way, Mother, Shen Nanfeng mentioned a friend, Su Xinyang. You should know her too, Rongyu said with interest. She didn't expect that she and this Su Xinyang would have such a connection. It was truly surprising. Madame Rong raised an eyebrow. Su Xinyang? That name sounds so familiar. The woman who sold us those new-style candied hawthorn sticks seems to be quite old now. I didn't expect her to have so many new ideas, Rongyu reminded her. Hearing this, Madame Rong immediately remembered. Oh, it's her. I heard the manager say that her innovative candied hawthorn sticks brought a good amount of money to our pastry shop. Yes, I also promoted them in our other shops around different regions, and we earned quite a lot. Rongyu has a strong liking for Su Xinyang. In her view, anyone who can break free from the constraints society places on women is not an ordinary person. Well, helping today is the right thing to do. Madame Rong nodded in agreement. Soon after, Shen Nanfeng returned with the Su family group, heading straight to the reserved side room. Su Shi politely asked, should we go say hello to the host? Shen Nanfeng shook his head. No need. My aunt has a strange temper. Before he finished, Shen Nanfeng was kicked in the backside. His face changed instantly as he turned around. Sure enough, Rongyu was behind him, kicking him. Shen Nanfeng greeted politely. Everyone else also bowed in respect. Looking all proper and decent, yet daring to speak ill of elders behind their backs, Rongyu rolled her eyes and added a note of disapproval about her eldest nephew. It was clear Rongyu already disliked Shen Nanfeng openly. Shen Nanfeng immediately apologized. It was my fault. Nanfeng hopes for your understanding, little aunt. How can someone so stiff be so dull? Rongyu pushed the stiff person aside and then looked at Su Shi, saying, "You must be Su Shi Nyang from the Su family. I have some business advice I want to ask you about. Do you have time?" Rongyu's personality was straightforward. She didn't like wasting even a moment. "If you want to do something, you must do it." "I am willing to help Miss Rong if I can," Su 11 said openly and confidently. On their way here, Shen Nanfeng had warned them that his aunt was temperamental and advised them to stay away. Now that she had been mentioned, she naturally had no reason to back down. Rongyu waved her hand, as if greeting an old friend. Though not enthusiastic, it felt natural and comfortable. Su 11 gave her family a look that said everything was fine, then followed Rongyu at a slow, relaxed pace. Along the way, Rongyu didn't speak to Su 11 at all, showing no sense of being the host. But Su 11 was happy to go along, and both felt comfortable. Just as they reached the door of the study, Lang Hua hurried over to report, "Miss, someone from Jing'anzhou has come to visit." Su 11's eyes widened suddenly. How could it be so coincidental? Could it really be Su Xinghe? Rongyu frowned, looking displeased. Hadn't we already refused? Why are they still coming? Who is it this time? Since the Rong family left the capital to survive on their own, after moving to Jinyang City, Jing'anzhou often sent people to ask them to move there. But Rongyu refused every time. For others, going to Jing'anzhou might seem like a great honor, but for the Rong family, who had experienced the cruelty of imperial power, they had no desire to go. So, hearing that someone from Jing'anzhou had come again, Rongyu felt annoyed. Lang Hua lowered his head and replied, "It's a Mr. Su, whose wife's aunt was the original wife of the prince of Jing'anzhou." Wow, such a big shot? Then, I guess it's not good to refuse again. Rongyu raised an eyebrow, appearing a bit surprised. But her dislike was clear in her eyes, though she didn't show it openly, just a fleeting expression. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered Su 11 and smiled, saying, "What a coincidence. The man who came is also surnamed Su. Maybe you two are related from 800 years ago." Haha. Lang Hua arranged for someone to take Mrs. Su back first. "Sorry about this," she whispered as she passed by. She originally wanted to talk with this woman who had also escaped her cage, hoping to gain some insight from her. But unexpectedly, she happened to meet people from Jing'an Prefecture. "It's okay, miss. You have your own matters to attend to. Just call me later." Su Shi felt relieved inside, but kept a calm expression. She was worried that Rongyu would ask her to wait here, and if she happened to see Su Xinghe, it would be bad. Even though she had changed a lot, she was still married to Su Xinghe for many years and had several children with him. How could he not recognize her at all? So, Su Shi immediately followed behind a maid, lowering her head as she walked back. When she arrived, she didn't seem noticeable, but as she left, she felt the road was so long. Many complicated thoughts flashed through her mind, making her feel very mixed. She was walking quickly when suddenly she heard Miss Langhua say, "Master Su, this way, please." Su Shi paused for a moment, but only for a moment. She quickly regained her composure and hurriedly left. They didn't exactly brush past each other, and Su Xinghe didn't notice Su Shi being led away by a maid nearby. He looked around, but he only saw her as one of the servants here. At the moment she turned the corner and left, Su Shi hesitated for a moment. Should she look back? But in the end, her life was more important, so she didn't. What she didn't know was that if she had looked back, she would definitely have been noticed. Because Rongyu, after seeing Su Xinghe, just happened to mention that she met a family with the same surname, Su. And when Su Xinghe saw Su Shi, she was just leaving the corner, only showing him half her back. But if she had looked back at that moment, that's really a coincidence. "I wonder how many children that Su family has," Su Xinghe asked casually. Rongyu, guiding him into the house, found it strange and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Master Su, why do you ask?" Su Xinghe explained, "Miss Rong, don't misunderstand. They are relatives from my hometown, always saying they want to visit me, but I haven't seen them yet, so it probably wasn't just a coincidence, right?" Rongyu suddenly understood and chuckled. "Really? That old lady is over 40, a bit ugly, and lives alone. But she's quite talented at making snacks. The candied hawthorn sticks sold at my family shop are made by her. I even invited her to work at my house. Would you like me to have someone bring her here so Lord Su can see if she is from your family? Seeing Rong-yu's sincere expression, Su Xinghe thought it was just a coincidence. After all, there are many people with the surname Su in the world. He immediately changed his tone. No need for that. My relatives back home are busy with their families, and they don't have the skill to make pastries. What kind of pastries would rural folks make? In the end, he was overthinking. With 11 Lady's strange temper, she probably wouldn't run away from hardship. She might still be waiting for him at home like a fool. Or she could have been killed by Su Mingli, or she might have already starved to death. He didn't need to worry anymore. Thinking this through, Su Xinghe felt his heart settle. Lord Su has traveled a long way. If there's something important, please just say it directly. Rong-yu asked straightforwardly with a gentle smile. Miss Rong, you are quick to speak, so I won't hide anything. I came here mainly to invite the Rong family to do business in Jing'an Prefecture. Su Xinghe's attitude was confident and firm, yet humble at the same time. It felt a bit contradictory, but surprisingly, it didn't make anyone uncomfortable. However, Rong-yu had already refused this matter before. When she heard that Su Xinghe was still here for this reason, she felt a little annoyed inside. But she knew that offending the people of Jing'an Prefecture was absolutely not an option, especially someone like Su Xinghe, who had a strong background. So Rong-yu replied very politely, Lord Su, going to Jing'an Prefecture is everyone's dream. But as you know, our Rong family left the capital in a difficult situation. Now we are content to stay in our small corner with no big ambitions. She had already told Sengyu this twice before. She didn't expect to have to say it a third time. Su Xinghe clearly understood this too. But since he dared to come again, he must have some backing. The injustice suffered by the Rong family in the capital, I am aware of. If the Rong family can go to Jing'an Prefecture, I will make sure justice is served for our people, he said confidently. Right now, only Jing'an Prefecture could overturn the previous verdict made in the capital. Hearing this, Rong-yu was a bit surprised and raised an eyebrow in unexpected interest. Master Su, are you saying that Jing'an Prefecture can clear my Rong family's name? Su Xinghe nodded. Miss Rong, rest assured. Jing'an Prefecture has always been honest and upright. If the Rong family were truly corrupt, how could the prince have come 3 times to visit us? Since he knows the Rong family's innocence, how could he bear to see the family carry this shame for a lifetime? The Rong family's financial power and influence have indeed declined significantly. But because of this, timely help can motivate the Rong family to do their best. Moreover, Jing'an Prefecture really needs talents like the Rong family. Rong-yu took much longer to think this time. After a while, she asked thoughtfully, there are no free meals in the world. I wonder what conditions Master Su has. If it was just a government position, Rong-yu wouldn't be tempted. But being falsely accused and expelled from the capital was a disgrace for the entire Rong family. Her father was so angry that he died from grief. So, she must clear her family's name. Hearing Rong-yu's words, the tension in Su Xinghe's heart eased. It's good that she relaxed. That's a positive sign. Su Xinghe also straightforwardly said, if the Rong family moves into Jing'an Prefecture, you will receive full support from the prefecture. But 80% of the profits from your business will belong to Jing'an Prefecture. Also, the annual net profit must not be less than 10 million taels. Even Rong-yu, with her strong will, felt her eyelids twitch at the mention of 10 million taels. That was practically a dream.
Su single smiled calmly.
The Rong family will get all the support Jing'an Prefecture can offer. If you can't meet these conditions, isn't that a bit unworthy of the support? If the requirements weren't high, why would he promise so much support? And overturning the false accusations from the capital won't be easy to erase. Jing'an Prefecture will definitely pay a price for it. So, demanding more from the Rong family isn't unreasonable, right? If Master Su thinks this is a very low request, perhaps you should seek someone more capable. My Rong family cannot do it. Rong-yu quickly calmed herself. If they really agreed, wouldn't the Rong family be walking down the same old path? Only now, instead of betrayal by the royal family, it would be betrayal by Jing'an Prefecture. The Rong family might not have another of good luck to save themselves. Miss Rong, why are you in such a hurry to refuse? Why not discuss it with the elders of the family? I will wait for your reply at the inn, said Su Xinghe. After speaking, Su Xinghe stood up, making a move to leave. Rong Yu naturally got up to see him off. As he left, Su Xinghe's gaze seemed casual, but it flickered past the corner where Su Shi had just left. Miss Rong, I will take my leave. I look forward to your good news. Su Xinghe cupped his hands and then got into the carriage. The wheels rolled loudly. A moment later, someone pushed open the door and bent down to come inside. Any news? Su Xinghe opened his eyes and asked eagerly. The Rong family is very strict with their servants. My people didn't dare to ask too many questions and didn't learn much useful information. I only know that today, these people were brought in by someone named Shen Nanfeng. As for Shen Nanfeng's relationship with the Rong family, the servants don't know. They were worried about being discovered, so they didn't ask further. Su Xinghe raised his eyebrows. Related to the Rong family? If his surname is Shen, then I probably know his connection to the Rong family. But since he was brought to the estate today, he must have been somewhere else before. Send someone to find out more about the woman with Shen Nanfeng. What is her name? Su Xinghe ordered sternly. For some reason, when Rong Yu mentioned the woman with the surname Su, who was in her 40s, his heart skipped a beat.
He had a bad feeling.
He wasn't sure if Rong Yu had lied just now, but he couldn't take any risks. Facing his cautious and alert master, Leng Rui nodded and reassured him, "Don't worry, master. Many people died on the way during the escape. They probably died along the road. Even if they reach Jing'an Prefecture, it won't help. I've already made arrangements. When they arrive at Jing'an, they will need to show official documents. If they reveal their identities, they will definitely be doomed." But the carriage was still speeding along. Su Xinghe carefully lifted the curtain to look around. After confirming everything was fine, he whispered, "You are the person I trust most. Just tell me what you have to say." In Jing'an Prefecture, there are very few trusted confidants he can fully rely on, but Leng Rui is the most capable and loyal among them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him to Jinyang City to handle affairs. He has entrusted his life and safety to Leng Rui. Leng Rui lowered his head and quickly said, "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness and for saving my life. I will never forget it. There's no need for such politeness. Just tell me what you really want to say." Su Xinghe waved his hand, his tone much gentler. Even though he trusts Leng Rui, sometimes it's necessary to be strict. Leng Rui hesitated and asked, "Your Majesty, if they really arrive in Jing'an Prefecture, I understand if that woman wants to kill, but what about those others? They are all your own children. Do you really want to kill them?" It's said that even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. He's worried that the emperor might regret it later. Su Xinghe answered without hesitation. His finger tapped lightly on his knee, his voice cold and cruel. "Such lowly bloodlines can only be my shame." He doesn't want any bloodline. For him, it's more like humiliation than family ties. "I don't mean to curse your Majesty," Leng Rui stammered, afraid to speak plainly. Su Xinghe understood, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. "I know what you want to say. If my wife's child isn't a son, then maybe I should leave a trace of bloodline." For many years, he had been hoping to have a child. But his wife had not been able to conceive, which is why Su Xinghe dared to write to Su Mingli, hinting that he should kill Su Shi and come to Jing'an Prefecture. Even if his wife resented it, without an heir, she could only endure. But he never expected that, after more than 10 years of marriage, his wife would suddenly have a child. All his plans were shattered. Most importantly, Su Shi and those children must not live to come to Jing'an Prefecture and be discovered by his wife. That was the real key. As for whether she could give birth to a son, if she can give birth, then even if it's a daughter this time, it's okay. As long as she can have a son, Su Xinghe said confidently. Surely heaven wouldn't be so harsh as to deny him a son, right? The Lord is wise and farsighted. I haven't considered enough. Leng Rui admired deeply. He appreciated such praise. He squinted, a happy smile on his face, then asked, "Any news from the prison?" Has anyone gone to collect Uncle Zhou's body? And did he really not see anyone before he died? When it came to serious matters, Leng Rue answered seriously, reporting to the Lord, no. Everything at the prison is arranged. Everyone knows how important this is, so it can't be hidden. As for Zhou's village, there are no signs of trouble. It seems Uncle Zhou didn't tell anyone about this. With government cooperation, there's no chance of mistakes. So, it's likely that no one knows about this matter. Su Xinghe's expression was not very happy. Although his main goal this time was to help the Rong family, if he could handle Uncle Zhou's issue, it would greatly benefit his career. If he failed, those two old men would have something to say, which was really annoying. Lord, should we secretly arrest the village chief of Zhou's village and question him? Uncle Zhou is very close to him. If Uncle Zhou told anyone about this, it's most likely him. Leng Rue asked cruelly, waiting for an order. He was ready to act first. Nothing was more important than completing the Lord's task. Not now. Making too much noise will attract others' attention. After we leave, you arrange for a reliable person to stay and observe for a few days. If nothing unusual happens, then arrest the village chief and question him, Su Xinghe said slowly. In his words, questioning an innocent villager seemed like a trivial matter. By the way, go to the government office and get the registration records of the refugees. If it really is Su Shi from the Rong family, her information should be there. Su Xinghe suddenly remembered this. There's no need to investigate further. Just check the refugee registration records. Every refugee who wants to enter Jinyang City must register, without exception. Yes, I will do that immediately. Cold Rue quietly left the carriage. At the same time, Hu Qingshan was holding 2 bottles of good wine, drinking happily with his brother. Talking about the past, his brother sighed. If you hadn't been replaced back then, just think about where you'd be now. I really feel sorry for you. Hu Qingshan just smiled when he heard this, a flicker of pain and hatred passing through his blue eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He sighed softly. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's all in the wine. The two clinked their glasses and reminisced about many old times. Finally, the man gently bumped Hu Qingshan's shoulder and joked, "Who would have thought, after all these years, you haven't married, and yet you like this type of woman?" Haha. Thinking about what Hu Qingshan asked him to do an hour ago, the man couldn't help but laugh out loud. He truly didn't expect Hu Qingshan to ever be so impulsive for a woman. And that woman is much older than him. She's even a grandmother. Yeah, I didn't expect that either, Hu Qingshan murmured softly. Love is always something you can't control. But a word of advice, brother. Neither of you has a formal divorce or separation paper yet. You're nothing yet, the man said, patting Hu Qingshan on the shoulder with a smile. Even the closest brothers need boundaries, so he could only speak his mind in a drunken joke. Hu Qingshan nodded gratefully. She will definitely get a divorce. But aren't you worried that if that man finds out, something might go wrong? Especially since her second son isn't very accepting of me, after he became his brother's stepfather. Haha, the man burst out laughing. If it were me, I couldn't accept it either, brother. You're really playing with fire. But don't worry, I've already taken care of this. No one will say a word if asked. He pounded his chest seriously, promising. After many years, Hu Qingshan was asking him for help for the first time, and he could still do it. Thanks a lot, Hu Qingshan said, cupping his hands. They drank for a full 2 hours. When Hu Qingshan staggered back to the Rong residence, Su Shi was already waiting anxiously. After learning that Su Xinghe had come to Rong Mansion, Su Shi suddenly remembered the official documents she registered when entering the city. If Su Xinghe really checked that information, he would definitely find out that she and her 2 sons were still alive. There was nothing she could do, so Su Shi had to ask Hu Qingshan to handle it. Fortunately, Hu Qingshan was very discreet and didn't ask why, and he went to take care of it directly. But she didn't know if he had succeeded. Madam Su, my young aunt has sent someone to ask you to talk. At this moment, Shin Qingfeng suddenly appeared at Su Shi's door and softly said. Su Shi rubbed her forehead, originally hoping Hu Qingshan would return soon. Oh well, there was no rush. All right, I understand. Su Shi followed her maid again to Rongyu. This time, after Rongyu saw Su Shi sit down, she directly asked, Madam Su, why don't you tell me about your relationship with Su Xinghe, Lord Su? Rongyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Su Shi never expected Rongyu to ask such a direct question. How did she know? There was no way she could know. In a flash, many thoughts raced through her mind, but in the end, Su Shi calmly replied, Miss Rong, this is my private matter, and it has nothing to do with you. She didn't know if Rongyu was trying to trick her or what her relationship with Su Xinghe really was. Her heart immediately tightened. She was thinking if Rongyu and Su Xinghe were very close, wouldn't she be the one to come to her? If Rongyu really had a good relationship with Su Xinghe, she shouldn't be talking to her now. Thinking of this, Su Shi let out a breath and became more composed in the face of Rongyu's questioning. Miss Rong, why are you so concerned about my private affairs? Rongyu proudly lifted her chin, observing Su Shi's reaction, and her mind was racing with thoughts. Then she chuckled softly and said, Madam Su, do you think I am meddling in other people's business? Oh, that's really it. I should send someone to tell Lord Su that the woman with the surname Su in my house is not in her 40s, nor is she a lonely widow. This sentence conveyed a lot of information. At least, Su Shi understood that Rongyu subconsciously hid her information in front of Su Xinghe. Su Shi quickly thought to herself and decided to keep quiet. Sorry, Miss Rong. This is my private matter. I cannot tell you. Regarding her past conflicts with Su Xinghe, she couldn't just tell someone she saw everything, right? And who knows if the person in front of her is a real person or a ghost. I have no interest in your private affairs, but please, you and your family should control your words and actions. Do not try to pass on news from the residence to Lord Su, nor help him with anything. Rongyu lightly tapped on the tea table, her voice cold. In fact, Madam Su, I should keep your family under house arrest for safety. What do you think? Rongyu spoke her thoughts openly and looked directly at Su Shi, waiting to see how she would respond. She was so alert because of Su Xinghe that Rongyu was sure they weren't just ordinary relatives. Either there were benefits involved, or she had some leverage over the other. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so cautious. It's a pity that Su Shi refused to say anything. But if she didn't say it, Rongyu would find out what she wanted to know anyway. Su Shi was surprised and asked with a smile, Then why don't Miss Rong just keep us under house arrest directly? The head of the Rong family was quite interesting. She was very different from Shun Nanfeng's personality. Yes, let's see if Madam Su can give me a reason, Rongyu said, her hands moving as if playing an instrument. It was clear she was in a very good mood. Su Shi's eyes flicked, and she suddenly asked, Is Pin Sheng Pastry Shop your business? That was the pastry shop where Su Shi used to sell candied hawthorn. She had earned 20 taels of silver from it.
Exactly.
But how do you know that? Rongyu's eyes lit up, finally interested. Su Shi answered politely, Miss Rong, your question suggests you value me. But after thinking for a while, I believe this is the first time we've met.
So, where did you hear about me?
I thought the most likely place was Pin Sheng Pastry Shop. Clap, clap. Yongyu smiled and clapped her hands. Madam Su is indeed clever, so she should know what I want now, right? Su Shi nodded. I can work with Miss Yong, but I want 100 taels of silver for each recipe, plus 5% of the pure profit each year. Even if Yongyu didn't come to find her, Su Shi had been thinking about whether she should show her skills to catch Yongyu's attention. There are many jewelry pieces in the space, but they all belong to Mingyan's family. Deep down, Su Shi didn't want to sell them. If Mingyan ever returns home, these would be a keepsake. They also consider Mingyan as their son and grandson, so it wouldn't be right to sell their jewelry all the time. So, on the way to Yong's house with Shun Nanfeng, Su Shi had this idea. Now, proposing it was reasonable, but after hearing Su Shi, Yongyu smiled. Sharing profits is impossible. The Yong family's belongings are fully in our hands. After thinking, Yongyu said, If your pastries are new and delicious, I can give you a recipe for 200 to 500 taels, depending on quality. As for sharing profits, that's definitely not possible. The Yong family has managed many businesses for years, all kept firmly within their family. They can give more silver to managers, but never share profits. That's the family tradition, and Yongyu has no intention of changing it. If profits can't be shared, I will only provide 2 or 3 recipes at most. Su Shi didn't refuse immediately. She needed capital. Although she had leverage over Su Xinghe, who knew how much she could get from him. It's better to prepare more in advance. Then let Madame Su make the recipes first, Yongyu said, not giving in yet. Until she saw the other's strength, she wouldn't promise anything. After discussing, Yongyu sent someone to take Su Shi back, adding, I told Su Darren that you are alone, and I hope Madame Su and your family won't go out, to avoid unnecessary trouble for the Yong family. Su Xinghe still has a strong background in Jing'an Prefecture, and Yongyu didn't want to cause trouble for her family. Su Shi nodded and thanked her. Of course. Thank you, Miss Yong. Helping her keep this secret from Su Xinghe was already a big favor for Su 11. So, Su 11 planned to return the favor someday. But how to do that? She would wait until the right time when Rongyu knew about it. Miss, the clan leader wants to see you to discuss an important matter. Manhwa hurried to report. Rongyu blinked lazily and said, Got it. It seemed that when Su Xinghe visited her, he also visited many elders in her clan. Otherwise, the clan leader wouldn't be so impatient. Does my mother know? The old madam knows, but she hasn't said anything. Manhwa answered respectfully. Since Rong family's affairs were handed over to Miss, the old madam no longer interfered. Because now, the head of Rong family was Rongyu. Then I will go meet my respected elders, Rongyu said with a confident smile, and strode away. In the clan meeting hall, someone was anxiously looking toward the door, feeling restless. Rong Tianan was beside the clan leader, chattering non-stop, trying to persuade him to decide before Rongyu arrived. Because once the clan leader made a decision, even Rongyu would find it hard to change. Third uncle, the clan leader's hearing isn't great. You keep chattering in his ear like a fly. If it gets worse, what will happen? Third uncle, you should stop copying my third aunt's endless chatter. A man doing that is a bit shameful. Rongyu laughed loudly as she entered the hall. Most of the people in the hall immediately stood up and nodded to her. She walked to the front and bowed to the clan leader. You girl is here, take a seat. All right. Third uncle, move aside. You're blocking my seat. Rongyu grinned and gave Rong Tianan a teasing smile. At the top there were only 2 seats. On the left was the honored seat, the clan leader's. On the right was the seat of the current head of the Rong family. Rong Tianan was not very tall, but handsome, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. However, he liked to keep a long beard, pretending to be serious. At this moment, Rong Tianan stood in front of the right seat, stroking his beard and frowning as he scolded Rongyu. You are still young, but how can you not show respect to your elders? Oh, Uncle 3, you're right. But speaking of respecting the elderly and loving the young, you are also a younger relative of the clan leader. The clan leader doesn't love you or give you a seat. That's really wrong. Rongyu didn't hesitate to shift the blame onto others. The meeting hall instantly fell silent, like chickens. Several elders of the clan even chuckled rudely. One elder, full of sarcasm, sneered, I say, Rong Tianan, every time you try to argue, you can't beat Miss Yu, but you always goad her into trouble. Do you have a problem? Haraha. Faced with the elder's mockery, Rong Tianan could only stay silent, angry but unable to speak. Some other elders then scolded Rongyu, no matter what, Rong Tianan is your real uncle. How can you humiliate him like this? I understand. So I'll give up my seat to Uncle 3, and that won't be disrespectful anymore. Rongyu raised an eyebrow and asked back. The other side was speechless. Even if they had that thought, they couldn't say it openly. You little girl, so sharp-tongued. I wonder how you'll get married. Exactly.
How old are you now?
Still not married? Let's see what you do. Seeing a group of elders attacking her by criticizing her age and unmarried status, Rongyu's smile gradually turned cold. She pushed Rong Tianan aside, sat confidently in the main seat, and then asked loudly, Uncle 3, our clan's average lifespan is only 48. You're already 62. Why are you still alive? Seventh uncle, in our Rong family, every man who marries usually has 3 or 4 children. Why don't you have any? Not only are you useless, but how can you still call yourself a man? Just cut off that useless flesh. 11th brother, if I remember correctly. Under a series of sharp, sarcastic remarks, the meeting hall fell silent. The few elders who were called out by name trembled with anger, their faces turning pale. Rongyu, who are you talking to? How dare you curse me to die? You're just a girl. Do you even know what shame means? Amidst the heated insults, Rongyu nonchalantly pawed at her ears. The clan leader sharply stomped his staff, and the entire meeting hall instantly fell silent. The clan leader, tired, opened his eyes, his old eyes filled with fierce determination. Rongyu is the current head of the Rong family. Do you all remember that? The clan leader nodded and looked at the young man standing half a step behind him. He said, "Very well. Those who insulted you earlier will be punished. Elders will be whipped 20 times, juniors 40 times. Let's begin now." The young man immediately stepped forward and listed the names of those who had insulted Rongyu. The accused looked like they had fallen into an icy pit. One of them, who considered himself older, couldn't help but defend himself. Clan leader, Rongyu didn't speak very nicely either. Aren't you being too biased? She is the head of the Rong family. Do I need to repeat that again? The clan leader squinted, his voice growing more serious. These people were just bullying Rongyu because she was young and a girl. Today, he would teach them some manners. The young man quickly brought out the family punishment tools. It was strange, he was the only one holding the punishment tools. With a sharp, the whip struck, and painful shouts followed. By the time 20 lashes were finished, the skin was torn and flesh exposed. When it reached the last person, the whip was covered in blood, even torn flesh. What was supposed to be a quick punishment turned into a whole hour because they had to go one by one. The smell of blood and the screams of pain hit everyone's senses. It made everyone tremble with fear. "All right, the punishment is over. Now let's talk about today's matter," said the clan leader, still looking tired and lacking energy. But this time, no one dared to ignore him. Even their eyes, when looking at Rongyu, were filled with fear. Everyone knew the clan leader supported Rongyu. Otherwise, how could a young girl become the head of the Rong family? But no one expected the clan leader to support her so strongly. In that moment, all their hidden plans and calculations seemed to collapse. "You girl, please tell everyone about the people from Jing'an Prefecture and what you said." Some might not know yet. The clan leader calmly gave instructions. Not all elders are worth a special visit from Su Xinghe. Therefore, not everyone knew about this matter. Sangyu nodded, stood up, and slowly explained everything. Many clan members widened their eyes, feeling excited. This is such a good opportunity.
Exactly.
Not only can we clear the shame on the Rong family, but we can also get full support in Jing'an Prefecture. We can expand our wealth again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Listening to the clan members' discussions, Rongyu did not speak until the village chief asked for her opinion. Then she spoke. The Rong family was driven out of the capital not only because of Shun's scheme, but also because our family was so rich that many powerful people wanted to take us over, including that one. If we go to Jing'an Prefecture, isn't that just repeating the old mistake? We barely survived last time, but what about next time? I think we shouldn't go. As soon as Rongyu finished speaking, Rong Tianan immediately retorted, "Rongyu, are you perhaps so strongly against because of that man?" Hearing this, Rongyu's face changed suddenly. She clenched her teeth, showing her anger clearly. The woman was fierce, holding her long, white neck proudly, like a peacock. "My children of the Rong family would never be so foolish as to be swayed by emotion. Uncle, I ask you, if Jing'an Prefecture also wants to destroy us in the future, how can you ensure our safety?" Even though they were discussing serious matters, Rong Tianan brought up that man. Was he mocking her for being a woman? "How can you be sure Jing'an Prefecture will definitely attack us? The current prince there is talented and cares for his people. He wouldn't just. But what about the next generation? Rong Tianan, are you willing to entrust the future of the Rong family to the possible good intentions of others?" "That's naive." Rongyu interrupted her uncle bluntly, showing no mercy. Everyone else agreed. Yes, they had truly experienced the injustice in the capital back then, and they still remembered the fear and anger from those days. If they had to walk that dangerous path again, many would hesitate. Is it good to be so timid? Does the future of the Rong family still matter? Rong Tianan also argued passionately. Opportunities and risks always go together. If you want great opportunities, you must accept the corresponding risks. This is something everyone cannot avoid. Rong Yu snorted coldly, saying, "It seems that the beating I gave uncle in the past still wasn't enough. The Rong family's reputation is too much, and now is the time to hide your strength. If you make yourself the target, you've already been hit once. Do you want to be hit again? You are like this." At first, it was just an argument between uncle and nephew, but later, two factions argued endlessly. Finally, the clan leader spoke. "I'll give you 1 month. During this time, compare the performance of Pin Sheng Pastry Shop and Lang Xian Pastry Shop. The one with better results wins. It's a competition between our own family, and no dirty tricks are allowed. Although both pastry shops belong to the Rong family, the managers are different. Pin Sheng Pastry Shop is under Rong Yu's control, while Lang Xian Pastry Shop is under Rong Tianan." Everyone listened to the clan leader and fell silent for a moment. Rong Tianan secretly felt pleased. The old clan leader was helping him. But he still pretended to be modest and said, "Clan leader, isn't this unfair to Rong Yu? The income from Lang Xian Pastry Shop has always been more than double that of Pin Sheng. Lang Xian Pastry Shop was the first pastry shop opened after the Rong family moved to Jinyang City. It received the most investment and effort. It was also one of the most profitable industries for the Rong family. On the other hand, Pin Sheng Pastry Shop was created by Rong Yu after she took over the family. Its reputation and earnings are far behind Lang Xian Pastry Shop. Therefore, some elder family members who supported Rong Yu couldn't help but say, 'Clan leader, isn't this a bit unfair?' Rong Yu smiled confidently and said, 'Unfairness is better, so uncle won't cry, and then start crying even more.' This sarcastic remark almost trampled on Rong Tianan's dignity. But Rong Tianan was not angry. He just smiled and said, 'Niece, in business, it's about profit, not just talk. Uncle, whether it's the former or the latter, your niece will surpass you like a wave crashing on the beach.' Rong Yu was full of confidence. Seeing Rong Yu so sure of herself, Rong Tianan couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Could Rong Yu have a trick up her sleeve? Although the candied hawthorn sticks brought some profit to Pin Sheng Pastry Shop a while ago, they are no longer popular since many street vendors now sell them. So, what is Rong Yu relying on? While Rong Tianan was thinking, the clan leader spoke confidently. Since Tianan asked for it, if Pin Sheng Pastry Shop can make 70% of what Lang Xian Pastry Shop earns next month, then we will consider it a win, Rong Tianan. He felt like he might be caught in a trap. After thinking carefully, Rong Tianan still advised, "Clan leader, such an important matter should not be decided solely based on the profits of 2 pastry shops. Isn't that a bit too simple?" "Why is it too simple?" "Otherwise, you want to be clan leader and I want to be your nephew." The clan leader seriously lifted his old face and asked. Rong Tianan sweat. "Clan leader, please don't be angry. I didn't mean that." The clan leader looked expressionless. "In that case, it's settled. If anyone cheats behind the scenes, they don't deserve to be part of the Rong family." After saying that, the clan leader left first. The others, seeing Rong Tianan and Rong Yu standing still, also left quietly, showing they understood the situation. Once everyone had gone, Rong Tianan, with a kind and elder-like face, advised, "Rong Yu, you are my niece. When you get married, Uncle will prepare a very generous dowry for you, so you can marry happily. When she gets married, everything in the Rong family will naturally have nothing to do with her." Rong Yu knew well that her third uncle was planning something. She smiled lightly, casually playing with her freshly painted nails, and replied nonchalantly, "Third uncle, isn't it good to enjoy old age? Although my cousins are not very capable, I, your niece, will make sure you have a worry-free old age." She, Rong Yu, considers herself second, but who in the Rong family is truly first? Good, very good. Rong Tianan didn't argue further with Rong Yu. Instead, he stood up with a cold smile and said, "Don't think that just because you and the clan leader set a trap, you can win against me. I will make you see how I used the trap you set to play you to death." Originally, the eldest brother was the legitimate first son. When the family matters fell into his hands, Rong Tianan was a bit unwilling, but He didn't want to compete for anything. Indeed, the eldest brother was the legitimate first son, the rightful heir. Why is it that, after my older brother died, Rongyu, this young girl, still holds such power over him? So, I want to break through this barrier and climb up step by step. I have big ambitions, but Rongyu is also proud and confident. How can she give in? Therefore, Rongyu smiled and replied, "Let's wait and see." She knows this is a risky gamble. She isn't sure if Su Shirin has other plans or if she can surprise everyone. But she trusts her judgment. If Su Shirin didn't have that confidence, she wouldn't say such things. So, she approached the clan leader to stage this act. It's not just about deciding whether to go to Jing'an Prefecture, but also about using her third uncle's strengths to defeat him. Then, she can fully take control of the Rong family. She wants to be the true head of the Rong family. Rong Tianan turned away angrily. In the end, only Rongyu remained, standing quietly at the door of the meeting hall under the sunset glow. Lonely and stubborn. Who says women can't achieve great things? Just wait and see. You'll regret it, Rongyu murmured. She didn't know who you referred to in her words. She will confidently keep climbing to the top, while that person will only rot and decay in the shadows of their pride. Master, I checked the registration list of all the refugees in the city. All the information about the Su family is here. Lung Rui respectfully placed the copied notebook on the desk and stepped back. Su Xinghe frowned, looking at the letter in his hand, feeling very annoyed. Finally, Su Xinghe slammed the letter onto the desk and asked coldly, "Did we receive any news from home?" Lung Rui hesitated for a moment, but answered honestly. After the master left, the lady sold the girl from the book fragrance family under the pretense of theft. Our people wanted to rescue her, but unexpectedly, the lady had arranged for someone. Because they were worried about being discovered by the lady's people and causing trouble for the master, they didn't send anyone to save the girl. The girl from the book fragrance family has already died. Having been in the household for many years, Lung Rui naturally understood the lady's methods. Therefore, they naturally would not dare to expose themselves for a maid, as it would only cause more trouble for their master. Angry, Su Xinghe stood up and smashed a precious inkstone. His fierce energy spun wildly, gradually gathering into a deadly intent. Because of his intense anger, his jaw tightened and his eyes looked cold and frightening. How dare she? How dare she? I thought Xu Xiang was just quiet and clever, understanding what I wanted without me telling her. She's just a maid who works very smoothly, and yet she refuses to let go. Su Xinghe's throat moved rapidly up and down. He was truly very angry. In his heart, he might have had some feelings of pity or affection for Xu Xiang. But with that woman around, he dared not have such improper thoughts. He clearly distinguished between women and his future. So, he had never overstepped with Xu Xiang. She was obedient and only served him in the study, helping with writing and organizing things. Yet, she still refused to let go. Too much arrogance. Master, please calm down. Su Xinghe knew he shouldn't argue, so he just vented his anger. He picked up the recently presented notebook and carefully checked it. Seeing no records of Su Shi or others, he finally relaxed. Perhaps they all died on the way to escape the famine. That's good, that's good. At least not all news was bad. Lung Rui reported, "Master, news from the Rong family says their head of the family wants Rongyu and Rong Tianan to compete. Whoever's pastry shop is better will decide whether they go to Jing'an Prefecture or not." Hearing this, Su Xinghe's first reaction was that it was absurd. Such an important matter, related to the future of a family, decided by something so trivial? Something unusual must be happening. Tell Rong Tianan to be very careful. This must be a trap set by their head and Rongyu. If they are talking about it openly, they must have some backing. If you need my help, just say so, Su Xinghe ordered. If he could bring the Rong family back to Jing'an Prefecture, it would be a great achievement for him. Therefore, his official career could advance further and not rely on his wife's family connections. This was very important to Su Xinghe. Yes, master. But I'm afraid the lady won't let you stay here for long. Ling Rui hesitated for a moment and then expressed his worries. Although it might make the master feel a bit embarrassed, he was also concerned that the master hadn't considered this point.
If not, then.
Don't lose the big game by focusing on small details. After all, the lady's influence is key to ensuring the master's dominance in Jing'an Prefecture. Humph, don't worry. I have my ways. After speaking, Su Xinghe wrote a letter and told Ling Rui to send it back to Jing'an Prefecture immediately. When only he was left in the study, a wild, crazy look appeared in Su Xinghe's eyes. Zhai Junqi, who gave you everything you have now. If you forget your gratitude, I will fight to the end and make you fall into. No one can stop him from reaching the top. His own son won't do, and women are even less suitable. My brother said he'll help keep an eye on whether Su Xinghe leaves Jinyang City. Once he leaves, he will tell me. Rest assured, Hu Qingshan saw that Su Shi couldn't eat and quickly shared this good news. Su Shi's eyes lit up, and her skin seemed to become more radiant. She was very happy and said, "Really? Hu Qingshan, how can you be so understanding?" Su Shi was overjoyed. To her, Su Xinghe was like a sword hanging over her head. He was also the one who decided the life and death of the family, so Su Shi was restless and anxious. As long as Su Xinghe didn't leave Jinyang City, she couldn't sleep peacefully. But how to know if Su Xinghe leaves or not was a difficult problem for her. She thought about asking Hu Qingshan or Shin Nanfeng for help, but didn't know how to start. Unexpectedly, Hu Qingshan took the initiative to consider this for her, which was a huge surprise. "There's no need to thank me between us." Hu Qingshan's voice was dull, and his features showed no particular emotion. But the more so, the more reliable and steady he seemed. "Of course, I must thank you. Hu Qingshan, you are truly very kind." Su Shi was extremely happy. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. "How should I thank you? Maybe you could offer yourself. Are you out of your mind?" Su Shi immediately kicked and scolded. "If you two brothers could just act a little more decent, I wouldn't have to trouble others." Hu Qingshan saw a flicker of emotion in Hu Qingshan's eyes, a bit of sadness, but when he looked at the two young girls playing in the yard, his feelings quickly settled.
There was nothing to be satisfied with.
Yes, you're right, mother." Su Mingyi continued to speak sarcastically, making Su Shi stand up and chase him to hit him. Then the two girls and the third joined in, and soon they were playfully fighting. Hu Qingshan sat quietly, watching calmly. "Big brother, Hu, don't mind us. My mother is just a fiery person." Su Mingren sat next to Hu Qingshan to comfort him. He added, "Mingyi doesn't mean anything bad. Since he found out my mother has no other feelings for you, he's been joking about it. There's no other meaning." Far away, Zhang, who was sewing clothes, twitched her mouth. Hu Qingshan glanced at him indifferently and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I can tell. Mingyi has no other intentions, but you do." Su Mingren felt awkward. "Is it that obvious?" Hu Qingshan suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going out for a walk. You don't need to worry about me, big brother Hu." Su Mingren regretted not stopping Hu Qingshan, feeling he shouldn't have said those things. But once spoken, words could never be taken back. Hu Qingshan left. Follow him. No one knew what was happening. The next morning, Su Shi made a list and asked the Rong family to go shopping. After they returned, she took Zhang and locked themselves in the kitchen, busy all day. No one knew what they were doing, but the smell of snacks often wafted out, very tempting. During this time, Rong Yu came twice, just standing at the door for a while before leaving. No one knew what she was thinking. The three children played happily, and no one worried that Su Shi wouldn't finish her task. Because in their eyes, Grandma is all-powerful. "Qingshan, I found all the books you asked me to look for." Although Shun Nanfeng's status in the Rong family was not officially recognized, the servants treated him well. As long as his requests were reasonable, they would fulfill them. Every night, Shun Nanfeng would go to visit old lady Rong, serve dinner, take a walk with her, and chat. Perhaps because of the company of her grandchildren, the old lady seemed to be in better spirits. Because of this, Rong Yu's attitude toward Shun Nanfeng also improved. Although Shun Nanfeng didn't say much himself, once Rong Yu's attitude changed, he finally showed a smile. Otherwise, Hu Qingshan wouldn't have bothered him. Are these books meant to teach the three older girls? I think Ming Fan has already been introduced to some of this, so these books might not be useful. I found a few more for you. Shen Nanfeng pointed to the books. Hu Qingshan seemed to realize this and quickly thanked him again. Thanks to you. I really didn't remember this. You really care about these three children, Shen Nanfeng teased with a smile. Could it be that Hu Qingshan actually wants to be like a grandfather to the Su children? I'm just doing what I should, Hu Qingshan replied. The three kids are just playing around here. I have nothing to do, so I might as well teach them to pass the time. Learning things that have been neglected is hard to pick up again. It takes effort. Shen Nanfeng smiled and said, You're right. Tomorrow, give me some time, and I'll continue teaching them how to identify herbs and some basic pharmacology. Actually, before this, Shen Nanfeng had been explaining herbal knowledge to the Su family, especially to the second girl, who loved listening. But since Shen Nanfeng had an accident, things got busy, and the second girl felt shy to bother him. Now, with Hu Qingshan's reminder, Shen Nanfeng remembered. Just right, let Nanxing and Jingma continue teaching them. It will also help them reinforce their own knowledge. You don't know, when I asked the two of them to teach the second girl before, they worked so hard, afraid of making mistakes. Now, for Shen Nanfeng, his two young apprentices are the most important people to him. Seeing Nanxing Jingma work harder, he is naturally happy. Moreover, this is also a way to give back to the Su family. Killing two birds with one stone. What's not to like? Yes, that works. I will teach them martial arts tonight to strengthen their bodies, Hu Qingshan said flatly, arranging the day for the three kids. Isn't it true they spend every day just playing? Then they should learn something useful. That sounds good. Shen Nanfeng smiled. Soon, everyone in the Su family knew the news. Second sister looked bored. Uncle Hu, do I need to learn martial arts too? She just wanted to learn medicine. Hu Qingshan asked, Oh, if you encounter danger on the way, will others ignore you just because you're a girl? The usually silent second sister looked serious and asked, Uncle Hu, if I learn, will I become as strong as you? I'll give your bones a little squeeze. Hu Qingshan stepped forward and gently pressed on her bones, then straightforwardly commented, That's impossible. Second sister's face turned red. Is it that direct? Perhaps noticing his tone was a bit harsh, Hu Qingshan quickly added, Well, if you work hard, you'll definitely be stronger than your father. Suddenly, Su Mingren, who was called out, looked surprised. His daughter can fight better than him? Su Mingren wasn't sure whether to support or oppose this. That's great. I want to learn too. I'll work hard. Second sister immediately declared her intention. She also didn't forget to tease her father. Dad, don't worry, I will learn well and protect Mom. Su Mingren's mouth twitched. You protect your mom and leave your dad out? Both of these girls are becoming closer to their mother. Su Mingren, as an old father, suddenly felt a bit jealous. Well, I'll learn too. I can't fall behind my sister. Second sister sighed helplessly. As for Ming Fan looked deeply at Hu Qingshan. Something touched his heart. He silently nodded, showing his agreement. This matter was settled like that. By dusk, Su Shi and Mrs. Zhang finally succeeded. When they came out, they found their three children happily practicing martial arts. Once, when they were in the cave, the three children practiced horse stance and ran to train. But later, something happened, and they had to stop. Now, starting over again, the pain is worse. Don't move. Anyone who moves will have extra training. Hu Qingshan held a wooden stick, looking very serious. The three children immediately clenched their teeth and tried to hold on. Su Mingren quickly stepped forward to complain. All three kids say they want to train hard and protect you. None of them say they want to protect me. Mrs. Zhang smiled wryly. Facing her husband's playfulness, she had to lean close and whisper, It's okay. I will protect you. Then it's settled, he said. Su Mingren looked at his wife with intense eyes, full of warmth. He and his wife hadn't been together for a long time. Ahem, sorry to interrupt. Su Mingren, your mother and I are still here. Sorry about that. Su Shi forcefully stepped in, separating the two, and said coldly, saying such sweet words in front of her. What if she were gone? Huh? You're here? I didn't notice. Su Mingren sincerely apologized. He didn't know what had just happened. His eyes only saw his wife. Su Shi snorted, rolled her eyes at him, and walked away. Why are you so bad at talking? Are you doing it on purpose? Mrs. Zhang sighed and hit her husband lightly. With that mouth of his, how could he make his mother-in-law happy? But inside, she felt secretly pleased. Her husband chose her over his mother-in-law. How could Mrs. Zhang not feel a little proud? But it was just a small thrill. By the way, you and your mother have been busy inside all day. What did you make? Is it ready? Su Mingren sniffed the delicious smell of pastries on his wife and swallowed hard. He felt that today, his wife looked especially tempting. Yes, it's ready. Your mother is really amazing, making such delicious pastries. Mrs. Zhang held her face, eyes shining with admiration for her mother-in-law. And what about the desire in the man's eyes? Tonight, let the 3 kids keep your mother company. The 2 of us can sleep together. Su Mingren quietly took his wife's hand and started to act a little spoiled. Mrs. Zhang blushed and scolded. Can you be a little more decent? How can you say such things to your mother? I feel embarrassed. Really? Then I'll go tell my mother, Su Mingren said, and quickly ran away. Mrs. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then realized that the fool had actually gone to talk to her mother-in-law. She immediately wanted to follow, but just then, Rongyu arrived with the news. Have you finished? How did it go? Rongyu asked anxiously. They were competing to see who could earn more in a month, so they couldn't afford to slack off even for a day. This morning, Langxian Snack Shop launched a series of special offers, which had already started attracting many customers. If her Pin Sheng Snack Shop didn't step up, it would fall behind. Yes, it's done. Miss Rong, please come and try it, Mrs. Zhang said. Mrs. Zhang wanted to go find her mother-in-law immediately, but remembering what her mother-in-law had said that day, she calmed her nerves and forced a smile to greet Rongyu. She had been with her mother-in-law all along and knew exactly how to introduce the new product. She was confident she could do it well. Miss Rong, please taste it first. Mrs. Zhang offered the cut-up snacks. Rongyu glanced behind her, where 2 maids immediately stepped forward to taste first. Then Rongyu slowly took a bite. As soon as she tasted it, Rongyu closed her eyes happily. The texture was rich, with a crispy outer layer and soft inside, perfectly combined. With each chew, the green and red threads blended in seamlessly. The surface was smooth and delicate, and after biting, her tongue was immediately wrapped in a soft, pleasant sensation. Very good indeed, Rongyu praised first. The 2 maids behind her also gave thumbs up. Rongyu stood up, looking at the messy kitchen, and let out a light laugh. Mrs. Su, you really aren't careful at all. If she had wanted to, she could have guessed what ingredients were used in the snacks just by looking at what was used in the kitchen. As for the quantities and order, she could let the master chef think it over and experiment, saving a lot of money. Mrs. Zhang was so nervous she couldn't speak. She didn't know what to say and just stared blankly at Rongyu. Her lips kept moving nervously, but she didn't say a word. Rongyu didn't hear a response. She was surprised at first, then understood by looking at Mrs. Zhang's expression. She couldn't help but smile softly. This Su 11 lady is truly not an ordinary person. Did your mother-in-law say what this pastry is called? Mrs. Zhang quickly replied. Yes, she said it's called suma cake. Suma cake? That's a strange name. Rongyu repeated the difficult name, frowning slightly. Mrs. Zhang whispered, My mother said most modern pastries have elegant names like farong cake. Giving them such strange names makes them more eye-catching. Ahem, actually Su 11 was just too lazy to come up with a proper name. Sakima, with a slight change, became Sachi cake. Of course, this kind of thought shouldn't be shared with others.
I see.
Madame Su is truly thoughtful. I admire her. Rongyu immediately understood and agreed with Su 11's idea, feeling very impressed. Sangyu asked, Is learning to make these pastries difficult? Mrs. Zhang answered, Not at all. It can be learned in a day, and you can add some creativity to make different flavors. Mrs. Zhang stumbled over her words, slowly recounting what her mother-in-law had taught her. By the end, she spoke more smoothly and confidently. Such clever ideas? Then I will trouble the young lady to accompany me for a walk. Since Madame Su wanted to help her become a better daughter-in-law, she decided to go along with it. Mrs. Zhang's heart was pounding, but she nodded politely in agreement. She left that night and only returned the next afternoon after half a day away. Su Mingren had been waiting eagerly at the gate. When the maid left, he helped Mrs. Zhang walk back and quietly complained, "What is this? Do we have to use so many people? We're not servants of the Rong family." It was a bit much to keep her out all night without rest. "Mother, I've prepared hot water. Go take a bath and relax." "Mother, I'll go wash some fruit." "After your bath, you can enjoy something sweet." "Girl, wait a moment, I will give you a good massage." The three children surrounded Mrs. Zhang, naturally pushing Su Mingren aside. Su Mingren felt helpless and close to tears. Now, he has no status in this family at all. Okay, thank you, Mom. You're so thoughtful." Mrs. Zhang felt very pleased. She gently touched each child and then went to take a shower. A hot bath could wash away all her tiredness. But Mrs. Zhang was worried about something, so she didn't stay long in the bath. She quickly finished and got out. In Su Shi's room, everyone was waiting for her. Su Shi smiled and pointed at the bed, saying, "Come up, sit close, and talk." It seemed there were no problems. She wanted to carefully train her daughter-in-law so she could relax in the future. Mrs. Zhang didn't hesitate and climbed onto the bed. Then, Mingfan knelt beside her, massaging her shoulders. Second sister also brought a plate of sliced fruit and thoughtfully offered her a toothpick to eat. The children's kindness made others feel envious. Su Mingyi watched this scene and felt a little emotional. At first, Su Wu only wanted to marry him to have a child, an heir. He knew that getting married was a mistake, and he didn't want to be a real husband and wife, but he didn't know how Su Wu was now. Could she already have her own child? For a moment, Su Mingyi felt confused and restless. Su Wu stood in the yard where the snow was melting, looking at the distant, endless mountains with a calm and deep expression. Soon, footsteps sounded nearby. A man came over but didn't dare approach Su Wu, stopping a step behind her. The man asked with some jealousy and frustration, "Are you thinking about that man again?" Su Wu calmly admitted, "Yes." She seemed to regret letting Su Mingyi go. She should have kept him close to keep him with her. Tulu clenched his teeth and asked, "Is he really that good?" "So good that you can't see any other man?" Su Wu turned back and nodded. "Of course. He is the father of my child. That title will always belong to him alone." The catalog was almost defeated by these words, but his eyes remained firm. His deep gaze, high nose, and handsome features all showed his attractiveness. But at this moment, he was only the most loyal servant behind the queen, never to betray. "He is not the father of your child. He has left, and he will never come back. I can treat this child as my own, or even give up my own child." Tulu urgently expressed his loyalty. He had always liked the clan leader, but he believed that the leader had no romantic feelings for anyone, so he only silently protected him. But he never expected the leader to quickly marry an outsider. How could he accept that? "I don't need it." Su Wu refused without hesitation. She touched her proud belly and spoke proudly, just like before, "I will raise this child well myself. Neither he nor you are what I need." She would carry this heir forward bravely. As for men and love, they were just obstacles on her path. "Then let me stay by your side to protect you, okay?" Tulu's blue eyes were full of anger and helplessness. Why wouldn't Su Wu accept him? "Tulu, I need a loyal and brave guard, and you are the best." "But that's all." Su Wu patted his shoulder and smiled. "Later, I'll ask your mother to find you a beautiful, steady girl. After a few nights together, you'll see that a wife is a wonderful thing." "I don't want it." Tulu angrily dodged away, his big eyes full of anger and hurt. "If you don't want to marry me, that's your business. If I don't want to marry someone else, that's mine. We don't interfere with each other." Watching Tulu's back as he left, Su Wu shook her head helplessly. When she looked again at the distant mountain range, she couldn't help but ask herself, was she really just thinking of that man? She knew clearly in her heart that she only longed for the freedom and broader world outside. But she couldn't leave. Even if some people in Peach Blossom Spring wanted to leave, as the clan leader, she could never do so.
So, her child was simply her child.
She and Su-mingi were just a fleeting romance, nothing more. Suddenly, Su-mingi clutched his chest and let out a faint cry of pain. Just now, it seemed like he had a little heartache. What's wrong? Second uncle, are you so excited about these 300 taels of silver that you hurt yourself? Haha. Second sister chuckled happily, her face full of mischief, like a little troublemaker. Hearing his niece's teasing, Su-mingi gently tapped her on the forehead and softly scolded with a smile. Go away, go away. Do you think I'm as hopeless as you? Seeing these silver notes, I couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. The feeling of heartache disappeared. Could it be that everything just now is only my illusion? Su-mingi thought this, but inside, he couldn't help but worry about Su-woo. He didn't know if she had suppressed those who disrespected her in Peach Blossom Land or if she... Mingi? Su-mingren reached out and waved in front of his brother's face, curious, and asked, What are you thinking about? I rarely see you so distracted. Nothing. Su-mingi didn't want to tell his family. Their destination was Jing'an Prefecture, but Su-woo couldn't leave Peach Blossom Land. That place was destined to be just a fleeting dream for him. Su-mingren thought his brother had something on his mind and didn't press further. However, Su-shi looked at Su-mingi a few more times, suspicion in her heart, but she couldn't say anything, only sighing softly. Did I make a mistake with the decision back then? Mother, do we need to make more snacks? Zhangshi asked excitedly. This time, she took the lead in handling the matter. Although simple, it was the first time Zhangshi represented the Su family, so she was a little excited. After doing this once, she started thinking about the next. When the money reached Jing'an Prefecture, what could they do? Buy 10 acres of land, build 2 more houses. And when they earned more, they would save up to marry off the second brother. Yes, we need to make a few more kinds, but it also depends on the situation at the snack shop.
Norus.
Let's rest well these days. Su-shi said calmly. Good things don't come out all at once. Zhangshi was eager to try. Okay. As for Rongyu, she was very capable and bold. The first batch of sachi cakes was just a gift, not for sale. At Pinsheng Dim Sum Shop, customers who spend 1 tael of silver receive 1 piece. 2 taels get 2 pieces. 10 taels get a box. Initially, people didn't pay much attention. But after a few days... Hey, what is this? Have you tried it? It's pretty tasty. Boss, can I buy just 1? Why not? But honestly, your other dim sum are just average. And so, about 5 days passed. Rongyu then introduced a new snack called milk date, still sold in bundles. Loyal customers felt excited. Another 5 days later, Rongyu launched various types and flavors of mooncakes. This time they were sold separately and they were quickly snapped up. After only 2 days of selling mooncakes, Pinsheng Dim Sum Shop stopped selling them again. This time, they set a rule. Prepay 10 taels of silver to buy sachi cakes. Prepay 30 taels to buy milk dates. Prepay 50 taels to buy mooncakes. Depending on the amount prepaid, customers could get different discounts. For example, prepay 30 taels and you can buy milk dates at full price, but get a 30% discount on sachi cakes and milk dates. Prepay 50 taels and you get a 40% discount on all 3 items. Wealthy families, eager to try, started paying. Everyone knew Pinsheng Dim Sum Shop was Rong family's business, so it was trustworthy. They quickly signed up for the prepayment system. Hey, I only prepay 10 taels, but I can get a 10% discount on all other dim sum. That's nothing. I prepay 50 taels, so I get 30% off everything: mooncakes, milk dates, and sachi cakes. I'm going to make a big profit. Rongyu personally handed a large and a small box of dim sum to a steward dressed in fine clothes, smiling as she said loudly, This is a gift of dim sum from Pinsheng Dim Sum Shop, given every month for your prepayment of 500 taels. Inside this small box are new items that will never be sold to the public. The steward was surprised to hear about these exclusive items. He opened the box and looked inside. It contained a glass bowl filled with a shimmering, colorful substance like gemstones, soft and smooth, like a baby's face. Thank you so much, Miss Rong. The housekeeper smiled happily. Things that can't be bought publicly often show status. The owner would definitely be pleased to see this. Other guests asked curiously, "Boss, what is this? Why isn't it for sale?" "It looks so delicious." "Exactly, it looks so tasty. I want to buy it." Hearing this, Rongyu smiled and apologized. "This is reserved for our most distinguished guests at Pinsheng Dim Sum. It's not for sale, only given as a gift." Then how can someone become the most distinguished guest? Prepay 1,000 taels and spend it within a year. Otherwise, it won't be refunded. All dim sum in the shop is at a 34% discount, and each month, a gift box is prepared. Besides the usual dim sum, this special non-sale dim sum is included. As Rongyu finished speaking, everyone gasped in surprise. 1,000 taels? Wow, that's a lot. Yes, 1,000 taels could buy a shop of its own. This price discouraged most people. But for the prominent families in the city, it was a chance to show off. Within 2 days, 7 families had prepaid 1,000 taels. Rongyu beamed with happiness, no longer needing to check her earnings in the ledger. Just these 7,000 taels were enough to surpass Long Xian dim sum. Now, the third master must be getting anxious. Manhwa covered her mouth and chuckled softly. If the young lady wins this time, the opposition within the family can be suppressed easily. This would greatly reduce her pressure, and the young lady can breathe a little easier now. As Rongyu's most trusted maid, Manhwa knew how tired Rongyu had been all these years. A daughter trying to support her family's former status as the richest family in the land faced double the pressure. This time, thanks to Su Xinyang. Her idea of a membership system, discounts, and this non-sale gift of jelly really helped me a lot. Rongyu was in a good mood, walking around the study, trimming some flower branches and looking at paintings. She was eager to see how her good uncle would turn things around this time. Furthermore, they used a membership system, allowing the snack shop to earn 10,000 silver coins in a month. Manhwa praised, without hesitation. Rongyu nodded. "Go prepare the banknotes." This time, the milk dates and jelly are each worth 500 silver coins per recipe. Finally, prepare an extra 1,000 silver coins as a reward for her proposal of the membership system. Even though Manhwa had been helping to speak up, she couldn't help but be surprised. 2,000 silver coins? Isn't that a bit too much? Not too much. Also, in this month, manage the household servants well. No one is allowed to reveal Miss Su's affairs, and the buyers must be carefully controlled to prevent Uncle San from acting rashly or copying others. Rongyu showed no regret at all, because this month she was sure to win. Now, she just needed to make sure Uncle San wouldn't find out that these snacks and methods came from Miss Su. But Rongyu never expected that something unexpected would happen. Madam Su has arrived," a maid announced outside. Rongyu raised an eyebrow. "Ask her to come in quickly. Madam Su wouldn't normally be so anxious or come to see her easily." Could something have happened? With hurried footsteps, Rongyu finally saw Miss Su. But when she saw her expression, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Miss Rong, my grandson Mingfan has gone missing. Someone left a letter demanding I hand over 5 snack recipes in exchange for my grandson's life, or they will end his life tomorrow." Miss Su's face was pale, and she asked bluntly, "I never expected that such a thing would happen in the Rong family." It could be said that the entire Rong family was unprepared. Not only because of Shun Nanfeng, but also because they trusted the Rong family's reputation. But now, what is going on? Mingfan has been kidnapped. How is that possible? Faced with Miss Su's furious accusations, Rongyu couldn't believe it. The Rong family was always under her control. How could such a thing happen? But after she said this, she immediately reacted and ordered, "Manhwa, go summon all the servants, see if anyone is missing, and lock all the doors tightly." No. Doing that would tell the person behind this, wouldn't it? The letter specifically instructed not to tell you. Su Shi interrupted and said. Rongyu frowned. "Are you sure that the other person doesn't know you're coming to see me? But your big move will definitely alert them." "It's useless." Su Shi spoke very bluntly. Now, checking which servant was bribed won't help. Because the other side wouldn't give up such a good card just because of one servant. Rongyu knew Su Shi was too anxious, so she suppressed her anger and asked calmly, "So, what do you suggest we do? It's obvious that your third uncle is behind this. Does your third uncle have a grandson he cares about? Then have me kidnap him. No. All the grandsons, bring them to me, Su Shi said fiercely. She didn't know how to judge the other person. Using such pointed conditions to demand something was basically telling everyone who was responsible. This, Rongyu gasped in shock. She had been thinking about how to catch the mastermind and find real evidence. But she didn't expect Su Shi to go straight to the point. No evidence. Just kidnapping the third uncle's grandsons? Are you in or not? Su Shi urged anxiously. She didn't have much time to waste. Most importantly, she was worried that the commotion here would be noticed by Su Xinghe, and then everything would be ruined. So, rescuing Mingfan should be done as quickly as possible. Okay. Since this started because of me, I will handle it personally. You don't need to interfere, Rongyu said apologetically. You're going? Do you think your third uncle will believe you dare to hurt his grandson? Su Shi was a bit skeptical. Rongyu smiled slowly. Who says the grandson is in my hands? I haven't touched him. I'm just here to negotiate on your behalf. You can send someone to follow me. She never expected that her third uncle would go so far as to use such dirty tricks. Su Shi didn't have much time to think, and immediately went to find Su Mingyi. But Hu Qingshan directly rejected. No. If Su Xinghe shows up and sees Su Mingyi, won't you expose yourselves? I have to go. I will hide Rong Tianan's grandson somewhere no one knows, and I will safely bring Mingfan back. In Hu Qingshan's sharp eyes, a strong killing intent flashed. Su Shi noticed this, and was momentarily stunned. Who exactly is Hu Qingshan? And he is so anxious, does he really like me? For the first time, Su Shi began to doubt. With Rongyu's guidance, Hu Qingshan easily took away Rong Tianan's 3 grandsons. Later, he hid the children somewhere, and even Rongyu's people didn't know where. When Rong Tianan heard the news, he was so angry he jumped up and immediately reported to the authorities. He also hurried to find the clan leader to complain, saying Rongyu's management had many flaws, and someone had kidnapped his grandson. Severely punish this. It must be dealt with seriously. Rong Tianan was jumping around and speaking loudly. Third uncle is right. This matter must be punished severely. Clan leader, you don't know, my friend is staying here, and today his grandson was also kidnapped. The kidnappers left a note demanding my friend give them 5 recipes for snacks, or they will harm the boy. Isn't that funny? I've never heard of kidnappers not asking for money, but wanting snack recipes. That's so ridiculous. Rongyu's cheerful voice came from behind, followed by Hu Qingshan, whose face was pale. Hu Qingshan still had his beard and bright blue eyes, clearly not of Han ethnicity, which caused a big stir in the Rong family. Rongyu, girl. What do you mean by bringing such an outsider into the family meeting hall? Exactly. He's clearly from another tribe. Hearing Rongyu's words, Rong Tianan, who was already trembling with fear, immediately started criticizing Sangyu. Even the clan leader spoke up. Yao girl, no matter what, you shouldn't bring outsiders into our family meeting hall. Faced with the clan leader's questioning, Rongyu answered very seriously. Clan leader, please hear me out. This is Hu Qingshan, a friend of Shun Nanfeng. His family makes snacks. After a bet with my third uncle, I tasted their snacks, and they have a unique flavor. Moreover, as you all know, the snack shop in Pinshan has been very popular lately, earning over 10,000 taels of silver. But just then, Hu Qingshan's little grandson was kidnapped from our Rong residence. The kidnappers left a note demanding Hu Qingshan give them 5 snack recipes. Third uncle, I think this looks like something you did, said Sun Ziyu. Concerned about her grandson's safety, Hu Qingshan was furious and wanted to report it to the authorities. But I'm worried that if it really was third uncle, it would make the Rong family the laughingstock of the city, she added. So I reluctantly calmed Hu Qingshan down and brought him here to ask if third uncle was involved. Rongyu cheerfully explained everything that happened, even sharing her suspicions openly. Rong Tianan immediately jumped up, spitting with anger. Rongyu, don't accuse me falsely. I didn't kidnap anyone, don't wrong me. Yes, Rongyu, even if you're the head of the family, you need proof for such accusations. Others in the family supported her. Rongyu nodded. All right, I won't interfere anymore. Let Hu Qingshan report it to the police. If they find out it was one of our own, I hope someone will be responsible. Report to the police?
Fine.
Justice will be served, Rong Tianan said confidently. Seeing this, Rong Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously. So, confident? Does that mean they really didn't do it? Or are they just sure the police can't find out? Third uncle, please. Did you kidnap Ming Fan? Hu Qingshan suddenly interrupted Rong Yu, his sharp eyes fixed on Rong Tianan, cold as a venomous snake, making everyone feel icy. But no matter how uncomfortable he felt, Rong Tianan wouldn't admit it easily. He immediately shouted, I don't even know you. Why would I kidnap your grandson? Someone is framing me, Oh, but I kidnapped your grandson. If I don't see my grandson within half an hour, he will die. But I can give you the right to decide which grandson dies first, Hu Qingshan said calmly, but his words were shocking. Everyone looked at Hu Qingshan as if he were crazy. Is he this arrogant? Even Rongyu looked at him in disbelief. Hu Qingshan, are you crazy? Yes. Ming Fan is missing, so I must be crazy. If you don't believe it, try to find Rong Tianan's 3 grandsons within half an hour, he said with a sly smile, his beard making him look fierce and deadly. You kidnapped my grandson? Quickly, arrest him. Torture and interrogation. I need to know where my grandson is. Rongyu, was all this your idea? You are really heartless. Just for a bit of family status, you even hurt your own nephew. Such cruelty and ruthlessness, harming your own kin. How can you be the head of the Rong family? In his anger, Rong Tianan didn't forget to criticize Rongyu, showing quite a bit of courage himself. The guards quickly surrounded Hu Qingshan, but Hu Qingshan didn't care at all. He shouted loudly, If you lay a hand on me or my family, one of your 3 grandsons will loosen. Don't believe it? Try it and see. Hu Qingshan's eyes turned red, and he spoke fiercely, like a lone wolf from the wild frontier, filled with a desperate and angry spirit that seemed ready to fight to the death. Rong Tianan was shocked and quickly defended himself. I didn't kidnap your grandson. That has nothing to do with me.
Oh, really? And what does that matter now? Hu
Qingshan coldly retorted. They just wanted to make some money, but got caught up in Rong family's internal fight, even threatening the safety of the children. This crossed Hu Qingshan's bottom line. Hearing Hu Qingshan's words, Rong Tianan almost spat out blood in anger. It has nothing to do with me. What do you mean, and what does that matter? Unexpectedly, Hu Qingshan sat down on the steps with an air of calm confidence and said boldly, Half an hour. Remember, only half an hour. Then he closed his eyes. Everyone was furious at his arrogant attitude. A few elders with beards shouted loudly, Hurry up, capture him, and send him to the authorities. I don't believe that under torture. He dares to refuse to release the person.
Wait.
What if, after half an hour, he really kills someone? Rongyu quickly stopped him. But Rong Tianan not only ignored her, but also angrily slapped her. Rongyu was not someone to be easily subdued. She dodged and immediately kicked him, pushing Rong Tianan away. Rongyu was furious. Stupid. You don't even know how to kidnap someone? Do you really think I have no evidence? That mute girl in the kitchen is actually your person. I never expected that. My good third uncle, you've hidden your chess pieces so deep. When she caused trouble here, was it just because she was brave and foolish? Rongyu's position today is due to her intelligence. What mute girl?
I don't know anything.
Don't falsely accuse me with your words. Rong Tianan stiffened his neck, refusing to admit anything. Hu Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Not admitting? In 15 minutes, a small finger will appear at the gate of Rong's house. When that happens, please identify it yourself and see which grandson it belongs to. No, Dad, please, if you really kidnapped Mingfan, just let him go. He's my only son. Rong Tianan's eldest son knelt beside him, tears and snot streaming down his face. He's nearly 30 and has only this one son. He loves him dearly, like his own eye. Who would have thought he would be kidnapped? If he's dead, then there's no point in living anymore.
Get lost.
I told you I didn't kidnap him. Rong Tianan angrily kicked his son away and looked at Hu Qingshan with a grim face, gritting his teeth as he threatened, You're wasting time here, which is pointless. It only delays rescuing your grandson. Maybe now your grandson has also been hurt. Third uncle, are you threatening someone? Then let the authorities come and investigate. Weren't you the ones who already reported it? Rongyu smiled softly. Seeing Rongyu's proud smile, Rong Tianan suddenly realized something. That was Rongyu and the wife of the magistrate were very good friends. If Rongyu secretly passed some information, many thoughts flashed quickly through his mind. Rong Tianan suddenly remembered something, walked quickly to the clan leader and loudly said, "Clan leader, Hu Qingshan is just an outsider. How could he kidnap all my grandsons so easily? Someone must be helping him. This person is treacherous and untrustworthy. He doesn't deserve to be part of the Rong family." As he spoke, Rong Tianan's gaze fixed coldly on Rongyu, almost eager to tear him apart. He never expected Rongyu to have such boldness. Unexpectedly, this caught him off guard. But now, it's a matter of who dares to be the first to back down. Grandchildren can be replaced someday. So Rong Tianan would never give in. He saw this as a good chance to pin the blame squarely on Rongyu. What does winning this bet matter? Helping outsiders kidnap the descendants of the Rong family is enough to remove Rongyu from her position as the head of the family. So, he is definitely going to win. How, Uncle Third, do you think you are sure to win? Do you believe that giving up your 3 grandchildren will guarantee your victory? Rongyu sneered, her eyes growing colder. She never expected that her Uncle Third would have such boldness. So ruthless. Is he planning to exchange the lives of his 3 grandchildren for the position of head? I don't understand what you're saying. Rong Tianan refused to admit anything. Even if he proved that the mute girl was his person, so what? If she was his, does that mean the kidnapper of Ming Fan was definitely him? Tianan, I only ask you this once. Please tell the truth. Was it really you who kidnapped Ming Fan? The clan leader held his cane and asked weakly. His voice was steady, but beneath it, a storm of danger was brewing. Hearing this, Rong Tianan immediately knelt without hesitation, crying and pleading, "This matter has nothing to do with me. Now my grandson is in danger, and Rongyu is helping outsiders to pressure me. Clan leader, please help me seek justice." He didn't believe there would be any change in the situation, because he didn't do anything to kidnap Ming Fan. Therefore, neither Rongyu nor the clan leader would find any evidence. He was completely innocent in this matter. If his grandson died because of this, he would be even more innocent. Tianan, you disappoint me so much. The clan leader shook his head in disappointment, then stood up with his cane. Rong Tianan's heart pounded wildly, a bad premonition suddenly rising. What does this mean? Could it be that the clan leader knows something? No, that's impossible. Bring them in. The clan leader calmly ordered the young man behind him. The silent young man immediately left. Before long, everyone's anticipation grew as he returned with 3 people. These 3 clearly were Master Su? What are you doing here? Rong Tianan was shocked. The person walking forward was none other than Su Xinghe. The second was Su Xinghe's attendant, Lung Rue. As for the third one, Hu Qingshan quickly stood up, and the young man immediately ran toward him. Mingfan's eyes showed strong emotions, but he didn't see the people from the Su family. He immediately understood what was happening and said, "I'm not hurt, don't worry." His parents were worried that Su Xinghe might recognize him. Fortunately, Grandma had already guessed this, or else he would have been caught by Su Xinghe today. That's good to hear. Hu Qingshan grabbed Mingfan's cool little hand and returned to his usual quiet and reserved look. It was as if his earlier excitement was just a fleeting moment. A strange look flashed in Mingfan's eyes.
Hu Qingshan
seemed to care a lot about him. Could it be because of Grandma? While Mingfan was lost in thought, Su Xinghe said seriously, "Rong Tianan, after you left, I thought carefully and I couldn't follow you in doing something like kidnapping. So, I just sent the person back. Rong Tianan? Now you're acting righteous? But I remember it was your idea and you arranged everything. And now you're just blaming me? Sir Su, isn't this wrong? Didn't you ask me to?" "Shut up," the clan leader angrily interrupted Rong Tianan. He took a deep breath and bowed to Su Xinghe, saying, "Thank you, Sir Su, for your help today. Otherwise, my nephew might have done something even more foolish. It's really embarrassing." Although he was prepared, he didn't expect Rong Tianan to actually do something so shameful that would disgrace his ancestors. Clan leader Rong, you're too kind. This is what I should do. Now, I won't bother you any longer. Su Xinghe's gaze swept over everyone and finally paused on Hu Qingshan for a moment. But it was only a moment, and he didn't think much of it. He thought that the woman Rong Yu mentioned that day, who was good at making pastries, was not alone. She had a partner, a grandson. That definitely wasn't Su Shenyang. That foolish woman was waiting for him foolishly and wouldn't be looking for another man. Sir Su, safe travels. The clan leader personally saw him off. No, Sir Su, how can you go back on your word? Have you forgotten our agreement? Your breach of contract makes it impossible for Rong Yu to agree to go to Jing'an Prefecture. Are you confused? Rong Tianan shouted angrily. He couldn't understand. Su Xinghe raised a light eyebrow, looking calm and composed. He smiled gently and said, I do have cooperation with the Rong family, but not with you. What he wanted was for the Rong family to go to Jing'an Prefecture and fully help develop the local people's lives. How could he be so short-sighted as to cooperate with Rong Tianan and then send such a fool to Jing'an Prefecture? Wouldn't that just cause trouble? You're actually lying to me? Su Xinghe, how dare you deceive me? Rong Tianan desperately tried to break free, but how could his clansmen let him hurt the envoy from Jing'an Prefecture? So Rong Tianan could only watch helplessly as Su Xinghe left easily. From start to finish, only he, Rong Tianan, was despised and considered a failure. Suddenly, in his extreme anger, Rong Tianan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as if he had aged 10 years, kneeling there in despair, staring at the clan leader sitting high above and laughing wildly. Ha ha, you old fool, you know what I've done, yet you just watch me act. In your eyes, I'm just a joke, right? Ha ha, yes, I am not willing. Why can Rong Yu, that dead girl, be the head of the family, but I can't? I'm also a legitimate heir. Why? Ha ha, the clown is myself. Thinking I've planned everything clearly, but in the end, it's all part of your old fool's scheme. Ha ha, old fool, you favor Rong Yu, that dead girl. Could she be your illegitimate daughter?
Ha, ha ha ha.
Before Rong Tianan could finish mocking and insulting, Rong Yu kicked him away with a swift kick. The woman's face was as beautiful as a jade, her hair wild with anger, her brows and eyes like icy frost. Disgusting thing, everything you see is dirty. Say one more word, and I will kill you right now. The clansmen all fell silent, exchanging worried looks. Is Rong Tianan crazy? How dare he speak to the clan leader like that? But then again, after doing such things, the clan leader probably can't tolerate him anymore. Sigh, who can be blamed? The clan leader stood there, his body bent and hunched, yet he seemed as tall and mighty as a god. The old man looked at him with pity and said, You have been blinded by greed and no longer deserve to be part of the Rong family. There was no blame or explanation. Everyone understood what had happened, and he didn't bother to say more. After Hu Qingshan left an address and took Mingfan away, the clan leader announced the punishment for Rong Tian. Rong Tian's line is expelled from the Rong family. They are no longer allowed to use the Rong surname. Also, Rong Tian and his wife are imprisoned in the secret cell behind the ancestral hall, and they will not be released until they die. Rong Tian's descendants, if they dare to use the Rong family name to deceive others, will be cut down without mercy. Third son, go and watch over Rong Tian's children as they leave the family. Nothing they cannot take, they are not allowed to take. But since they are still part of the Rong family, each household will receive 1,000 taels of silver for settlement. From now on, they have no connection with the Rong family. Rong Tian's 3 sons knelt there, looking stunned. They wanted to say that all this was Rong Tian's doing and that they didn't know anything. If today's events turned out badly, they would be the main beneficiaries. So, they felt no guilt. Old man, you caused our downfall. You caused so much trouble and now you've dragged us down too. I hate you so much. Rong Tian's 3 sons couldn't accept this, but they were quickly taken away by the elders of the 3 clans. The Rong family's methods have always been tough. They simply couldn't oppose it. Soon, the meeting hall fell silent again. But the clan leader seemed exhausted, sitting down dejectedly and weakly saying, You tell everyone what we decided. After discussing with the clan leader, we finally decided that we should go to Jing'an Prefecture. But not in the way Lord Su Xinghe suggested, where the entire family moves. Yu stood confidently in the center of the hall and told the clan members about her and the clan leader's final decision. It turned out that the clan leader and Rong Yu had thought carefully and agreed that neither going nor staying was the best choice. In the end, it was Elder Rong who gave the suggestion. Since going or not going both have their problems, then we will do both go and stay. Of course, we still go by the Rong family name. However, just in case, if our people heading to Jing'an Prefecture face great trouble in the future, it won't affect our entire clan. Additionally, if we succeed in Jing'an Prefecture, we can clear the shame that has fallen on our Rong family in the capital. The money we earn will also be shared with some of our people here. From now on, the people in Jinyang City's estate will be called North Rong, and those in Jing'an Prefecture will be called South Rong. We are still one family, united and supporting each other through thick and thin. It was truly wise of Lady Rong to think of this, who says we can only choose one path. If we want to take risks but are worried about the consequences, why not do both? North Rong will stay safe and support South Rong to soar. South Rong will prosper and give back to North Rong. Life goes on and we help each other. The clan members were very happy to hear this. They never expected their leader and the head of the family to come up with such a good idea. Now, everyone's wishes could be fulfilled. Great! I want to go to Jing'an Prefecture. I will make our Rong family the richest in the world again. Exactly. Those people from the capital insulted us, but now we will stand up and show them what we're made of. I prefer to stay at home. Going to Jing'an Prefecture is too risky. I'm happy with our current life. Yes, now that the children and daughters-in-law are settled, I really don't want to go back to the days of fear and worry in the capital. The clan members discussed eagerly, but they all supported the leader and Rong Yu's decision. This was the best plan. After noon today, everyone must come here to register whether they want to go to Jing'an Prefecture or stay in Jinyang City's estate. But no matter where you choose, remember one thing. Absolutely do not cause trouble. If you want to compete in business, whether with family or outsiders, do it honestly. Understand, Rong Yu's voice was stern and commanding. She wouldn't tolerate anyone tarnishing the reputation of the Rong family. Understood, with Rong Tianan's example in mind, who would dare to do otherwise? But the leader was really clever, having anticipated Rong Tianan's tactics early on. After handling family affairs, Rong Yu looked a bit troubled and asked Manhwa, what was the reaction from the Su family? This time, she took advantage of the Su family, I think. There doesn't seem to be any unusual reaction. Manhwa carefully recalls the report from the person and honestly responds. Rong Yu sighs. Su 11 is angry. In the future, it will be hard to work together again. Not showing any unusual reaction is actually the most unusual thing. With what she has done, Su 11 must have already figured out what really happened. Knowing she was used, how could she not be angry? Moreover, she also used Mingfan's safety, which a grandmother cannot accept or forgive. Really? Is it that serious? What does Miss plan to do? Manhwa blinks and asks. She can tell that Miss has a high opinion of Su 11. And that person does have some ability. Rong Yu shakes her head. Since I know she's angry, I can't pretend nothing happened. She isn't someone who keeps bothering others. A smart person should keep the peace. I'll go over later and ask Su's family if they're willing to go to Jing'anzhou with Rong's family. Once there, I can help settle them. This might be the last act of gratitude. As for the future, there probably won't be another chance to work together, which is really a pity. But if she could choose again, she would still do the same. Because it's the best outcome for her and Rong's family. Although it might cause some hurt to the Su family during the process, at least it's manageable. What Rong Yu doesn't know is the relationship between Su 11 and Su Xinghe. Oh, miss. Didn't you think there was some connection between the Su family and Lord Su before? What about this time? Manhwa suddenly remembers this matter. Rong Yu sighs and says, let's go see. Anyway, it's time to sincerely apologize. The situation has already happened, and there's no point in talking about other things. Now, the only thing to do is to make up for it. When the master and servant arrive, the Su family is busy packing up. Regarding this, Rong Yusi was not surprised at all and stepped forward to apologize directly. Madam Su, I am truly sorry for what happened today. It was for my family's matters. Miss Rong, you have crossed my bottom line. Su 11 interrupted Rong Yu coldly and said, Our Su family is not a servant of your Rong family. We are partners. You shouldn't have done this, and you definitely shouldn't have kept it from us. To put it bluntly, luckily today the person taken was Ming Fan. If it had been the eldest or second daughter, and they were taken to Su Xinghe, everything would have been exposed. Thinking about the possible dangers, Su 11 felt chills. Madam Su, I am very sorry. I know words won't change anything now, but I still want to ask you. The Rong family will soon go to Jing'an Prefecture. If you don't mind, you can go with us. No need. We will travel on our own for safety, Su 11 said sarcastically. Zhang and the others looked a bit nervous upon hearing this. Mother's sharp words. Will the Rong family daughter be upset? I understand. But please accept this token. With it, you can enter Jing'an Prefecture smoothly. Rong Yu took a deep breath. Although she didn't expect the other side to be so angry, she knew it was her fault. She wouldn't be petty and think they were overreacting. Everyone has their own principles and bottom lines when dealing with others, and she truly made a mistake. Naturally, she wouldn't argue about it. Su 11 was not being petty this time. After taking the token, she held it carefully and sincerely told Rong Yu, Let's be clear, there's no more debt between us. In the future, Miss Rong, you don't need to feel guilty about me. She liked Su 11's straightforward personality, but it was a pity. I have also prepared 3 more carriages for you, one of which is filled with some grain. I hope it will be useful on your journey. Don't refuse, Madam Su. You've helped me so much this time. Thank you very much, Miss Rong. In the end, Su 11 did not refuse. She knew how much her membership system would impact a shop, so she felt she deserved these gifts. But Rong Yu had crossed her bottom line, and they could no longer be friends in the future. Shun Nanfeng. I leave it to you all. In the future, when you arrive at Jing'an Prefecture, if you need any help, just come directly to me. Shun Nanfeng, when you have the chance, you should visit your grandmother more often. After speaking, Rong Yu left. Facing Shun Nanfeng, Rong Yu still felt a deep, unspoken resentment in her heart. She knew she shouldn't blame him, but who could truly avoid feeling some anger? She was just an ordinary person. Shun Nanfeng looked at Rong Yu's back without saying anything, then said to Su Shi, Auntie Su, let's go. Before leaving, he had already visited his grandmother. His grandmother was a very open-minded person. If her eldest daughter's tragic death hadn't hit her so hard, she wouldn't have gone blind from crying. This time, when he visited her, she also told him a secret about his little aunt. She asked him to help her if he ever had the chance in the future. He never expected that his little aunt would. Yes, let's go. Su Shi's words interrupted Shen Nanfeng's thoughts. Everyone loaded their luggage onto the grain cart, then Hu Qingshan drove one cart, with Su Mingren and Shen Nanfeng riding with their apprentices. Another cart was driven by Su Mingyi, with Su Shi, Zhang Shi, and the 3 children sitting inside. Su Shi leaned against the side of the cart, feeling much more at ease. From the 2,000 taels of silver they earned from the Rong family, she planned to buy some food and supplies along the way to hide in her space. This time, because she was afraid of meeting Su Xinghe, she didn't leave Rong's house, so she didn't have the chance to fill her space. But luckily, when she sold meat pies in the city with Dia before, she managed to fill it a little, though not much. Although there was still a lot of grain on the cart, Su Shi felt uneasy and wanted to find a chance to buy some supplies to store in her space. After all, things stored in the space would never be lost. The 3 wagons bore Rong family's insignia and quickly left Jinyang City without anyone stopping them. However, they didn't know that when they reached the city gate and everyone had to get off the carts for inspection, a man was standing on a nearby second-floor balcony, watching them. Su Shi, you really are still alive. Su Xinghe clenched his cup tightly, his face cold as he stared at Su Shi and the others, his murderous intent rapidly spreading inside. Su Xinyang, Su Mingren's family of 4, and Su Mingyi. Only Su Mingli's family of 3 died? Was it an accident, or… Su Xinyang, did you find out that I asked Su Mingli to kill you, so you turned around and killed him? But that doesn't matter now. This time, I will make sure all of you, everyone, die. None of this was known to Su Shi and the others. After all, Su Shi and his group had been very careful and never left the Rong residence. How could they know that, even so, Su Xinghe would find out? Mother, are we going straight to Jing'an Prefecture? Su Mingyi was outside driving the carriage and casually asked. Su Shi quickly replied, No, you just follow Shen Nanfeng's carriage. As for the grain-carrying cart, it was driven by a mute. This mute was a friend of Hu Qingshan, a retired soldier with no family or spouse, living alone. They met him unexpectedly in Jinyang City, so Hu Qingshan brought him along. Grandma, aren't we going straight to Jing'an Prefecture? Then where are we going? Mingfan, curious, lifted the curtain and looked outside, unable to help asking. Their goal had always been Jing'an Prefecture. We're going to Yan'an City. Su Shi looked at the carriage turning on the official road, diverging from the route to Jing'an Prefecture, and finally relaxed. Yan'an City was the hometown of Jing Mo. Since Jing Mo was sold and later taken in by Shun Nanfeng, he had never returned. This time, although they weren't passing through Yan'an City on the way to Jing'an Prefecture, taking a slight detour and then going from Yan'an City to Jing'an Prefecture would only add 4 or 5 days to the journey. Shun Nanfeng, worried about his disciple, discussed with Su Shi. At that time, Su Shi was also worried that their movements in Jinyang City might attract attention. Plus, many people in Rong residence knew they wanted to go to Jing'an Prefecture, so she thought it was better to take a detour to Yan'an City, avoiding detection during this period and preventing any malicious people from blocking their way. However, even Su Shi, with this idea, didn't realize that her plan actually saved all their lives. Because Su Xinghe's later arrangements involved ambushing them on the way to Jing'an Prefecture. Everything happened by chance and went wrong. Jing Mo was actually sold by his family? Then why go back? Arya muttered sharply. If he was sold by his family, it means his family doesn't care about him. Going to find his family, can he really get family love? He didn't go to see his family but his hometown, Su Shi explained. For a person, the meaning of hometown is always different. Even if there are no relatives left, it is still hometown. Family might betray you, but your hometown won't. It's always the warmest and most familiar place in your memory. The 3 children seemed to understand a little, but not completely. Luckily, none of them are deep thinkers, so they stopped asking. The carriage sped along quickly, kicking up dust and sand. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Su Xinghe frowned and asked, Haven't we received any message back? Is it so hard to kill someone? It's been 3 days. They should have sent a message by now. Ling Rui just received a message via pigeon post. He opened it, his expression turning cold, and immediately reported, Master, our people didn't find Su Shi and the others on the road. They didn't go to Jing'an Prefecture. That's impossible. Rong's spies said their planned destination was Jing'an Prefecture. Su Xinghe said quickly. If he didn't have spies in Rong's house, how would he know about Su Shi and the others? But even after hearing the spies' report, he still couldn't believe it when they mentioned Su Shi. He only believed it when he saw Su Shi and the others with his own eyes. Because of that, Su Xinghe became even more convinced. Su Shi and the others' goal must be Jing'an Prefecture. I think the letter I wrote to Su Mingli must have fallen into Su Shi's hands. Otherwise, why would she go to Jing'an Prefecture? Absolutely. Su Xinghe slowly closed his eyes, his tone firm. They must not be allowed to appear alive in Jing'an Prefecture. That letter could be deadly. So, the ones who must die are Su Shi and the others. Ling Rui cupped his hands and asked, What does the master mean? Su Xinghe thought for a moment and said, Send a few people to look for Su Shi's whereabouts around the area, and then strictly guard the entrance and exit of Jing'an Prefecture. Even if Su Shi and others have gone elsewhere now, they will definitely go to Jing'an Prefecture in the future. So, waiting for them at Jing'an Prefecture and catching them in a trap is a good plan.
Yes.
But, sir, the people we brought this time are not enough. We also need to watch over the Rong family and Zhou village, so we might not have enough people to do all that. Leng Rui hesitated and reported. Over the years, the master has trained some people, but many of them were known to the lady of the house. If we send those people, the lady will surely find out. If she learns about Su Shi and others, it could cause big trouble. Capturing Su Shi and the others is the most important. As for the Rong family, let's withdraw our people first. After weighing the options, Su Xinghe made his decision. His life and future are more important, and it's not hard to choose. Leng Rui immediately went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Su Shi and the others, who had narrowly escaped, were happily setting up a campfire outside, ready to eat. Shen Nanfeng took Nan Xingjingma to pick some mushrooms, while Zhang brought back plenty of wild vegetables with her 2 daughters. Seeing so many fresh, tender vegetables, Su Mingren suddenly made a request. "Mom, can we make dumplings with wild vegetable and meat filling? I loved eating those when I was little." But he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. It wasn't just because they were poor when they were young, but also because Su Shi's favoritism meant that whenever there was something good, it was usually for Su Mingli. Su Mingren and Su Mingyi rarely got any. Later, Su Mingyi grew up and learned to hide things secretly or go out to work and earn some money, then sneak some good food for himself. But Su Mingren was different. He was too honest, so honest that he endured many years of unfair treatment without a single complaint.
Sure.
Today, we'll have wild vegetable and meat dumplings. Let Mingren eat his fill, Su Shi decided right away. The family eagerly started preparing the filling. Some picked vegetables, others kneaded dough, chopped meat, or caused trouble. By the time the round, plump dumplings floated in the pot, an hour had passed. "I haven't eaten dumplings filled with wild vegetables and meat yet." Shen Nanfeng smiled as he picked a few dumplings to eat. In the past, he was from a good family, so he didn't need to eat such things. Later, during a famine, he couldn't afford it anymore. Hu Qingshan also said, "Me neither." At that moment, suddenly, a red embroidered ball flew quickly toward Shen Nanfeng's head. Hu Qingshan, who was nearby, reacted quickly and kicked the ball away with a swift kick. At the same time, a red-clad girl running over with her skirt in a hurry saw this, her smile instantly fading. She stomped her foot in displeasure and shouted, "What are you doing?" "That's my red embroidered ball to attract my future husband." The red embroidered ball to attract a future husband? Everyone's mouths twitched. Where did this girl come from? How could she be so playful? Su Shi frowned and refused directly. "Miss, we're not interested in your marriage proposal. You should find another red embroidered ball to attract someone." She threw it at Shen Nanfeng, so she must have liked him? Su Shi's words were already quite direct, but the girl didn't seem to understand and jumped around, pointing at Hu Qingshan and shouting, "You broke my... what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they green? That's so strange." Jing Hongyi then noticed that the man with a full beard in front of her actually had a pair of strange green eyes. They looked like a cat's eyes. Jing Hongyi was most afraid of cats, so she immediately took a few steps back in fear. "I don't care what your embroidered ball is for. If it hits my friend, that's not okay. I won't blame you for hurting anyone, but you should leave now." Hu Qingshan waved his hand irritably, as if shooing away flies. How could there be such a stupid person? Thinking she could find a suitable husband just by throwing an embroidered ball? Especially by hitting whoever she liked. It's just ridiculous. I don't care. Anyway, my embroidered ball hit him, so he is to be my man. Jing Hongyi crossed her arms stubbornly, speaking in a domineering tone. A few men behind her also looked unhappy. It's a blessing that Hongyi likes him, but he's so ungrateful. Exactly. I wanted to marry Hongyi too, but she doesn't like me. And now, this person doesn't even like Hongyi. That's too much. How dare you humiliate Hongyi like this? This is us fighting against the Jing family village. Listening to these accusations, Su 11 and the others were speechless. As the story's main character, Shen Nanfeng had no choice but to speak. Although his tone remained gentle, his face darkened, clearly showing displeasure. "Sorry, when we arrived here, no one was throwing embroidered balls. In other words, you should have a designated place to throw the ball, right? You can't just throw it at whoever you like on the street. But Jing Hong-yi, who was spoiled since childhood, wouldn't listen to such words. She pouted her cherry lips, raised her chin high, and snorted. I don't care. I just hit you, so you have to be my husband. Wait, if your embroidered ball hit someone, does that mean they have to be your husband? Hu Qingshan suddenly stepped in to stop her, then looked at her with a suspicious glint in his eyes and asked for confirmation. Jing Hongyi nodded. Of course. Hu Qingshan smiled. That's easy. Just now, your red embroidered ball was kicked away and hit the horse's hoof. So, we'll reluctantly let you marry this horse. But we still need this carriage. If you want to marry it, you have to pay us. Otherwise, we can't give it to you. His beard made it hard to see his expression clearly. But his blue eyes made people feel a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. So, when Hu Qingshan spoke, it always made people feel nervous. What did you say? You want me to marry a horse? That's too much. Jing Hong-yi was so angry she stomped her feet, her eyes turning red, and she burst into tears right there. Then, the men behind Jing Hong-yi quickly stepped back. Just when Su 11 and the others found everything confusing, suddenly a few crows flew over Hu Qingshan's head, and some bird droppings fell on him. Everyone. Su 11 instinctively looked at Jing Hong-yi, and when she saw her smiling smugly, she was shocked. Isn't this the heroine's lucky charm skill? Any villain who targets the heroine always ends up unlucky. They didn't mean to harm the heroine, right? They just didn't follow her wishes, and now they are unlucky? Humph. Do you see the outcome of bullying me? Jing Hongyi crossed her arms, looking proud and playful. Hu Qingshan's face darkened. He was about to get angry, but Su Shi stopped him. Su Shi whispered. She seems strange. Let's not waste time and leave quickly. Shen Nanfeng also heard this. When he saw the strange but accurate bird droppings on Hu Qingshan, he was shocked. His first thought was to stay away. So, after hearing Su Shi, Shen Nanfeng immediately bowed to Jing Hongyi and said, Thank you for your kindness, miss. But I am already engaged, so please forgive me. Shen Nanfeng was very afraid of this strangeness and spoke very politely. But Jing Hongyi immediately pointed at him and loudly argued, You're lying. You don't have a fiancé at all. This fool is actually lying in front of Hongyi. Exactly. Hongyi can tell all lies. A few men behind Jing Hongyi mocked loudly. But one man looked at Shen Nanfeng with a very mean look. He had chased Hongyi for a long time, but she never looked at him twice. Yet this man. Humph, don't try to fool me. I can tell all lies. Jing Hongyi was very proud, nodding her head lightly, looking innocent and romantic. Seeing her, Zhang's heart felt uneasy. She quickly protected her 3 children nearby. She felt very worried. Even Su Shi looked a bit troubled. Is this strange situation really about the heroine? Miss, what I said just now was indeed my refusal. Shen Nanfeng shook his head helplessly, a gentle look in his eyes, full of tenderness. Jing Hongyi immediately became captivated by his looks and nodded wildly. Yes. I knew you were just refusing. How could you not? Although I am not engaged, I truly have no romantic feelings for you. I believe you can sense that I am not lying. Shen Nanfeng spoke sincerely. Actually, he was quite helpless too. I originally wanted to give this girl some face, but instead, I was forced to tell the harsh truth, making her feel embarrassed. Jing Hongyi's eyes turned red with anger. Suddenly, under a clear sky, thunder and lightning appeared, with faint flashes of lightning flickering. Everyone looked at this strange sky scene, confused and unsure what was happening. A few men who came with Jing Hongyi ran away quickly, shouting, Oh my God! Hongyi is so angry. Run fast. Someone might get hurt. Seeing everyone fleeing so quickly, Su Shi had a sudden, unbelievable thought flash through her mind. In a flash of lightning, a loud thunderclap struck fiercely toward Shen Nanfeng's location. In an instant, Su Shi clenched her teeth and reached out to grab Shen Nanfeng. Shen Nanfeng staggered as Su Shi pulled him, but surprisingly, the lightning struck down with great force and then quickly vanished. In the sky, There was no trace of lightning or thunder, as if everything that just happened was just illusion. Not only Su Shi and the others were stunned, but Jing Hongyi and her group were also confused. What's going on? Why didn't it kill him? Jing Hongyi looked at the scene before her in disbelief, crying and shouting desperately, pointing at Shin Nanfeng as if heartbroken. In the sky, thunder rumbled loudly, but no lightning fell at all. From beginning to end, Su Shi held Shin Nanfeng's hand tightly, without letting go. She was also deeply shocked. She thought that since she had traveled here, she might also be the main character. But she didn't know who was more favored by fate, her or the main character in front of her. Fortunately, the lightning never struck. But that was enough to make Su Shi feel terrified. She never imagined that a so-called main character could be killed just because someone made her unhappy, with lightning striking down. This wasn't luck, it was a curse. How could this happen? Jing Hongyi was almost crying in panic. This was her greatest reliance, but suddenly, it seemed to fail. How could the heavens stop favoring her? Hongyi, don't worry. Maybe, all your fault. Jing Hongyi pushed away Ling Zhushan, who came to comfort her, then without hesitation, pointed at him and started crying and cursing. Boom! This time, lightning struck from the sky, carrying the accumulated power of multiple thunderbolts. Boom! Strangely, the lightning only surrounded Ling Zhushan and did not harm anyone else. This shocked Su Shi. The lightning seemed small, but its size was huge. If it really struck, not just them, but everyone within several miles would be affected. How could it be so precisely controlled to target only one person? Who exactly is Jing Hongyi? The other two people who came with her were stunned. As the lightning dissipated, a dark, black corpse appeared. Before anyone could approach, a gust of wind blew, and it vanished completely without leaving a trace. Su Shi and the others felt chills down their spines. Mrs. Zhang was even more frightened, trembling while holding her children. Was this a monster? On their escape journey, they had faced many dangers, but Mrs. Zhang had never been this scared before. Is this even human? Mom, I'm scared. The eldest daughter clung tightly to Mrs. Zhang's dress, trembling all over. The second daughter and Ming Fan weren't much better, but in the face of danger, only then did they show their true selves. Is this really a person in front of them? Su Mingyi's pupils nearly dilated. She clenched her teeth and didn't step back, but she also had no idea what to do. Mom, what should we do now? Su Mingyi asked in a shaky voice. A single word escaped from Su Shi's clenched teeth. Right now, only she could prevent Jing Hongyi's strange power from working. But if Jing Hongyi tried to attack others again, she would realize the problem was with her. That would be trouble. Su Shi didn't want to explain to others why this was happening, nor did she want to provoke someone like Jing Hongyi. So, she could only wait. Wait for Jing Hongyi to leave on her own. Hongyi, he. Zhushan is dead. What do we do now? Ling Kongshan swallowed nervously. He and Ling Zhushan were cousins. How could he explain this to his family when he returned? Jing Hongyi also seemed very frightened. She covered her mouth and sobbed loudly, tears falling like pearls, clear and bright. Immediately, Ling Kongshan and Ling Huashan both went to comfort her, feeling very sorry for her. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Hongyi, please don't cry. Yeah, no one expected things to suddenly get worse. It's not your fault. It's also Zhu Shan's fault. Who told him to upset you just now? Be good, Hongyi, don't cry. Under their comfort, Jing Hongyi's emotions gradually calmed down. Her eyes were red, looking like a little rabbit, pitifully biting her lip and asking, what will happen to Zhushan? If I go back, everyone will be mad at me. After all, Ling Zhushan also died because of her. Both Ling Kongshan and Ling Huashan were worried about this matter. Losing a person was really hard to explain, especially since there was no body left. I will tell everyone the truth. I won't lie. Even if everyone dislikes me and drives me out of the village, I will tell the truth. Jing Hongyi pouted her lips, looking very determined. This brave and responsible look made Ling Kongshan and Ling Huashan unable to look away. How can we drive you out of the village? This matter. It's their fault. Ling Huashan pointed at Su Shi and his group with sharp eyes. He absolutely couldn't let Hong Yi be scolded by everyone. Hong Yi was like a fairy in his heart. Fairies don't make mistakes, so it must be others' fault. It's Su Shi and others who weren't struck by lightning. And it's also Zhu Shan who made Hong Yi angry. In short, Hong Yi didn't do anything wrong. Ling Kongshan's eyes lit up and he immediately said, yes. If they hadn't been spared by lightning, how could you be so sad and angry? Zhu Shan went to comfort you, and then the accident happened. It's all their fault. They must be responsible for Zhu Shan's death. The two boys looked full of righteous anger. Jing Hongyi pouted, looking unhappy. Yes, it's all their fault. If they hadn't broken the promise to marry me, none of this would have happened. They looked down on me, and even killed Zhu Shan. They must pay the price, Su 11 and the others. Shin Nanfeng was almost amused by anger. The usually gentle and refined young gentleman could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Huh. Because they weren't struck by lightning, they thought that Ling Zhushan's death was their fault? That's so unfair. Are you guys even reasonable? Su Mingren asked angrily, grinding his teeth. What does this have to do with them? Clearly they are also victims. Ling Huashan was small and thin, with clear features, but the resentment and scheming in his eyes ruined that clarity, making him look a bit sinister. At this moment, Ling Huashan smiled and said, you caused Zhushan's death, so don't think you can leave.
Kongshan, stay here with Hong Yi.
As long as Hong Yi is here, they can't go anywhere. I will go ask the elders of the clan to come. Today, these people must pay for insulting Hong Yi. Kongshan patted his chest proudly. Jing Hong Yi was even more proud as she waved her hand and looked down at Su 11 and the others. You guys didn't behave well, and even insulted me? Now you're in trouble. Jing Hong Yi looked at Shin Nanfeng with an infatuated look in her eyes, touching her chin and saying, look, I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to stay and marry me, I'll let them go, how about that? Hong Yi, they insulted you like that and even caused Zhushan's death. How can we let them go? Kongshan was a bit anxious. Hong Yi was their treasure. How could she be humiliated and not be held accountable? If their family found out, they might even beat him to death. But I just want to marry him. Hee. Jing Hongyi shyly pulled her whip, lowered her head, but occasionally looked up at Shin Nanfeng. Shy and beautiful. Suddenly, Shin Nanfeng felt something stirring in his heart. Jing Hongyi was quite pretty.
She
looks quite nice, cute and pretty, Shen Nanfeng muttered to himself. Next to him, Nan Xingjing Mo looked at Shen Nanfeng with a shocked expression, completely stunned. Jing Mo asked directly, Master, are you crazy? Someone wants to attack you and you still think she looks good? He hadn't noticed before, so his master was this kind of pervert? Master, you... Nanxing also felt nervous and a little scared. The master in front of him looked very unfamiliar. Su Shi didn't hesitate to slap Shen Nanfeng hard. The slap was so loud that even the delicate and elegant Jing Hongyi couldn't keep her composure. She stomped her foot and angrily shouted, You old woman, how dare you hit my husband? Su Shi didn't care about Jing Hongyi at all. She directly ordered, No one look at Jing Hongyi. This woman seemed really strange. It was like a heroine in a popular novel. Any man, whether he liked her or disliked her at first, would gradually be attracted to her after getting to know her and fall deeply in love. Everyone obediently turned away. As for Shen Nanfeng, he was kicked around by Su Shi and turned around. Then Su Shi asked coldly, Do you think Jing Hongyi looks very beautiful? One hand was already raised high. Everyone believed that if Shen Nanfeng said she was beautiful, Su Shi's big slap could make him spin around 6 times on the spot. Shen Nanfeng was about to speak when he suddenly felt a headache. He pressed his forehead hard and took a moment to recover. This time, when he looked up again, his expression was clear. He wanted to turn back in fear, but Su Shi slapped him on the head, making him come back to his senses. Are you crazy? Don't look at her. There's something strange about her, Su Shi warned softly. Shen Nanfeng's cheeks twitched painfully from the slap, but he was finally fully alert. He withdrew his trembling fingers into his sleeve, his Adam's apple moving up and down. After a moment, he asked slowly, "What exactly is going on with Jing Hongyi?" "She's too terrifying." He didn't like Jing Hongyi at all. But just now, he couldn't help but feel that Jing Hongyi was adorable, innocent, and carefree. "Has she turned into a fox spirit?" Nanqing asked foolishly. No one could give him an answer, but everyone thought it was very likely. "So what do we do now?" Hu Qingshan asked in a deep voice. They couldn't keep standing like this forever. But if they wanted to leave, Jing Hongyi probably wouldn't allow it. And then there might be more trouble, like some kind of divine punishment. Staying here until their people arrived wouldn't be a good idea either. It seems that no matter how I choose, nothing works. Why does this old woman always ruin my plans? Jing Hongyi stared fiercely at Su Shi's back, feeling restless and uneasy for some reason. Just now, it was this old woman holding hands with her husband, and her lightning strike didn't come down. Could it be that the strike didn't work, not because of her husband, but because of this man? Or maybe this woman has realized that if she looks at her for too long, she will develop good feelings for her. Could this woman be her nemesis? Absolutely not. If this woman ruins her plans, everything she is now will disappear. She just needed to try and see if it was true. Boom! Another thunderclap sounded. But Su Shi keenly noticed a flash of lightning on Zhang's body. She instinctively reached out to grab Zhang's hand. Boom! The thunderclouds flickered wildly in the sky, but didn't come down. Su Shi suddenly understood. It really was related to her. Sure enough, it's you. This old woman, who ruined my plans. A murderous look flashed in Jing Hongyi's eyes. Over the years, she relied on this ability, which made the entire clan see her as precious, and she could get whatever she wanted. If anyone displeased her, she would say a few words, and some clan members or even heaven would help her, causing the other person to suffer a terrible fate. This was the first time Jing Hongyi realized someone could break her power. She absolutely couldn't let this old woman live. Otherwise, everything she had would be gone. "Miss, we didn't mean to disturb you. Please let us go." Su Shi raised her voice. "We don't want trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If you're unreasonable, we can be just as tough." In that moment, when she looked into the other's eyes, Su Shi had a sudden thought. She understood. Her heart skipped a beat. "I'll say it again. If you leave my husband here, I will let you go." Jing Hongyi smiled happily, but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Today, she didn't notice that she had used her lightning ability in front of outsiders. Although she was confident, she also knew that the world was full of surprises. There may be no one in the world who cannot subdue her, so she has always been afraid to show herself in front of others, worried that she might be discovered. If she is found out, it could lead to deadly consequences. It seems that everyone here today must die. "Young lady, you're joking. I don't even know you, let alone marry you." Shen Nanfeng firmly refused.
Why?
"Don't you want your companions to stay alive? If you marry me, they might survive." Jing Hongyi playfully twirled a strand of her hair, teasing and trying to provoke him. Shen Nanfeng smiled and said, "I'm not a 3-year-old child. You don't need to say such things. It just makes you look too foolish. Are you trying to save everyone?" If that were true, he wouldn't have involved everyone. But in her eyes, he clearly saw murderous intent. So, why should he beg for mercy?
You.
Then all of you just go die. I want to see how many of you I can save this time. Jing Hongyi's eyes flicked over the people of the Su family, desperately thinking to herself, "Kill them all, kill them all." A wave of weakness and helplessness washed over her mind, but Jing Hongyi was very happy, because she knew this meant her plan was about to succeed.
Boom.
Boom. Above the Su family members, dark clouds gathered like a city under siege, as if monsters were about to appear. This time, Shen Shi saw lightning flashing around each person. At a critical moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came, with fierce arrow winds that seemed capable of destroying all darkness. carrying unstoppable momentum, shooting toward Jing Hongyi from the sky. Jing Hongyi's heart suddenly raced. She immediately released her control over the thunder to strike at the Su family members. In that split second, countless arrows appeared larger and larger in her pupils. Jing Hongyi screamed in fear, her face losing all color. At this crucial moment, Ling Kongshan rushed forward recklessly, knocking Jing Hongyi to the ground. But as they fell, the arrows had already struck Ling Kongshan. Ling Kongshan spat out a mouthful of blood, then another. Ah! Jing Hongyi was terrified. What she couldn't bear most was that Ling Kongshan's blood splattered all over her face. Ugh, so disgusting. Jing Hongyi hurriedly pushed Ling Kongshan away. Her face, her neck, all covered in fresh blood. Why Yui? Jing Hongyi tilted her head and couldn't help but. Ling Kongshan, who was pushed aside and was frantically spitting blood, looked at Jing Hongyi with disbelief. His eyes were red but gradually
dimmed.
Red. Hongyi, why? He had risked his life to save her, yet she despised his blood? Why was that? It seemed something in his heart was slowly fading away. Memories of the past few years appeared in his mind, and Ling Kongshan's confused thoughts gradually cleared. Why you? What kind of monster are you? Why, since meeting Jing Hongyi years ago, had he felt like he was under a spell? Shut up. You're the monster. Jing Hongyi glared angrily at Ling Kongshan, sneering. An unknown side character dying once for the heroine is your honor. Such a small subordinate, and he dares to question her? Wait, that shouldn't be. Why did Ling Kongshan suddenly ask her that? And, just now when she was angry, why didn't Ling Kongshan get into trouble? Honor, honor. Ling Kongshan's pupils gradually lost focus and finally, all light disappeared from his eyes. And all this happened in just a moment. Hongyi, Kunshan? How did Kunshan also die? A crowd rushed over. Leading them was Ling Huashan, who had gone to find the clan members. He looked down at the already dead Ling Kongshan, a hint of sneaky joy flashing in his eyes. But on his face, he still pretended to be sorrowful and asked, "What happened? Hongyi, are you hurt? How could he have been shot dead?" Jing Hongyi cried as she jumped up, tears streaming down her face, acting pitifully, and threw herself into an old man's arms, acting spoiled. "Grandpa, it was so scary. Someone just tried to shoot me. Boo-hoo. It was Kunshan who saved me. Boo-hoo, thanks to Kunshan, but Kunshan is dead." Jing Hongyi cried heartbreakingly then, before anyone could speak, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. It seemed she couldn't bear the pain. Everyone anxiously gathered around Jing Hongyi, asking about her condition, except for a couple who held Ling Kongshan, crying their hearts out. My son, why did you have to die, Kongshan?
Kongshan.
How could you leave your parents behind? Wake up, let me see you again." Kongshan's parents cried with broken hearts. Mom. Suddenly, Kongshan softly called out again and again. Kongshan's mother was overjoyed. She eagerly pressed her ear to his mouth and asked carefully, "Son, how are you? I will go find a doctor for you. Mom, the red-clothed one is a monster. Be careful." After barely finishing the sentence, Kongshan took his last breath. His mother looked up in disbelief and confusion. The red-clothed one is a monster?
How could that be?
The red-clothed person was clearly their village's little lucky star. In that moment, as his mother looked up, she suddenly saw a pair of round but cold, sharp eyes. The pupils were huge and dark, as if trying to swallow all the light. His mother screamed in fear. His father hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" His mother, trembling, pointed ahead and stammered, "Just now, those eyes." She didn't finish her words, because she realized no one else was looking at her. So, whose eyes had she seen just now? Could it have been just a hallucination? "Sai, you're just too sad and foolish. Let's quickly carry our son back." His father stood up, wanting to ask a villager to help carry his wife home, then himself to carry their son. But when he looked around, he saw everyone had already gathered around the unconscious Jing Hongyi and left with him. As for Kongshan, he was truly
gone.
Besides the couple, no one else paid attention. Cough, cough, cough. His father, overwhelmed with grief, coughed loudly and soon spat out a large mouthful of blood. His father, "Don't scare me like that," his mother cried loudly, supporting her husband, tears blurring her vision. Why did this happen? Kong Shan is gone. No one cares. Everyone is just focused on Hongyi. For the first time, a wave of twisted feelings and anger rose in his father's heart. What's more important, life or appearances? His young son died trying to save the girl in red, but not a single villager showed concern or asked about him. His father, just now when Kong Shan was dying, he told me something. He said the girl in red is a monster and warned me to be careful. Mother Ling trembled as she finished speaking, carefully looking around her surroundings, including the sky. She saw no signs of bird droppings or anything unusual. She hadn't fallen for no reason, and only then did she feel a bit relieved. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hey, I just said bad things about the girl in red and I didn't get into trouble? How is that possible? Mother Ling was both scared and strangely excited. Father Ling also noticed something. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned to look at his dead son, and felt a deep sadness. He clenched his teeth and suddenly asked his wife, "Do you feel like something is different now?" "Yes. I used to like the girl in red, but today, after Kong Shan died, I suddenly resented her. Thinking about the past makes me uncomfortable. I feel the same. It's like I was bewitched before. Maybe Kong Shan's death made us realize something now." Mother Ling looked confused and asked, "What should we do now? What can we do now that we've found out?"
Kong Shan is already gone.
Our son didn't die for nothing. That girl in red must be suspicious. I have to expose her, Father Ling said firmly. Well said. A clear, handsome male voice suddenly sounded, startling Father and Mother Ling. A man strode forward confidently, saying, "If you want to avenge your son, you can work with me." The man smiled and handed over a token. The Su family rode their carriage out hurriedly and finally reached the city after half an hour, finally feeling relieved. Everyone looked relieved after surviving the ordeal. Then, a mute watched the carriage, while others found a small tavern to eat. Looking at the busy crowd outside, everyone finally calmed down. It was so scary. Yeah, no kidding. That girl in red, was she even human? What exactly happened just now? How could that girl summon lightning? Everyone was talking loudly, and the fear on their faces had not yet disappeared. Instead, Hu Qingshan was thinking about who might have been the person trying to shoot Jing Hongyi. If they hadn't appeared, and if they hadn't tried to shoot Jing Hongyi, they might already be dead now. Being able to slip out during the chaotic time afterward was quite rare. Who knows? Anyway, we should stay far away. Su Mingren tightly held Zheng's hand, looking terrified. Shun Nanfeng looked thoughtful at Su Shi and asked with a frown, "Aunt Su, why didn't the lightning strike me later?" "Yes, at first, your mother pulled Shin Nanfeng, and the lightning didn't strike. Then she pulled the eldest sister-in-law, and it still didn't strike." "What's going on here?" Su Mingyi also asked confusedly. This was very strange. First, order some wine, then 2 small dishes to go with it. "Let's calm down first." Su Shi waved and called the waiter to order food. Everyone had just eaten dumplings and wasn't hungry. But as Su Shi said, they were frightened, so having a few sips of wine to calm their nerves was a good idea. As for the children, they ordered 2 plates of snacks. Although the disaster hadn't fully passed and prices were a bit high, Su Shi didn't care anymore. Even Su Mingren, who was usually frugal, felt it was worth spending this money. "Here we go. This is strong liquor, rice wine, cured meat, fried peanuts, cold spinach salad, a plate of mung bean cake, and a crystal rose roll. Enjoy your meal, everyone." It was no longer mealtime, so there weren't many customers in the small tavern. As long as the Su family spoke softly, they wouldn't be overheard. The 3 children each took a piece of snack and started eating. Soon, the second girl forgot her earlier fear and happily ate her snack. "Grandma, these snacks are delicious, but not as good as those from the Rong estate. Hurry up and eat. You can't even close your mouth." Zhang affectionately poked her younger daughter's forehead, but she also secretly envied children. In such a big event, They could forget so quickly and calm down. Adults could never do that. After 2 sips of wine, they felt a warm heat spread through their bodies. Su Shi's cheeks turned slightly red, like she had stolen the sunset, glowing beautifully. Hu Qingshan accidentally glanced and couldn't look away anymore. 11 lady is becoming more and more beautiful. Hu Qingshan muttered to himself. Actually, I don't really understand what's going on. Do you believe me? Su Shi, with blurry drunken eyes, smiled and looked around at everyone, holding a wine bottle and giggling. She really didn't know what was happening either. She just acted on instinct. After all, Jing Hongyi might be the heroine of some story, and she probably could be considered a heroine too. That's why she dared to do this. I'm worried about you getting hurt, so I acted on instinct. I didn't expect it to actually work. Su Shi giggled. Hu Qingshan lowered his eyes, took a piece of sauce meat, chewed slowly, and replied in a deep voice, "Maybe it's just a coincidence." How could it be so coincidental that a girl who looks like a fairy in a story can break her spell? Everyone looked at Hu Qingshan in surprise. Isn't Hu Qingshan usually the one listening to Su Shi? Why is he criticizing her today? I think it might also be the magic of that fairy girl, sometimes effective, sometimes not, Su Mingyi said with a meaningful look at Hu Qingshan, agreeing. Such good luck isn't really good. If others find out, it could bring disaster to her family. Everyone here is smart, except for Su Mingren and his wife who don't understand the situation. They are honest and rarely speak, so no one asked how Su Shi managed to break the other's spell. Shen Nanfeng cupped his hands and said, "Aunt Su, you saved my life again today. I will remember this." As for how Su Shi could ignore the thunder, it was too unbelievable. Like she said herself, she didn't know either. Digging into this wouldn't help her aunt, and it wouldn't mean anything. So, Shen Nanfeng just needed to remember this kindness, and that was enough. We're all family, no need for such formalities. But that girl Jing Hongyi is really too strange. Let's leave quickly, Su Shi said with lingering fear. That girl Jing Hongyi's skills as the heroine are just too incredible. Shen Nanfeng nodded. This place is still a day's journey from Yan'an City. Let's hurry, and we should arrive before sunset tomorrow. Everyone was eager to leave quickly, afraid of provoking that ancestor again. After drinking wine and finishing the food, they immediately set out. The carriage sped along quickly, swaying as it went. The people who had drunk were sleeping soundly, without vomiting. While the Su family was desperately running away, chaos broke out in Ling Village. The reason was simple. 2 people mysteriously died, both young boys just over 10 years old. How could the parents bear this? Especially since Ling Zhushan's body wasn't even found, which drove Zhushan's parents nearly mad. The village chief kicked Ling Zhushan's father, who was kneeling and pressed down, sending him flying. His old face was flushed with anger. The crowd, shouting and arguing, fell silent out of fear after the village chief's kick. Zhushan's father, "Stop this nonsense. We said the clan will compensate you with 100 taels of silver, and Hongyi will pay you 300 taels. What more do you want? Don't go too far." Zhushan's mother was held down and couldn't break free, only able to watch her husband being kicked away and collapsing to the ground, coughing blood. Her anger seemed to burn inside her head. "Let me go. Let me go. Am I being unreasonable? My son was mysteriously killed by Jing Hongyi. You won't even give an explanation? And Jing Hongyi is supposed to pay us 300 taels? Fine. I'll give you this money, and I'll kill your son. Are you willing?" Zhushan's father struggled to stand up, blood trickling from his lips, shouting fiercely and demanding answers. The village chief's attitude made him feel cold inside. What hurt even more was that everyone in the clan shared the same attitude. "Zhushan's father, are you crazy? And who said Hongyi killed Zhushan? Did you see it? Or did anyone see it?" The village chief, Ling, asked coldly. Zhushan's father immediately shouted. Huashan saw it. He came back and told everyone. "Ling Huashan, did you see it?" Ling the village chief turned to ask Huashan. Huashan, a short man, stepped forward with a blank expression and said, "I never said that. Zhushan wasn't killed by Hongyi either." Zhushan's father, Stop spreading false accusations. Yes, yes. When Huashan ran back and told us, we were all there. Who heard Huashan say that Jushan was harmed by the red-clad person? Many family members spoke quickly and sincerely, as if Huashan had never said such a thing. What made Jushan's parents feel hopeless and scared was that it seemed no one actually heard Huashan's words, as if everyone's memories had been changed. But only they, the couple, remembered the incident clearly, as if they were different from others. Jushan's father, stay calm. Jushan has died, and everyone feels sorry for you. But you can't be so confused by grief that you blame innocent Hongyi. Exactly. Why are you blaming Hongyi? She was already very sad about Jushan's death. Do you want her to listen to your accusations? People shouldn't be too selfish. Each accusation hit Jushan's father like a heavy hammer, crushing his heart. The man stood there blankly, suddenly unsure of what to do. At that moment, Huashan's father and mother suddenly rushed out. Huashan's father patted Jushan's father and whispered something in his ear. Finally, Jushan's father admitted his mistake. He bent down and apologized. I was too grief-stricken and remembered wrongly. Please forgive me, everyone. It was clearly Jing Hongyi. But now, as Jushan's father, he was apologizing to Jing Hongyi. Chief, since Jushan's father just lost a son, let's forgive him this time, Huashan's father pleaded. Other family members saw Jushan's father admit his mistake and didn't press him further. Jing Hongyi, looking sorrowful, covered her chest and staggered out, tears in her eyes, saying she didn't blame Jushan's parents. It's all my fault. If Jushan hadn't gone out with me, he wouldn't have been harmed. Boo-hoo. Jushan's father, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Seeing this, the family members felt pity for Jing Hongyi and secretly held some resentment towards Jushan's parents. Jushan's father clenched his teeth, but could only humbly apologize and admit his mistake. Finally, after Jing Hongyi had finished acting, she left, and everyone else let Jushan's parents go. The family dispersed, leaving behind a lonely feeling under the vast sky, as if they were alone in the world. Come to my house for a drink. Father Ling spoke loudly, with a sad tone. Two fathers who had both lost their sons at the same time could understand each other's pain and shared a drink to comfort each other. Father Jushan nodded sadly, and they supported each other as they left. Meanwhile, Jing Hongyi watched their departing figures and nodded with satisfaction. Although removing everyone's bad memories of her used up a lot of her good luck points, it was worth it. It's just a pity that I probably can't create good luck now, nor can I punish those who have been unkind to me. Jing Hongyi quietly thought to herself that it was better not to go out for now. When her good luck points slowly increased again, everything would be fine. Thinking about her current luck points, she smiled slightly and got up to go to the side room. Clink, clink. Inside the side room, there was the sound of chains rattling. Then a hoarse voice, impossible to tell if it was male or female, spoke. The shouting was rough, like a beast's, but that was all. Jing Hongyi chuckled softly, saying, My dear sister, you must stay alive. Otherwise, your little sweetheart will have nowhere to hide when he dies. You know that, right? Ha ha ha. Father Kongshan, what exactly is going on? Why does everyone seem to forget that when Huashan's child returned, he clearly said that Jing Hongyi mistakenly killed Jushan? But now, everyone seems to have forgotten. As soon as they entered Kongshan's house, Jushan's father eagerly asked. He found it hard to believe and couldn't understand. Kongshan's father, with bloodshot eyes, just sighed and said, I don't know what really happened. But when Kongshan died, he left a message saying Jing Hongyi is a monster and that we should be careful. Yes, after Kongshan died, I suddenly remembered many things from the past, like a dream. I felt that I used to be very obedient to Jing Hongyi, but after Kongshan's death, I hated her so much I wished she would die. Kongshan's mother also hurriedly shared her confusion. The four of them discussed back and forth, trying to piece together what had happened. Jing Hongyi must be some kind of monster, capable of deceiving people's minds. Thinking back to those years ago, the few people who didn't like red dress all mysteriously died in the end, but no one thought Jing Hongyi did anything wrong. Yes, now that I think about it, weren't we also against Jing Hongi back then?
Just like the others today.
There must be something strange about Jing Hongi. But she definitely isn't invincible. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't be happening now.
Right.
But those people are gone. Where can we find someone to help us now? Father Zhu Shan looked very worried. Could they really defeat Jing Hongi? Don't worry, Father Zhu Shan. Today, someone came to me and said they could help us get revenge. They've already sent people to find the one who made Jing Hongi's magic fail. Ling Kong Mountain is full of confidence. Although his son's death was huge, it also gave him new strength. Especially because that person came to him, making him more sure than ever that he could succeed in revenge. Who came to you? Father and Mother Zhu Shan asked carefully. No one outside knows about our situation in Lingjia village. Who could come to help us? Father Kong Mountain secretly leaned closer to Father Zhu Shan and whispered a few words in his ear. Father Zhu Shan was overjoyed, but also a bit confused. Why would such a great person come to our small Lingjia village? I don't know about that. But with this person's status, they definitely wouldn't lie. Father Kong Mountain said very confidently. Zhu Shan nodded in agreement, his scarlet eyes flashing with excitement. He nodded hard and then asked, "You're right. So, what should we do now?" His son didn't even leave a body. He must make Jing Hongi pay for this. Father Kong Mountain slowly said, I've carefully thought about what has happened over the years and found a strange point. Have you ever seen Jing Hongi's sister? Jing Hongi's sister? Zhu Shan repeated the phrase blankly twice. Clearly, in his memory, he almost never saw this person. But Zhu Shan's wife remembered and muttered, I remember. When Jing Hongi came to our village, she came with her sister. Originally, Jing Hongi's sister had a round face and looked very lucky, but later, for some unknown reason, her sister fell seriously ill, became afraid of sunlight, and lost the ability to speak. Jing Hongi said her sister was afraid to see people, so she never came out. It seems that since then, no one has seen Jing Hongi's sister again. Actually, Jing Hongi was not from Lingjia village. Before Jing Hongi arrived, Lingjia village was very poor. Originally, Jing Hongi, her sister, and a young boy went to beg in Lingjia village and were kindly taken in by the villagers. The villagers gave the three of them an abandoned, run-down house to live in. At first, life was quite normal, until Jing Hongi's sister suddenly fell ill, and the boy also disappeared. After that, Jing Hongi seemed to become very lucky. Just by wishing for meat, many delicious treats appeared. By wishing for money, she found lots of money on her way out. By wishing for good weather, the village had a good harvest every year. Actually, at first, many people were jealous or even resentful of Jing Hongi's good luck, but I don't know when, no one in the village disliked her anymore. Yes, only a few people didn't like her. Some had accidents and died, or they still died. Zhu Shan's father thought hard but couldn't figure out what happened to those who didn't like Jing Hongi. They all ended up dead. It seemed Jing Hongi had some kind of magic that made everyone like her. Aunt Kongshan suddenly looked a little scared as she glanced outside the house, swallowed hard, and said, You guys think Jing Hongi is so strange. Now we all hate her and want her to die.
Do you think
she might kill us? After all, over the years, everyone in the village who disliked Jing Hongi had died unexpectedly. Even if they truly wanted to avenge their son, they couldn't die before getting revenge, right? It won't happen, a confident female voice replied. That's good, Aunt Kongshan sighed in relief. But the next moment, she stiffened and looked up suddenly, her pupils dilating. Who just spoke? That voice wasn't theirs. The other three immediately looked toward the door. Then, a mature, steady male voice spoke again. At first, Master Kongshan was momentarily confused. Then suddenly, he stood up with great joy and quickly went to open the door. Outside stood a man and a woman. The man was tall, neither thin nor overly muscular, with a proud posture like an unbreakable deity. His features were strong and noble, with black eyes shining like stars, bright enough to illuminate all evil spirits. He had a high nose, slightly thin lips, and a jawline like a carved blade. a tough yet handsome man. Master Wei? Is that you? Master Kongshan looked at the man, his face full of surprise and happiness. The man called Wei to run hurriedly said, "Come in first, so no one sees us." Master Kongshan quickly invited them inside. As soon as they entered, he began to introduce, "This is the master from Jing'an Prefecture I told you about, Master Wei. Master Wei, can you really help my son get revenge? That red-clad girl seems like a monster." Master Zhu Shan's wife looked frightened at the sight of an official, especially seeing Wei Deren, who exuded a fierce aura, proud and cold, making it hard to look directly at him. Wei Shi nodded coldly and replied, "Yes. This was his purpose for coming, so it would definitely happen." "That's wonderful. That's wonderful." Master Zhu Shan's wife burst into tears of joy, hugging her husband's arm and crying. Her son was practically dead, with no remains left. This tore her apart inside, yet she had to watch her husband apologize to the murderer, which made her feel even more pain and anguish. Now, the official had spoken. Although she didn't know if it would really happen for her, it was hope. "Master Wei, who is this?" Master Kongshan and others looked at the woman standing behind Wei Deren, guessing her identity. She looked older than Wei Deren, but she couldn't be his mother or sister. Could she be a servant? But why would an official bring a servant along to handle official business? Luckily, Su Shi didn't know what they were thinking, or he'd be annoyed. "This is Su Shi's wife, one of the people present today. It's also thanks to her that the monster's magic temporarily failed, so I specifically asked her to help," Wei Deren said calmly.
Su Shi's mouth twitched.
What a please to come back. Her whole family's lives were in the other person's hands. Of course, she had to come. Everyone looked at Su Shi with curious eyes. Could she really make Jing Hongyi's magic temporarily stop? That's so amazing. "Madam Su, I want to ask you, was my son Zhushan killed by Jing Hongyi?" Zhushan's father trembled as he asked. Everyone said no, which made him doubt himself a little. Su Shi thought for a moment about which one was Zhushan, then nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she explained everything clearly. "Jing Hongyi wanted to attack us, but the lightning didn't strike. Just then, your son stepped forward to care for her. Maybe Jing Hongyi was also testing if the lightning still worked on your son. Although it's not really my business, I still have to say I'm sorry." Now she even hoped these people would be unhappy with her and blame her, so she could use that as a reason to leave. After all, if they had issues with her, they wouldn't cooperate well, and problems could happen. It seems that Lord Wei also doesn't want to take risks. When dealing with Jing Hongyi, you have to strike hard and fast. It really was her. How did she manage to make everyone in the village forget? Wei Shi immediately asked, "What do you mean everyone in the village forgot?" Kongshan's father and others hurriedly explained everything, including some of their guesses. "I also want revenge, but the Lord must be very careful. Over the years, anyone who disliked Jing Hongyi has died." Kongshan's father warned nervously. They were here to help, and Kongshan's father really didn't want to see them risking their lives. Is it really that evil?
Su Shi frowned.
How could the Way of Heaven choose such a person as the heroine? No matter how you look at the story, it seems like Jing Hongyi stole the original heroine's luck, which is why she's so evil. Does Jing Hongyi have any relatives or close people? Even those who are dead count, Su Shi tentatively asked. Originally, Su Shi was just making a guess casually, but Zhushan's father and the others were shocked. Zhushan's mother pointed at Su Shi and muttered, "You're a monster too, aren't you? That's how you know Jing Hongyi has a sister." "You are a monster, but I was just asking casually. How did I know she has a younger sister?" Su 11 rolled his eyes and then said to Wei Shizhao, "Find out about this younger sister. I think the key to the matter might be with her." At the same time, Jing Hongyi also spoke to Leader Ling saying, "Leader, today someone tried to kill me. They must be jealous that I brought good luck to Ling Village, and that life is getting better. They didn't succeed this time, but they will come again. The best plan now is to hide in Lingzhu Mountain or Lingkong Mountain, disguise ourselves, and wait for them to kill me or steal me. Or take me away and steal the good luck of Ling Village." Hearing this, Leader Ling was furious. How can that be? Don't worry, I will send people to investigate right now. I won't let anyone hurt you. Because of Jing Hongyi, Ling Village has become richer. He decided he wouldn't allow anyone to harm or steal her. So, Leader Ling immediately led a large group of people and marched toward Linkong Mountain's home. Absolutely cannot let outsiders in. If outsiders find out the secret of Hongyi's good luck and take her away, our Ling Village will have nothing left. Leader Ling encouraged the villagers. The villagers all agreed. Since Jing Hongyi arrived, their Ling Village has become more united. So, after hearing the leader's call, the men in the village quickly picked up their weapons and joined the team. Who wouldn't want their days to stay this good? But some were worried about Zhu Mountain's father and others. They couldn't help but ask the leader, "Leader, what if Zhu Mountain's father and the others are truly confused? They are family, connected by blood." Having grown up together and shared decades of friendship, everyone hoped things wouldn't turn bad. Leader Ling's expression softened a little, and he smiled as he said, "The bad-hearted ones are those with ill intentions. As long as Zhu Mountain's father and the others realize their mistake, I won't pursue it. Of course, this is also Hongyi's wish." Hongyi is very sad that they lost their children. Hearing this, the villagers immediately responded, "Hongyi is really kind. Yes, we should go and talk to Zhu Mountain's father and the others. We should also thank Hongyi properly. When one person says something silly, others will criticize him for being foolish. But if everyone starts saying silly things, everyone will accept it as normal. The person who questions this will be seen as the foolish one." When Leader Ling and his group arrived at the Ling family's house on Linkong Mountain, they found the door tightly shut and the yard completely silent. Leader Ling gave a quick look to the people behind him. They all nodded in understanding. Then, a few young, skilled members quietly entered the yard. The others surrounded the yard tightly, making sure not a single fly could escape. Someone kicked open the door, and several young family members quickly rushed inside. Inside, Kwangshan's parents, who were crying and hugging their heads, were startled and stood up in confusion and fear. They looked at the sudden intruders and frowned, upset, asking, "What are you doing?" It was almost like they were bandits. The family members didn't answer. Instead, they searched the house quickly, even checking inside the cabinets. "What are you doing? Little guy, why are you coming to my house?"
Stop it.
"This is too much. What do you really want?" Kwangshan's parents shouted angrily and tried to stop them, but the intruders pushed them aside. Zhushan's parents looked terrified, their eyes red and swollen. They asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing? Why did they suddenly break into someone's home?" Kwangshan's father gritted his teeth in anger and struggled to break free, his eyes red with rage. "Enough is enough. What are you really after?" "Leader Ling, there's no one else here." After searching carefully several times and finding no sign of anyone else, the family members honestly told Leader Ling. Leader Ling stepped forward, confused, and asked, "Kwangshan's father, where is everyone?" "What do you mean? It's just us and Zhushan's parents here." Kwangshan's father shouted, "Is this really their leader?" But deep down, he was relieved. He was glad he listened to Mr. Wei's advice, or they might have been caught by the villagers. However, with Mr. Wei's skills, it was impossible for others to know they had entered the village. So how did Leader Ling find out? Red Clothes said, "If you bring outsiders in, you will definitely bring them in." Chief Ling firmly replied, "There is no doubt about that." Father Kongshan felt the deepest sorrow was losing hope, so he sat quietly and said indifferently, "Since the chief doesn't trust us, then search everywhere." He never thought he would be searched by his own people one day. Chief Ling didn't tolerate laziness. He immediately ordered people to tear down the house and search again, but they found nothing. Finally, Ling Huashan said, "Chief, Red Clothes couldn't be wrong. But now, the outsiders might not be waiting inside Kongshan's house. I suggest we search every household in the village. We will definitely find those two outsiders." Over the years, Red Clothes' words had never been wrong. This time, it would be no different. The biggest possibility was that those outsiders had already hidden somewhere else. Huashan is right. Suddenly, Jing Hongyi's voice came from behind everyone, and they all turned around happily. Everyone immediately showed concern for Jing Hongyi. Hongyi, you're not feeling well. Why did you come out? Don't worry, Hongyi. We will catch those people and protect you. Everyone spoke one after another, making Jing Hongyi feel very comforted. She enjoyed their care and attention very much, but the matter was urgent, so she urged, Chief, Huashan is right. Let's check first. Now life was peaceful and comfortable. She didn't want anyone to ruin it. It's just a pity she had to erase those people's memories and use up her good luck points. Otherwise, how could those outsiders have entered the village? Over the years, she had never allowed outsiders into the village. After all, her good luck points were limited. If too many people liked her, she couldn't control everyone's feelings, which could lead to trouble. It was best to control just the Ling family village. Once those outsiders were dealt with, her life would surely return to how it was before. Red clothes is right. Gather everyone in the village and the men go search. Chief Ling immediately gave the order. Ling Huashan asked, and here, Chief Ling frowned. Send someone to watch those few. No causing trouble. Although there is no proof yet that the people from Kongshan clan colluded with outsiders, Hongyi said there was an outsider, so there must be one. Once the outsider is caught, it will be easier to accuse Kongshan clan members. Soon, the villagers left in a large group. Only a few people stayed behind to watch over Kongshan clan members. Kongshan clan's father was angry and hopeless. This is his own people. Zhu Shan's father was still angry and cursed a few words, but he was beaten by the villagers and finally shut his mouth, saying nothing. The few of them looked at each other, hoping that Lord Wei and Lady Su had hidden well and wouldn't be discovered by the villagers. At this moment, Su 11 couldn't help but give Wei Shi a thumbs up and quietly praised, Impressive, you got in so easily. Wei Shi responded with flattery. Lady Su is just as clever, thinking to hide here, right? Su 11 looked around the room and couldn't help but cover his nose and mouth. The smell in this room was really terrible. Dark, cramped, damp, and poorly ventilated. To put it bluntly, it's such a place that even pigs would die if kept here. So, this is Jing Hongyi's sister? She really has secrets, Su 11 muttered, staring at the curled-up figure in the corner, not knowing if she was alive or dead. He called her a figure because it was really hard to tell if it was a person at all. Wei Shi's eyes flashed with hatred and anger, but he hid it well. He stepped forward, gently turned the person over, and brushed aside the girl's dirty hair, revealing a small face no bigger than a palm. Her face was dark and black, making it impossible to see her features. Seeing Wei Shi act so gently, Su 11 raised an eyebrow.
Could they
Know each other? Do you know her? Su 11 asked directly. Right now, their goal was to deal with Jing Hongyi, and clearly, this sister was the key. For their own safety, Su 11 didn't bother to be polite or cautious. No, I don't know her, Wei Shi replied. He didn't recognize her, but someone close to him did. Hearing this, Su 11 was skeptical, but didn't press further. It was obvious the other person didn't want to say anything, so asking more would be pointless. Strange. This girl has many wounds and probably hasn't seen a doctor, yet she keeps living. Her pulse isn't weak either. Wei Shi had already checked her pulse and found it very interesting. It's almost unbelievable. She is Jing Hongyi's younger sister. Considering how strange Jing Hongyi is, this isn't surprising, Su Shi said. With such strong life force, it seems more like a special skill of the heroine. Do you think maybe Jing Hongyi's so-called magic is actually this girl's ability? Otherwise, why would Jing Hongyi keep this sister around? Su Shi stroked her chin and murmured. Looking at the wounds on this girl and her living environment, it's clear that Jing Hongyi doesn't treat her well. No, it's more like she hates her. But if she hates her so much, why not just get rid of her? Why keep her alive? As if there's some unavoidable reason to do so. Wei Shi suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Shi with a deep, complex gaze. There was curiosity, shock, and a hint of hidden deadly intent. But that deadly feeling flashed by quickly and disappeared. If Su Shi weren't so perceptive, she might not have noticed it. Lord Wei, since you want my help, shouldn't you be more honest with me? Su Shi asked expressionlessly. If it's still not obvious that Lord Wei knows a lot about Jing Hongyi and her sister, then he must be very foolish. This has nothing to do with you, Wei Shi answered coldly. Su Shi sneered. Since you think it has nothing to do with me, why did you bring me here in the first place? He forcibly brought her here, and now he says it's none of her business? Lady Su, you are a smart person. You should know that the less you know, the better for you, Wei Shi warned softly. This woman is really too noisy. Su Shi shrugged and agreed. All right. If he doesn't want her to know too much, then she'll just not interfere. As for what he wants her to do, she'll find out when the time comes. Someone's coming. Wei Shi quickly covered the girl's hair back over her face, then leaned close to Su Shi's ear and whispered, Sorry to bother you. Then she quickly wrapped her arm around Su Shi's waist and leapt onto the beam above. The two of them hid behind thick wooden beams, and because the room was dark, they were perfectly concealed. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open. Jing Hongyi hurried inside and immediately saw the girl, half dead, curled up in the corner. She looked around quickly, searching for any signs of movement, but found nothing and finally let out a sigh of relief. She casually grabbed a whip hanging on the wall and struck it hard at the girl. The girl, still unconscious, let out a muffled sound and slowly woke up. Seeing the pain on the girl's face, Jing Hongyi felt excited and happy inside, but she didn't have time to waste on this person. She stepped forward and kicked the girl, demanding, I want more luck. How can I get it? Cough, cough. The girl coughed for a long time before hoarsely speaking, You already have the luck of the world on you. How could there be more? That's impossible. Jing Lui, don't try to scare me. If all the luck of the world was on me, I'd be invincible already. How could anyone resist my divine punishment? Jing Hongyi clenched her whip tightly and threatened fiercely, Are you going to tell me the truth? Does she think I'm a fool who can be easily tricked? She's just staying in her corner to do whatever she wants in Lingjia village, acting like a local emperor. But if all the luck of the world is on her, how could she not even handle an old woman? Jing Hongyi, even if you take my luck and become the favored one of the heavens, that luck isn't endless. If you keep using the luck given by the heavens to kill innocents and act recklessly, the world will face natural disasters. And you, too, will eventually be struck down by the divine justice. Jing Lui, panting heavily, took a long time to finish speaking. Both people on the beam were shocked. Could it be that the recent famine and drought were caused by Jing Hongyi wasting the luck of the heavens? Is she really the favored one of the divine? Su Shi was stunned. Although Wei Shi didn't understand what favored one of the divine meant, after hearing this, he roughly understood the meaning. He couldn't help but feel nervous. The luck of the world was actually in the hands of such a crazy woman? That's truly ridiculous. If there truly is a way of heaven, how could it act so unfairly? If the way of heaven really behaves like this, then it doesn't deserve to be called the way of heaven. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Jing Green Clothes, I ask you, how can I quickly gather good luck? If you don't tell me, I will kill that mute person right now, Jing Red Clothes threatened fiercely. But this time, Jing Green Clothes smiled. Although her face was dark and hard to read, her laughter carried a hint of sadness. Jing Red Clothes, if I am not mistaken, you no longer have any luck, just like an ordinary person, right? Jing Red Clothes was shocked and angry. She whipped fiercely and gritted her teeth, shouting, I knew it was you, you wicked person. Give me back my luck. Quickly, ugh. Jing Green Clothes cried out in pain, but there was a hint of happiness in her voice. Red Clothes, taking someone else's luck always has to be paid back. Your end is near, and I, too, will eventually pay the price for my actions. In the end, Jing Red Clothes gained nothing. She beat Jing Green Clothes and then left. However, Wei Shi didn't immediately let Su 11 down from the beam. He waited for a while and Jing Red Clothes returned, but she found nothing this time either. Still, she was secretly happy. This place was her biggest secret. Not being discovered made her feel relieved. Come down now. She won't come back, Jing Green Clothes suddenly said softly. Su 11 raised an eyebrow. When they arrived earlier, wasn't Jing Green Clothes unconscious? How did she know they were here? Before she could figure it out, the man pulled her down. Who did Jing Red Clothes steal luck from? Weishur asked in a deep voice. Standing behind him, Su 11 pouted. Brother, your question is really straightforward. Jing Green Clothes coughed twice, then slowly moved back and leaned against the cold wall, asking softly, the little mute guy is still alive, right? Was it him who sent you to find me? Throughout, Jing Green Clothes' gaze never lingered on Su 11 for even a moment. It was as if she couldn't see Su 11 at all. This suited Su Shi's wishes perfectly. She didn't want to get too involved because if these people started seeing her as a monster like Jing Hongyi, that would be bad. Yes, he asked me to save you. He's a good person, but I was worried he might cause trouble, so I didn't bring him here. Weishur nodded in agreement. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have known about the unusual situation here. Jing Lui's lips relaxed into a slight smile. Although she had suspected something, hearing that the little mute boy was safe made her feel more at ease. That's the right choice. I can't let him see me like this. Jing Lui closed her eyes. Unfortunately, she would never see the little mute boy again. Jing Lui, what exactly is going on? How can we break Jing Hongyi's evil magic? Weishur asked urgently. Time was limited. He didn't want to waste it on useless things. Jing Lui took a deep breath, grimacing in pain, then said, Jing Lui and Jing Hongyi are both humans. We don't have any magic powers. Jing Hongyi's situation is just because her luck is favored by the heavens. So, anything or anyone that doesn't please her will disappear. She will have a very smooth life forever. What about the lightning strike from the sky? Weishur thought that was really absurd. How could the heavens support someone like her? Jing Lui replied calmly, because her luck is blessed. Anyone who bullies her or makes her unhappy will be unlucky. Unlucky means being struck by lightning. Weishur's smile almost cracked on his face. This was just a joke. A game. In fact, our world is just a story from a novel, a tale told by storytellers. Jing Hongyi stole the original protagonist's luck, which is why things are like this. You all want to set things right. You can do it now because Jing Hongyi's luck is limited. She has used up too much of it. Killing her now. There won't be any protection from the heavens, but it can't be you, because you're part of this world. Killing her would cause backlash from the heavens. We need an outsider. Madam, would you mind helping us by killing Jing Hongyi? Jing Lui looked at Su Shi with a faint smile. Her dark eyes seemed as deep as a bottomless black hole, like a whirlpool that could swallow someone if they weren't careful. As expected of. It's just a pity. She has become someone of grandmother's age. Why is Lady Su always an outsider? Weishur asked in surprise. They are all from this place, so why is Lady Su 11 the only outsider? Lady Su 11 stood there with a calm face, but inside, she was already overwhelmed with waves of shock. Does this green-clad woman know she is from another world? Otherwise, how could she say that the people here are outsiders? Secrets of heaven must not be revealed. You don't need to know these things, said the green-clad woman softly, clearly not intending to explain further. Weishur looked at Lady Su 11 with a complicated expression, his curiosity growing stronger. He definitely wouldn't allow a second person like green-clad Red to appear, so there's no need to worry about another green-clad Red. The luck of this world has already been heavily used up by her. Even if someone else becomes favored by the heavens like her, they can't replicate her experience. After speaking, the green-clad woman coughed for a long time. After a while, she continued, because green-clad Red took the luck of the heavens but refused to fulfill her duties, only acting on her own wishes. That's why this world is suffering such punishments. Droughts, plagues, wars. People are suffering. It's been 43 years. Yes, 43 years. My sins are just too heavy. Hearing this, Lady Su 11 felt her heart pounding with fear. What does 43 years mean? The original owner was exactly 43 years old. Could it be that she really is the original protagonist? And the luck that green-clad Red took, was it hers? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She doesn't want to be the main character. She just wants to live peacefully and happily. Plagues, wars? Do you mean there will be plagues and wars in the future? Weishur's brows furrowed deeply. Whether it's plagues or wars, it means the common people will suffer displacement and countless deaths. That's not something he wants to see. But the green-clad woman didn't respond. She just muttered to herself as if talking to no one. Fortunately, I was not too far off. I finally exhausted all my strength a year ago to bring back the luck. Although this also caused the early drought, I no longer care. Only when Jing Hongyi dies can the natural order and luck recover and flourish. Some of these seemingly confusing words made Wei Shi feel confused, but Su Shi gradually understood. She kept wondering why she had traveled here. After thinking for a while, she realized she belonged here and was chosen by the natural order and luck. However, she didn't know what method Jing Hongyi used to take away her luck. She also didn't understand why she ended up in another world. It wasn't until a year ago that Jing Lui spent a lot of effort to bring her back from another world. But the natural order and luck had already been greatly depleted by Jing Hongyi. Because Jing Hongyi did many harmful things using the natural order, various disasters appeared in the world. What is the true identity of Jing Hongyi and Jing Lui? Why are they able to take away others' luck and bring her from other worlds? The mysteries seem to be increasing. Wei Shi didn't seem to care much about these questions. He only asked, "How can I kill Jing Hongyi?" Like assassinating an ordinary person. Right now, he didn't care about any special qualities Su Shi might have. His main concern was how to kill Jing Hongyi. "How can we restore the natural order's luck?" Wei Shi asked seriously. Jing Lui, panting heavily, replied, "Jing Hongyi's luck was taken, but she once had luck herself. Ordinary methods can't kill her. Only by suffering backlash from the natural order can we kill her. As for how to restore luck..." Jing Lui's gaze fell softly on Su Shi. She frowned and asked Wei Shi, "I can tell you the method, but you must swear to the natural order that you will never harm or do anything harmful to Su Shi." "How do you know her name is Su Shi?" Suddenly, Wei Shi asked sharply. From beginning to end, neither he nor Madame Su had mentioned the name Su Shi. Jing Lui impatiently explained, "Hurry up and swear." "I don't have much time." "Fine, I swear." "I, Hanyilu, hereby vow that as long as Su Shi doesn't do bad things or break the law, I will never do anything harmful to her. Otherwise, I will not have a good death." Wei Shi early, oh no, it should be Hanyilu, sincerely used his real name and made a vow. Although he didn't believe in these things, since the other person insisted, he naturally responded with sincerity. "So, it's General Hanyilu. Then, I can rest assured. You are also someone blessed by the heavenly way, so you won't go against its will." When Jing Lui heard these 3 words, her expression relaxed, as if many things suddenly became clear. She chuckled and said, "So it's you." She had also seen Hanyilu before. It's just a pity that Hanyilu was still young back then, so he probably doesn't remember her. "Have we met?" Hanyilu frowned. "Let's not talk about this. I don't have much time." Actually, Jing Hongyi's luck was taken from Su Shi because she was worried the heavenly way would favor her, so she used some tricks to send Su Shi to another world. After I came here, I realized what Jing Hongyi had done. She wasted the luck of this place and did many evil things, which caused this world to be punished by the heavenly way. So now, the disasters, plagues, and wars are a backlash from the heavenly way. I used some methods to bring Su Shi back, but Jing Hongyi found out and took advantage of my weakness to imprison me. So, actually the luck of the heavenly way is on Su Shi. As long as Su Shi does good deeds and is loved and blessed by the people, the luck of the heavenly way will gradually increase. The most direct sign is fewer disasters and good weather. Cough, cough, cough. Su Shi, are you curious about my and Jing Hongyi's identities? Actually, I tell you, we didn't travel through time. You traveled into a book. And Jing Hongyi and I are the authors of this book. Somehow, we both ended up inside this story. At this point, Jing Lui sighed with a bitter smile. What I didn't expect even more was that, along with us, a pen traveled through too, allowing us to continue writing stories. Gradually, Hongyi developed other ideas. She rewrote the plot with that pen, took your luck, and then sent your soul to another world. This story has become a world of its own. Although I know it's just a story, seeing the lives of real people fading because of Hongyi makes my heart ache. No matter how much I try to stop her, she won't listen. So in the end, I secretly took the pen back. Rewrite the story. Changing the plot costs your life. After that, everyone will know. So now, Sushi, just take that pen and destroy it. Then, make the heavenly path retaliate against her, and she will disappear. Han Yulu, tell the little mute for me, just say. Before Jing Lui finished speaking, she suddenly vanished into fragments. No wind, no trace. Just gone without a sound. Han Yulu and Su Shi were shocked. What is she doing? Probably rewriting the story, pulling me back into this world, which cost her a lot of her life. That was probably her final moment, and she just disappeared. She was never really part of this world. She was never Lady Su Shi. She has always been herself. I wonder what she wanted to say to that little mute in the end. Su Shi's face turned pale. There's a bit of regret. She looked at the tall man beside her and asked plainly, I wonder what General Han Yulu thinks of me? She was a little nervous. Actually, she's not a top assassin. Just lucky last time. Though she was trained as an assassin, she never actually killed anyone. Because every mission she took, the target mysteriously died on their own. Now she understands. It's because she has good luck. But that also meant she had some skills, but not much. She became a top assassin mainly because she always succeeded in her missions. So, she was worried that Han Yulu might kill her. She had no way to resist. Just now, I have sworn an oath. Han Yulu looked at Su Shi with complicated eyes. Although he thought what Jing Lui said was absurd, seeing her vanish right before his eyes made him believe it. And what if it's true? So, Su Shi must not die. Madam Su, you must not leave Jing'an Prefecture in the future. I hope you understand. As long as you do not break the law or do anything unjust, I, the general, will never kill you. Han and Lu solemnly promised and also shared their plans openly with Su Shi. With Jing Lui present, Han and Lu would never let Su Shi leave Jing'an Prefecture or get out of their sight. That's fine. But first, should we talk about how to make Jing Hongyi fall victim to divine retribution? Su Shi shrugged, not caring much. Whether she would be killed or not was not something she could control. For now, let's focus on solving the current problem. That's fine. But let's leave here first. I'm worried Jing Hongyi might sense Jing Lui's death, and that pen. What if Jing Hongyi goes crazy and uses that pen to write us all to death? Then everything's over. So, we must act quickly. When Jing Lui disappeared, Jing Hongyi seemed to notice. She took out a pendant hanging on her chest. The pendant was shaped like a pen. Its light was dim, as if it was about to be forever hidden from sight. Almost instantly, Jing Hongyi thought of Jing Lui. This pen belonged to both of them, and it had only once been dim, when Jing Lui stole it and brought the heroine back. At that time, Jing Lui's life force was rapidly fading. Because of that, the pen's light dimmed. She had used it for a long time, consuming many people's luck, to nurture it back.
Now it was.
Jing Hongyi immediately ran quickly toward her courtyard, leaving the people of Lingjia village confused. Someone asked village chief Ling, Chief, what's wrong with Hongyi? Should we go after her and see? Village chief Ling immediately said, Of course we should. We can't let anything happen to Hongyi. He was worried that the other side was luring her away, waiting for an opportunity to attack Jing Hongyi alone, so he quickly led the villagers to follow. However, when they reached Jing Hongyi's courtyard, everyone was stunned. Why is Hongyi going back to her house? Could it be that those two outsiders are hiding inside her house? At this moment, suddenly, a terrified scream came from the side room. Where is Louis? Why is Louis missing? Did you kill her? Are you talking? Who exactly are you? How could you? I understand now, you're the female lead. Jing Hongyi bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Su Shi. In this world, the only person who could rival her was the female lead. No one knew better than her how many special advantages she had given to the female lead. Just the favored by heaven advantage was enough to make the female lead unbeatable. When she was writing her novel, having such an invincible advantage felt great. But now, as her enemy, she wished she could travel through time and slap herself across the face. She was forced to give her enemy such a powerful advantage. What's wrong with the red dress? Leader Ling immediately sent someone to chase after her, but Jing Hongyi, regaining her composure, scolded, "Stay back. Stay far away. Don't come any closer." She absolutely couldn't let these foolish villagers find out about this. Although the villagers were still under her control, the return of the female lead and the disappearance of Jing Lui made her very anxious and fearful. So, she didn't dare to gamble. Leader Ling's face changed. This was the first time Hongyi spoke to him like that. What was going on? Red dress. Leader, Hongyi said not to go any further. Let's just wait outside. Exactly. Leader, you have to listen. Don't hold Hongyi back. One by one, the villagers spoke to Jing Hongyi with extra respect, which made the only remaining village chief, who still had some self-awareness, feel a bit displeased. Who was really the leader here? But after years of control, Leader Ling still led the villagers out of the courtyard. Inside the side room, Su Shi sneered. What's this? Haven't you already controlled these villagers? As the author, aren't you supposed to dominate everything here? Why are you still afraid? It was utterly ridiculous. Jing Hongyi ignored her mockery and asked, How did you get in? Tell me, where are your accomplices? What happened to Jing Lui? Although Jing Hongyi hated Jing Lui for refusing to become her co-ruler here, she never thought about killing her. Because Jing Lui was her partner in everything. If Jing Lui died, her writing would likely suffer greatly. If it weren't for Jing Lui refusing to cooperate with her at the beginning and becoming the empress of this world together, she wouldn't be stuck guarding this small, broken village and ruling as the local tyrant. It's all because Jing Lui and she fought over this pen, which often left her unable to use it. And Jing Lui refused to keep writing. So, she had no choice but to stay here. Jing Lui. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have written this novel with her. She should have kept her share of the money before crossing into this world. Now, she's here, and she's still under her control. I will kill her. Su Shi's words turned cold, and she stared tightly at Jing Hongyi. She hopes Jing Hongyi won't let her down. This isn't possible. Neither I nor she can be killed by anyone in this world. You have memories from another world, but deep down you're still a person of this world, so you can't kill her either. Jing Hongyi isn't stupid. She wouldn't be fooled by just a few words from Su Shi. In this world, no one can kill them. Look, to keep their perfect looks, all they need is to write with this pen. As for the people in Lingjia village, they're under her control and wouldn't realize anything is wrong. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you have the ability, go find Jing Lui. Su Shi stands there with a contemptuous smile, provocatively asking, Want to guess when I might kill you? It's as if she could kill someone just with a wave of her hand. Su Shi. Jing Hongyi grits her teeth and suddenly steps forward, grabbing her opponent's neck and squeezing tightly, sneering as she asks, Why don't you guess how long it will take me to strangle you? While maintaining her flawless appearance, Jing Hongyi also sets some limits on her strength to protect herself. Su Shi immediately feels her breath becoming difficult, but she doesn't seem to feel pain. She struggles on the side, mocking Jing Hongyi. Jing Hongyi, in real life, you're probably ugly and short, right? And a failure. That's why you ran into this novel you wrote to be a savior. Haha, you even set yourself up as someone loved by everyone, like a cold prince, a proud general, a mysterious rich man. As long as you're a man, everyone will like you, huh? Jing Hongyi, I really pity you. In real life, you probably aren't loved by anyone, right? That's why you use your own pen to create a false image of yourself. Ha ha ha, tell me, if you lost your pen, would these people still love you? No, because you're actually a 60-year-old woman, and everyone would dislike you. Old and ugly, everyone would reject you. Look at you, poor thing, haha. Su 11 laughed loudly. Jing Hongyi's eyes turned red, and she gritted her teeth. Su 11, you think you're the main character, but I can do whatever I want to you. Don't forget, I am the author. I can write you to death. Jing Hongyi threw Su 11 out with one hand, then took the pen hanging around her neck, bit her finger, and let her blood drip onto the pen. Then she grinned wickedly at Su 11 and asked, Tell me, should I write you as 50 years old and incontinent first, or should I write your children and grandchildren to be gone first? A flash of fear crossed Sue Eleven's face, but she quickly hid it and kept shouting bravely. You can't do that. I am the main character. Well then, let's see if you can stop me. Jing Hongyi smiled.
Killing Sue 11?
That would be too easy for her. Jing Hongyi held her pen and floated a line of words in the air.
Suddenly, Sue 11 screamed.
She felt her life force rapidly draining away. In almost no time, she saw her hair turn snow white, and her hands were covered with wrinkles. She angrily said, You're just a pest, but she froze. Because her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a broken windbag. Still no sign of incontinence. Jing Hongyi seemed a bit disappointed, then wrote another line. 3 years later, Sue 11 was 73 years old. Sue 11 tilted her head and spat out blood, weakly collapsing to the ground, but her eyes still shone with life. Sue 11 sneered. That's all you've got?
I am the heroine.
How could I be incontinent? Impossible. Then just wait and see. Jing Hongyi was a little annoyed. She picked up her pen again, but this time she felt her insides stirring and hurting. But she endured the pain. As long as Sue 11 dies, she will have no more rivals. So Jing Hongyi endured the intense pain and slowly wrote a line. After 5 more years, the heroine suffers from incontinence and dies after 5 months of painful illness in bed. Ha, see that? I wrote you to die you. Before Jing Hongyi could finish her words, she was horrified to find her hands slowly fading away. Then her legs, arms. What's happening? Jing Hongyi screamed in fear. She is the creator of this world, the author. How could she possibly die? Cough, cough. Unlike Jing Hongyi's reaction, Sue 11's whole body was becoming younger and more energetic. Seeing their completely different reactions, Jing Hongyi gritted her teeth and said, That wicked girl Jing Lui. She ruined me. You also died and caused my death. What's good for you in all this? By now, Jing Hongyi finally understood that everything was told to Sue 11 by Jing Lui. But she couldn't understand why Jing Lui was willing to die herself just to set things right. She simply couldn't understand. The pen fell to the ground. But Sue 11 immediately got up, quickly ran over, picked up the pen, and shattered it. It was originally a crystal-like pendant, fragile, without the blessing of luck. And all of this, the floating Han and Lu, did not stop. Even when facing Sue 11's defenses, he understood and remained calm. Don't worry, as long as you agree to my 2 requests, I won't tell others. 1. Never do anything harmful or unjust. 2. Cannot leave Jing'an Prefecture. Sue 11 nodded. I was planning to go to Jing'an Prefecture anyway. As for Su Xinghe's matter, she didn't tell Han and Lu. Why share these with an outsider? Could it be that she wanted to use Han and Lu's influence to kill Su Xinghe? There's one thing I want to tell you after we finish dealing with this, Sue 11 said. But right now, there are more important things to do. Han and Lu nodded, and the 2 of them left the room one after the other. Outside the village of Lingjia, many villagers were confused, holding their heads and looking at each other in wonder. What's wrong with me? It feels like I just had a big dream. Yeah, my head is all fuzzy. I don't even know what's happening. Hey, who are you guys? The village chief looked at the 2 people in front of him, then tapped his head in confusion and asked, Why are we all gathered here? Exactly. Isn't this a broken house? When did people start living here? Who are these 2? Everyone looked very confused. It seemed they didn't remember Jing Hongyi. Han Yulu's eyes moved, and he asked, Excuse me, where is Ling Zhushan? Ling Zhushan? Do we have someone by that name in our village? No, I've never heard of him. Everyone denied knowing. Su Shi asked again, What about Ling Kongshan? The village chief looked a bit annoyed. What are you really here for? Where are you from? They had come to their village, asking questions everywhere. Han Yulu immediately took out a badge and said seriously, This is an official badge. We're here on official business. Please cooperate. Sir, do you have more questions? Seeing the badge, the village chief's knees started to shake. Officials like them were not to be offended. Han Yulu calmly asked, "Is there someone named Jing Hongyi here?" The village chief answered quickly, seeming sincere, and the others looked just as confused. "No one here knows these three people." Sushi suddenly tugged on Han Yulu's sleeve and signaled him to look in a certain direction. In that direction, there were the equally confused parents of Ling Zhushan and Ling Kongshan. But now, their eyes showed no hatred or desire for revenge, only confusion and peace. They had forgotten their own children. "Since that's the case, we'll go somewhere else to continue our investigation," Han Yulu said, putting away his badge. He and Sushi left together. This time, the villagers didn't stop them. After they left, they could still hear the villagers' confused voices behind them. "Why did I come here?
Exactly.
Why do I feel so dizzy?" Yes. After leaving Lingjia village, Han Yulu asked Sushi, "Do you know what is really going on? How could everyone forget about the dead Lingkong Mountain, Lingzhu Mountain, and the sisters Jing Hongyi? If he hadn't experienced it himself, Han Yulu wouldn't believe it." "I don't know either, but everyone forgetting might actually be a good thing," Sushi said calmly. "If everyone remembered Jing Hongyi's story, it would only cause trouble for them." "You're right," Han Yulu nodded and signaled, and a few people immediately jumped over from nearby. After kneeling and bowing, they stood up. "Send 2 people to watch here for a while. If anything unusual happens, report immediately," Han Yulu ordered. 1 person then left right away. Han Yulu said to Sushi, "Let's go back now." Within half an hour, they returned to a hidden courtyard in the town. As soon as they entered, someone hurriedly came to report, "General, something's wrong. There are large numbers of people in the surrounding 3 counties suffering from a serious illness," the messenger said.
"What? An epidemic?" Han Yulu exclaimed.
It's no wonder he's surprised. Mainly because Jing Lui just mentioned the plague and war. Could it be that after this epidemic, there will really be war? Han Yulu and Sushi exchanged a serious look, both seeing the concern in each other's eyes. Whether it's an epidemic or war, neither is something to take lightly. One careless move could mean thousands of innocent people suffering. The first place to be affected was Baima town. Now, the county magistrate of Baimu has ordered the city gates to be sealed, no one allowed in or out. The report came from Han Yulu's personal guard, Zheng Qian. He's only 20, but already has military achievements. He is clever, brave, energetic, and has a good sense of the bigger picture. He's one of Han Yulu's most trusted subordinates. When talking about County Magistrate Zhou of Baimu Town, Zheng Qian couldn't help but praise. This Magistrate Zhou truly shows responsibility and decisiveness. As a county magistrate, he wouldn't issue such a no-entry order without higher command. He did this. Even though it might benefit the world during the pandemic, it was still proper for the court to punish him. This county magistrate Zhou cares more about the world. As a soldier on the battlefield, he understands the importance of seeing the bigger picture, so he admires Magistrate Zhou very much. "How are the other 2 towns doing?" Han and Luffy quickly ask, while also thinking about possible solutions. If the pandemic is not controlled well, it could threaten the entire country. But if they just close the city gates, wouldn't that mean the people inside would suffer? Zheng Qian continues, "Yan'an town where we are is okay, only a few dozen patients. Lord Ming has already ordered that all infected people and those who have been in contact with them be kept in custody, and doctors are treating them. Also, the street with infected people is completely closed off, guarded by officials. The magistrate of Yan'an town is named Ming Yanshu, a talented but gentle scholar with a difficult background. If not for, how could he be just a small-town magistrate in such a remote place?" But Ming Yanshu doesn't complain or feel sorry for himself. Instead, he works diligently, managing Yan'an town prosperously. If he weren't like this, he wouldn't have issued orders that made the people and guards so obedient. Yanshu Ming is a talented person. Han and Luffy have also heard of him. It would be great if they could bring him to Jing'an Prefecture. But they also know that someone like Ming Yanshu, a scholar with rigid loyalty, probably wouldn't agree to go. The situation in Nanming town isn't very good. I heard people are still coming and going freely. But the magistrate there, Sun Tsung, he ordered all infected people to be killed. and anyone who had contact with them was also detained. If someone gets sick, they continue to be killed. Zheng Qian said this with trembling anger. Han and Luffy were furious. How dare he? He is an official. How can he kill innocent people so easily? Zheng Qian's face was full of anger too. I heard Sun Song said that only by doing this can they control the disease quickly, prevent more people from getting sick, and avoid wasting medicine and silver. Listening to this, is that what an official should say? Wasting medicine and silver? Which is more important, people's lives or medicine and wealth? I can't wait any longer. I will go to Nanming Town now. Immediately send someone to Jing'an Prefecture to inform them and ask for medicinal herbs. General, this place is closer to Jinyang City than to Jing'an Prefecture. Why not send someone to Jinyang City to ask the Rong family for help with the herbs? Suddenly, Su Shi stepped forward and spoke. The Rong family was already planning to go to Jing'an Prefecture. It's likely they haven't left yet, since they need to gather half of their family members, which takes time to prepare. The Rong family will surely do their best for this task. When the time comes, the common people will benefit, and the Rong family will gain a good reputation. Both sides will win. Han and Lu also seemed to know about the Rong family's plans to go to Jing'an Prefecture. They nodded immediately. You're right. Zheng Qian, send someone with my token to the Rong family right away. General, we didn't bring many people with us this time. Wu Hui and the others are helping manage Yannan Town, so they can't spare anyone now. Plus, you need to bring people when you go to Nanming Town. Zheng Qian looked a bit hesitant. At this moment, Shen Nanfeng stepped forward calmly and said, General Han, let me go. My mother is the eldest daughter of Lady Rong. We just left the Rong family a few days ago. Are you from the Shin family? Clearly, Han and Lu understood the relationships among these big families. Shen Nanfeng nodded. Also, my 2 apprentices have studied medicine with me for several years. They can follow your orders. Suddenly, Su Shi opposed this. Before Shen Nanfeng could ask, Han and Lu also said, That's not possible. Han and Lu looked serious. Mr. Shin, since you know medicine, your staying here is even more important. As for going to the Rong family, just send someone else. Su Shi agreed with this idea. If it weren't for worrying about Su Xinghe still being in Jinyang City, she would have wanted Su Mingren or Su Mingyi to go instead. If the general trusts me, I can go. Hu Qingshan stepped forward. Hu Qingshan usually had little presence and didn't like to interfere in others' affairs. But that didn't mean he lacked justice and kindness. Hu Qingshan, you're skilled in martial arts. If possible, why not go with the general to Nanming Town? Su Shi looked intently at Hu Qingshan. She knew that Hu Qingshan had hidden part of his background when he told her about his origins. One thing is certain, Hu Qingshan definitely holds some resentment. This trip to Nanming Town is very dangerous. If he accidentally catches the disease, it would be a dead end. But if he manages to survive, then Hu Qingshan will have a chance to show himself in front of General Han and Lu. That is a huge opportunity. Han and Lu looked at Hu Qingshan's green eyes, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. He blinked twice but didn't speak. One point that Zheng Qian didn't mention wrong is that the people he brought this time are not many. At first, he only wanted to solve the issue with Jing Hongyi, so there was no need for many people. Hu Qingshan isn't afraid of death, but if I go to Nanming Town, will you go to Jinyang City's government office? Have you thought about it? He might still be in Jinyang City's government office. If he finds out about you. Hu Qingshan's face darkened. He didn't want Su Shi to take risks. This seems like a tricky statement, but the Su family naturally understood it. However, Su Shi didn't care. I can tell what's more important. Even with the risk of being discovered, she must go. Grandma, I'll go. Ming Fan suddenly stepped forward. Although he is now part of the Su family, Su Xinghe doesn't know him. So, it's best if he goes.
No.
Absolutely not. 2 stern voices shouted at the same time. Zhang Shi looked at Hu Qingshan, who had raised his voice over hers, feeling puzzled and a bit surprised. Why is Hu Qingshan's reaction even bigger than hers? Ming Fan looked at Hu Qingshan with some surprise. That feeling came again. Does Hu Qingshan really know him? Hu Qingshan knew that his actions had made everyone suspicious. But General Han, look at Ming Fan. Don't you think he looks familiar? Hu Qingshan quickly made a decision. Since he's already aroused suspicion, it's better to be honest. He also didn't want to hide anymore. Han and Lu looked down at the very handsome young man, and a hint of admiration flashed in their eyes. This young man is really very good-looking. You mean I know Ming Fan? But I don't see it. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Han and Lu are not good at noticing similarities in appearance. Plus, in his memory, he has never met anyone as beautiful and delicate as this person. Hu Qingshan suddenly remembered something and said with some surprise, "It's normal that you haven't been to such places and don't know about them." Ming Fan felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. The Su family members looked at Hu Qingshan with surprise.
Especially Suminji.
He always thought Hu Qingshan stayed here to be with their family because he liked his mother, but now it seems it's because of Ming Fan? Who is this Ming Fan? Ming Fan's biological mother was the top courtesan of Jing'an Prefecture, Miss Wang Yue. Miss Wang Yue once had a relationship with the eldest legitimate son of the prince. The most important part is, later, the prince's eldest son died in an accident. So, the second son became the heir. Even more dramatic, the original wife of the second son was a very jealous woman. When she found out that the second son often sought out other women and had many female friends, she, after giving birth to a son herself, secretly drugged the second son, ruining his ability to have children. As a result, the second young lady's son was the only son of the second son. But the prince had high hopes for the second son and naturally valued this only legitimate grandson. However, this grandson was spoiled beyond measure. And, because of that, the prince started to have other thoughts. After all, he had no other legitimate sons, but he still had several capable illegitimate sons. Ming Fan is the only remaining bloodline of the second son. I only realized this after meeting the Su family on the road and seeing Ming Fan's appearance. Ming Fan looks exactly like his biological mother, Hu Qingshan said confidently. As for whether Miss Wang Yue only had the second son as her lover, and whether Ming Fan is truly the second son's biological child, some people probably know the truth. I heard that General Han and the second son are close, so they should know whether Ming Fan is truly his child, Hu Qingshan added. He is not someone planted in Lotus Village. A small village like this couldn't hide any secrets. What he told the Su family is also partly true. He just randomly chose a place and thought about his remaining life. When he met Ming Fan on the way to escape, he changed his mind. If he safely delivered Ming Fan to Jing'an Prefecture, he would surely earn the second young master's gratitude. After that, it would be up to him. And what he needed was just such an opportunity to stand out. As long as he was given this chance, he would climb higher and higher. I thought so. Looking at you, you don't seem the type to act out of love, Su Mingyi muttered, letting out a sigh. For some reason, after knowing this, Su Mingyi found Hu Qingshan more agreeable. He hated being deceived by others. Ming Fan was stunned, a bit confused. Miss Wang Yue, my biological mother? Then my mother. Isn't she my real mother? He had never known these things.
How could that be?
His mother loved him so much. How could she not be his real mother? The young boy pressed his lips tightly, showing some resistance. Hu Qingshan took a deep breath. The details can be checked later, but for now, it's best not to let Ming Fan go to Jinyang City's government alone, because if something happens to him, he didn't finish the sentence, but Han Yulu understood. However, this meant the person going to inform the Rong family. I'll go, Su Mingyi said. I can protect myself. Even if I meet him, I won't be completely helpless. In this situation, it was clear no one else could be sent, but someone from the Rong family had to be notified. He had to take the risk. Su Mingrun was worried. He wanted to go himself for his brother, but he knew his own strength.
So, Su Mingren hesitated.
No matter who wants to kill you, Su Mingyi, if you carry my badge, it represents my identity. If he's somewhat rational, he wouldn't dare to kill you. When necessary, use my identity. Han Yulu allowed Su Mingyi to use his authority as a shield. Su Mingyi's face lit up with joy. He cupped his hands. Thank you, General. Han Yulu waved his hand. You're risking yourself for the common people. I will naturally protect your safety. Time was tight. Han Yulu had no time to arrange more details. After handing the badge to Su Mingyi and writing a letter, he hurriedly left. Along with him, Shen Qingfeng, Nanxing Jingma, and Hu Qingshan also left. While Han Yulu was writing a letter, Su Shi quickly shared all her knowledge about the epidemic with him. She doesn't know medical skills, so she could only help in a rough way. Moreover, given Ming Fan's identity, Han Yulu wouldn't allow her to risk herself with Ming Fan. Before leaving, Han Yulu looked at Su Shi and said seriously, I hope Madam can protect herself and her family. Do not leave this place. Then he hurriedly drove away in the carriage. Su Mingren scratched his head and muttered, Why do I feel like General Han cares a lot about my mother? Su Shi slightly curled her lips. This Han Yulu isn't really worried about her, the old woman. He's just worried that if what Jing Liang said is true, and she dies, then the luck in this world will be gone. That's why he left such a thought-provoking remark.
Stop talking about this.
Lock the doors and windows, and don't go outside for now, Su Shi advised. The only thing she was grateful for now was that they had just left the Rong family, so there was plenty of food and medicine on the carriage. They wouldn't starve if they stayed inside for a while. Zhang Shi held her two daughters' hands, with a look full of sadness. I just hope this epidemic can be controlled and not too many people will die. Hearing this, Su Shi sighed. No one can predict such things. They had stayed in this small courtyard without going out for a whole month. But unexpectedly, the epidemic was getting worse and worse. That morning, the fog was thick, and someone knocked on the door of the small courtyard. Su Mingren stood in the yard and asked loudly, Who is it? He didn't open the door. With the epidemic raging, how could he dare to open it casually? Having gone through so much, if he was still so foolish, his mother might as well just end his life to save trouble. Outside the door, an old woman's voice came through. Su Mingren shook his head, remembering that the people outside couldn't see him, so he shyly refused, saying, Sorry, I don't have any grain left at home either. I really can't sell any to others. You should ask someone else. There wasn't much food at home, and with the epidemic uncertain of how long it would last, he dared not sell to others. Are you risking your life? Please, I beg you. My grandson is almost starving. Just a little bit of grain would be enough. I can smell the delicious food and even meat coming from your yard. If you eat a little less, you could save my grandson. The old lady kept knocking on the door, but refused to leave. If she left, her grandson would truly starve. Hearing her hoarse voice, Su Mingren felt sad, but he didn't change his mind. Though embarrassed, he still refused with a red face. Grandma, we also have many children to feed. I'm sorry. Hearing Su Mingren's constant refusals, the old lady broke down and cried outside the door. But at such a time, even if others heard her crying, they wouldn't come out to see what was happening. After crying for a while, she couldn't cry anymore. She was too hungry and too weak to continue. I'll leave my grandson at your door. Whether he lives or dies is up to you. The old lady was determined, said this, then turned and left without hesitation. Grandson, don't blame Grandma. I just can't support you anymore. No one dares to go outside now, and no one can buy grain. Maybe if I leave you here, kind-hearted people will give you some food. If they don't, when you die, Grandma can still take some grain from them and let your brothers and sisters survive. Grandma, a thin boy lay on the cold ground, reaching out toward his grandma's retreating figure, with tears in his eyes. Grandma, I'm about to die. Why can't I be a good person too? In the yard, Su Mingren, who hadn't heard any movement for a long time, felt anxious. He quickly put on his mask, climbed over the wall, and looked outside. Wow, this. Su Mingren immediately jumped down from the wall and went to find Su Shi. Girl, it's bad. The old lady next door left her grandson at our door. I think the boy might not make it. The child looks about the same age as her daughter. This made Su Mingren feel very uncomfortable. Su Shi raised an eyebrow and asked casually, So, you want to bring him in? No, it's the disease spreading. How can I know if this boy has the illness? Su Mingren muttered softly. People are hard to read. This has been his biggest feeling during this escape from hardship. He remembers clearly what happened when he tried to help others along the way. He dares not do it again. Even if he isn't sick, we can't help him. If we give him food, others will follow. We can't open that door. As parents, our main job is to protect our children. Others, we just can't take the risk. Sushi spoke very calmly. In this chaotic world, lives are cheap, and they can't control everything. Zhang Shi remembered past events and felt scared again. Mother is right. Especially that time with Nyo. If Mingren and I hadn't insisted on staying with him, so many people. How could they have died? Thinking of the bodies on the ground, Zhang Shi's face turned pale. Su Mingren looked uncomfortable and couldn't help but say, I didn't expect Nyo, just a little kid, to be so ruthless. Other children his age would be terrified and cry loudly when they saw blood. Who would have thought Nyo could be so cruel? Then you are also responsible for this tragedy. Don't forget about the child Zhang Shi lost. Can you blame Lu Mingshan? In the end, it was your fault. You deserve it. Sushi tore through the silence, bluntly pointing out their pain. She wasn't bringing up old issues just to do so. She was genuinely worried these two fools might do something even more stupid. The couple's faces turned very pale, all color draining from their faces. Su Mingren suddenly knelt down with a thud, crying and confessing, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You shouldn't be saying that to me. You should be saying it to the villagers who died unjustly. Su Mingren, this is the last time. If you make another mistake, just get out of here. Su Shi scolded sharply. Although she said this, Su Shi had already made up her mind. When she reached Jing'an Prefecture and dealt with Su Xinghe's matters, she would cut ties with these fools. Then she would live her own free life. Actually, she also wanted to leave right now, but since she was occupying Su Shi's body, she felt responsible for the original owner's children, so she had to endure it.
Sniff, sniff, Su Mingren cried loudly.
Lately, he didn't dare think about the poor villagers because he knew deep down that all of this was his fault. Grandma, my dad is just too soft-hearted, Arya said with pale lips and frightened eyes. It was as if she was back in Lotus Village, being scolded by her grandma. She was scared and helpless. But Arya still gathered her courage to plead for her father because she knew that if her grandma kept scolding him, he wouldn't be able to take it. Soft-hearted? Humph. That's just foolishness. You three must learn from this, understand? Sushi spoke to her grandchildren without going on endlessly, just enough to make Su Mingren almost unbearable. Seeing his distress, Sushi got up and went to another room to stay, leaving space for the eldest family. After Sushi left, Arya immediately patted Su Mingren's head like a little adult and sighed. Dad, don't blame Grandma for scolding you. It's just that. Isn't it deserved? Zhang was sitting there in a daze, kneeling with her hand on her small belly, feeling very sad.
Her child.
It was a punishment for their sins. Mother, at least we are still alive, but those villagers are already. Now we shouldn't keep feeling sad and guilty. We should live well and help more people. Arya advised again. What has happened is already done. Feeling sad and guilty now won't help.
Yes. Arya is right.
From now on, I will try to help more people in need to atone for my sins. At least, I won't drag my children down anymore. Su Mingren's eyes were firm. Hearing Dad's words about helping those in need, Arya felt very happy inside. Has Dad finally understood this? I don't know when this sickness will end, Bigya said worriedly as she looked out the window. She had been confined for many days, and since she was not very talkative to begin with, she became even more silent. No one knows how many people will die from this disease. Trust that general. By the way, Ming Fan, after things here are settled, we will go to Jing'an Prefecture. When that happens, the carriage's identity. Mrs. Zhang looked at her adopted son with some concern. She never expected Ming Fan to have such a distinguished background, but she also understood that behind this prominence, there were probably many difficulties. Otherwise, how could Ming Fan not know who his biological parents are? I am a child of the Su family. No one can change that, Ming Fan said stubbornly, clenching his fists. However, Su Mingren disagreed. When we get to Jing'an Prefecture, don't say that anymore. Ming Fan, we all understand what you're thinking. Our family knows in our hearts. If you keep saying that when we arrive, it might cause trouble. Although he was simple-minded, he knew that it would upset his biological father if his child called someone else dad or mom. Especially since Ming Fan's biological father had a very important status, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Father, Ming Fan knew that doing this was the best choice, but he felt deep guilt when he looked at his caring parents. Su Mingren patted his head to comfort him. Silly child, I understand. Actually, Ming Fan probably understood too, but just now. Was he testing their attitude? Su Mingren thought he might be overthinking. But even if Ming Fan was testing them, it didn't matter. He's still young, and it's normal for him to feel insecure. Sigh, the disease here is getting worse. I wonder how Nanming Town is doing now. Yes, the situation in the most affected Nanming Town was unknown. Right now, Nanming Town was like a dead city, with bodies everywhere. Many still alive but infected wanted to escape the town, and others who were not infected also wanted to leave. There were repeated conflicts with soldiers. Fortunately, Han and Lu used strong methods. After revealing their identities, they appeared on the city tower every day, letting all the people know that Han and Lu had not left. They were still here. This kept everyone's spirits from breaking. Yes, Master, yes, that person has come back to life. Jing Mo jumped around happily like a monkey, dancing with joy. In the medical clinic, 7 or 8 doctors, dressed very carefully, all became excited when they heard the news. Shen Nanfeng even sent someone with a medicine box to a patient's room to check their pulse. Doctor, will I die? No, you've come back to life. At least, your life is safe now. Shen Nanfeng's eyes were dark, and he carefully checked the pulse. After asking some questions, he left. This medicine recipe is effective, but the medicine is quite strong. It has hurt the vital energy and internal organs. In the future, you might develop lung problems. Shen Nanfeng frowned and pinched his brow in worry. He still needed to think more about the medicine recipe. Jing Mo looked sad and said, but if the medicine isn't so strong, the person might not be saved. The others had all died this time. After creating the medicine recipe, they used different doses for different patients. The only one who survived was this one. This doesn't mean it's the best recipe. It also depends on the patient's own health. Oh, and remember to give some silver to the families of those who died yesterday. Record it, Shen Nanfeng ordered with a serious face. At first, he felt guilty and sad for not saving those people. Now, he only cared about when he could perfect the medicine so more people could survive.
Yes.
We're very grateful to the Rong family this time. Jing Mo sighed. Not only did the Rong family provide a lot of grain and medicine materials, but they also offered compensation to the families of patients who volunteered for testing. If someone was willing to try the medicine, they got 50 taels of silver. If they died, they received 100 taels. If they became paralyzed or seriously ill, they got 50 taels. Because of this, many patients were willing to try the medicine. After all, there was no other way out. It was good to leave some money for their families. Especially the villagers, who only earn 100 taels of silver in many years, would be happy if they could exchange their lives for 150 taels. Moreover, their testing of medicines can help more people survive faster, which is a good deed. Rong family. This time, they will prosper. Shen Nanfeng is genuinely happy because he is closely connected to the Rong family. Some medicinal herbs are key for this trial. They should have arrived yesterday, but they haven't yet. Hurry and remind the Rong family. If they delay important matters, all the efforts the Rong family has made so far will be wasted. Jing Mo also understands how important this is, so he immediately rushes to remind them. Coincidentally, Rong Yu comes personally. Young lady, 2 kinds of herbs should have been delivered yesterday, but they haven't arrived today. What's going on? Jing Mo pushes through the crowd and asks loudly. The servants of the Rong family frown and instinctively reply, impossible. All the herbs arranged by the Rong family have already been sent out. Wait, are those the 2 kinds of herbs? Rong Yu recognizes Jing Mo. Even if she can't recall his name, she knows he is someone close to Shen Nanfeng. She also knows Shen Nanfeng is researching an antidote, So the herbs he asks about are especially urgent. Jing Mo answers, Hanhai grass and delicate starflower. Both are crucial for this antidote, and these two herbs are usually rare. Miss, you should gather more quickly. These two herbs are essential, the only difference is how much is used. But both are definitely needed. So now they need to buy large quantities. Manhwa, the records. At the moment Jing Mo speaks, Manhwa starts searching through all the records. When Rongyu reaches out, she immediately hands over the relevant records. After looking at them for a while, Rongyu frowns and asks, these two herbs should have been delivered yesterday. Look, there's even a receipt from Nanning Town. Impossible, we haven't received them. Jing Mo suddenly turns pale. The herbs have disappeared into thin air? And they are the most critical two kinds? Rongyu's expression changes, but she doesn't panic. She quickly orders people to inform the county magistrate and General Han and Liu. Only then did Jing Mo ask, who knows about this prescription, especially the two rare and important herbs? With so many herbs involved, if it's not these two precious ones that are missing, then it's not just simple theft. It probably has something to do with the prescription. But who would go to such lengths to steal these two herbs? Rongyu felt that things were not simple. This prescription was made by my master and several other doctors. Many people know about it, those who prepare the herbs, those who brew the medicine. Jing Mo frowned and started listing who knew about the prescription. Rongyu couldn't wait for him to finish and immediately took people to the pharmacy, surrounding it quickly. Soon, Shun Nanfeng learned the news and came out. Auntie, what do you think? Shin Nanfeng's voice was weak and tired. Since arriving in Nanming Town, he hadn't slept well for even a few hours. If it weren't for the herbs helping him stay awake, he would have fallen asleep long ago. He was too exhausted, which affected his thinking. Now his mind felt foggy and unclear. He rubbed his forehead, then took out a small jade bottle, sniffing it lightly a few times. Jing Mo, who was nearby, hesitated to speak. Rongyu's brow furrowed slightly, and she asked instinctively, what is that? Shun Nanfeng's eyes suddenly cleared, and he put the bottle away, casually replying, just something to refresh the mind. Auntie, let's discuss this serious matter first. Nothing was more important than the herbs. Rongyu saw he didn't want to say more and didn't press him. Shen Nanfeng was already so old. He knew what he was doing. There was no point in saying more. What Shen Nanfeng did had nothing to do with her. She didn't care at all. Don't be too arrogant. Thinking that Nanming Town can't turn without you, Rongyu snorted lightly, her tone sarcastic. Lang Hua, standing nearby, rolled his eyes in anger. Just care about it if you want, but don't make it sound so sarcastic. No wonder you can't find a man. Shen Nanfeng chuckled softly, understanding his aunt's teasing concern. He nodded and said, I know my limits. Annie, have you sent someone to buy those two herbs? Although Rongyu was annoyed by Shen Nanfeng's comment, I have good judgment. She understood the importance of timing. She quickly replied, we have already sent someone, but you know these two herbs are quite rare. Plus, with the long drought, the supply of medicinal herbs is already low. It might take some time before they arrive. Because of the drought, there was no food left, let alone medicinal herbs. Who would choose not to grow food when everyone is starving and instead plant herbs? As for wild herbs, they are even harder to find now. The mountains have been stripped so much over the years that there are hardly any herbs left to pick. Shen Nanfeng frowned deeply. These herbs are essential. The pharmacy no longer has these two kinds. I fear many people might die because of this. That's not what he wanted to see. But rare herbs are hard to buy, so we must find the missing herbs, Shen Nanfeng said firmly. Rongyu softly said, the person escorting the herbs is my trusted aide. They would never be bribed. So, the herbs must have entered Nanming Town, at least at the town's gate. So, the problem must be in Nanming Town. This time, the general brought only a few people, so the guards at the city gate are all officials from Nanming Town, Shen Nanfeng analyzed calmly. Rongyu sneered. If someone in Nanming Town is so powerful, even if it's not Lord Sun himself, he must know what's happening. Investigating a county official is not easy under current circumstances. especially since Han Yulu didn't bring enough people. Let's go find the general. Rong Yu's eyes flashed with cold determination. She would not tolerate anyone playing with the lives of the people in the city. No matter what the person behind this plans, Rong Yu would not let it go. Even if Han Yulu didn't bring enough people, so what? Her Rong family has always had plenty of brave, fearless people. Shin Nanfeng understood the resolute look in his aunt's eyes. He instructed Jing Mo, "Stay here and take care of the sick." He was willing to go himself, but he didn't want his young apprentice to get involved. Jing Mo pursed his lips and nodded. He wanted to go help, but he knew his own limits. The most important thing now is not to hold them back, so despite his worries, he nodded and stayed behind. When Rong Yu and the others arrived, Han Yulu was furious. "Sun Song, this is the last time I ask you. Are you going to investigate or not?" Han Yulu rarely showed such a furious face, which shows how deep his anger was. Sun Song was a chubby, harmless-looking old man, always kind. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. "General, I want to investigate, but now the whole city is full of disease. If we send uninfected officials to check, what if they get sick? The lives of the common people are important, but the officials' lives are also valuable." As soon as Sun Song finished speaking, the officials around him looked at Han Yulu with less friendliness. Even if they are loyal and kind, they only have one life. Who wants to risk dying? "Oh, Miss Rong, you're here? The medicine supplies are gone. Once the disease is over, I will thoroughly investigate. Even if I find nothing, I will pay for the loss myself. But right now, we should focus on gathering more medicine supplies, don't you think?" Sun Song smiled warmly at Rong Yu. Rong Yu responded with a smile. "Sun Darren, your words are so light. These two herbs are not the rarest, but they are irreplaceable. Losing them suggests a conspiracy. Moreover, these herbs are already scarce, and it will be difficult to gather enough in just a few days. Is the Rong family not powerful enough?" The two herbs were bought after the Rong family sent 5 or 6 officials to different cities. If they try to buy more, they can only go farther away. During this time, how many patients and common people might die? If these two herbs are so hard to buy, why not let me go personally to buy them? Sun Song smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. "It's not good to keep making Miss Rong run around, is it? This place now feels like a dead city. It would be best to leave here if possible." But as the local official of Nanming Town, he naturally couldn't do that.
Still, he could talk about it.
"Sun Darren, what exactly is the imperial order? Are they asking you to abandon the people of Nanming Town?" Suddenly, Han Yulu spoke sharply. "It has been a month, but the court has not sent anyone. As a result, officials from 2 other counties have taken over, but Nanming Town seems to have been abandoned." Originally, Han and Lu only had a bad feeling, but it wasn't until they heard Sun Song joking about going out to buy medicinal herbs that they started to suspect something was wrong. A local official should have been worried and anxious right now, but when he found Sun Song, the man was actually sleeping soundly. Even after being told that the herbs had disappeared, he remained calm and unbothered. Now, he was joking about leaving Nanning Town to buy herbs? This made Han and Lu suspect the worst. "General Han, please don't talk nonsense. The people of Nanning Town are also the Emperor's people. How could the court abandon its own citizens?" Sun Song hurriedly waved his hands and spoke firmly, criticizing Han and Lu. Such words could cause panic among the people. If something bad happens because of this, even you, General, would be responsible. Suddenly, Sun Song let out a loud scream. It turned out that Han and Lu had struck him hard across the mouth with the hilt of his sword, leaving a bloody cut. "Sun Song, do you think I dare to kill you?" Han and Lu's body suddenly radiated a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. His eyes turned red, as if stained with blood. At this point, Han and Lu understood clearly. The court had abandoned Nanning Town. The missing herbs were probably given to other towns by Sun Kong. These 2 herbs were essential for the medicine formula. Since most of Nanning Town was already sick, it would be better to use the herbs to help other towns. Other towns didn't have many sick people. As long as the herbs arrived, the situation could be quickly controlled. "Han and Lu, I am an official of the court. My rank may not be as high as yours, but why do you have the right to attack me?" Sun Song's tooth was forcibly knocked out. He clutched his painful mouth, furious and no longer caring about past taboos. The sound of swords being drawn. Han and Lu's sword was pressed against Sun Song's neck as he coldly asked, "Where did you send the herbs?" Sun Song's legs trembled with fear. His face turned pale, but he refused to admit anything.
"I don't know what you're talking about, I
will ask you one last time. Where did you send the herbs? If you don't tell me, I will kill you." Han and Lu threatened fiercely. Sun Chungbai looked pale, with a hint of disgust flashing in his narrowed eyes, but he still smiled cheerfully. "General, we serve in the same court. If you kill me, isn't that also?" Suddenly, everyone screamed. Even Rongyu let out a soft cry of surprise. Han Yulu didn't wait for Sun Chungbai to finish speaking. He drew his sword and killed the person, without hesitation. Han Yulu calmly wiped the blood off the sword's edge with a blue cloth, then casually looked up and asked coldly, "So, can someone tell me where Sun Chungbai sent those medicinal herbs?" "Are you crazy? My lord is an official of the court. Even if you're a great general of Jing'an Prefecture, you can't just..." The person who stepped forward was Sun Chengbai's attendant and one of the constables. Before he could finish, Han Yulu killed him again with a cold expression. Having killed 2 people in a row, everyone present trembled with fear. Rong-Yu's face turned pale, but she gathered her courage and asked, "Great General, your actions might make things worse." She knew Han Yulu was trying to force the truth about the herb's whereabouts. Is it madness to kill court officials so casually? Whether things end well or not depends on me. Now, whether you reveal where the herbs are depends on you. Han Yulu glanced at Rong-Yu and continued to question everyone calmly. At this moment, Sun Jian stepped forward, gripping his long sword tightly, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, don't be afraid. There are so many of us, and only 2 of them, Han Yulu. I don't believe they can kill us all." He knew he couldn't fight Han Yulu alone. But a series of battles, surely that can work? Han Yulu chuckled softly. "You're right. But I wonder who among you is willing to be the next to fall? I only want to know where those herbs went. Don't the people in the city have friends or family? Do you not know anyone familiar? A plague isn't a dead end. Yet you have already sentenced them to death. Eating the grain paid by the common people, then abandoning them in times of danger. Does that really reflect your true purpose in wearing these official robes?" Han Yulu questioned loudly. The common people are so innocent. He clearly understood what those people wanted, to abandon the people of Nanming Town. It is simply about sacrificing oneself for the greater good. But why should the people of Namingzin be the ones to be sacrificed? Why should they be trampled underfoot? Someone threw down their sword, their face pale, and said, "I became a constable, and my neighbors are proud of me. I never hoped to send them to their deaths. Exactly, why should we let our friends and family die? Yes, the medicinal herbs sent by the Rong family are clearly for Namingzin. Why should Lord Suen take them to give us favors? To protect others?" After the noise, more people put down their weapons. Some even pointed out who was a trusted aide of Lord Suen, possibly knowing where the herbs had been sent. Seeing Han Yulu kill 2 people without blinking, one of whom was Lord Suen, no one dared to hide anymore. They quickly revealed the truth. They were sent to Ryong City. The city lord's letter ordered us to abandon Namingzin and promised to transfer him to the city office in the future. The person knelt down with a thud. He was a criminal from Namingzin, but he had no other choice. Han Yulu clenched his sword and turned to Rong-Yu, saying, "Rong-Yu, I entrust Namingzin to you. I owe you this. Please, protect this place. The herbs. I will return in 2 days." A man and a woman looked up at each other, a flicker of emotion passing through their eyes. Rong-Yu's heart was full of passion. She then extended her hand in a bow, deeply bowed to Han Yulu, and said proudly, "Rong-Yu and Namingzin will face life and death together. I promise. I will not let the general down." Han Yulu handed over all the security matters of Namingzin to Rong-Yu, along with a half-jade pendant. He said solemnly, "This jade pendant represents my identity. Go ahead and do your best. Even if it means punishing 9 clans, I, Han Yulu, will support you. I have some skilled guards from the Rong family. I entrust them to you, General Han. Please come back quickly." Rongyu waved her hand, and the two groups behind her immediately moved to stand behind Han Yulu. This battle, Rongyu bet everything. If successful, she would make a name for herself across the land. If she failed, it would be total defeat. Han Yulu, you must not. Let me down a second time. After Han Yulu and his men left, Rongyu stroked the half of the jade pendant in her hand, trying hard not to take out the other half hanging around her neck. She looked down, lost in thought. Back then, she and Han Yulu. Little aunt, do you know General Han Yulu? Shin Nanfeng asked softly. None of your business. As an elder, you should mind your own affairs. Hurry to the pharmacy and see if you can find some other medicine to help stabilize the sick villagers. You're so free. I think you're not tired at all. Rongyu continued to scold. Shin Nanfeng quickly left in a hurry. This little aunt's temper is really getting worse. But he didn't expect that she actually knew General Han Yulu. Han Yulu is over 30 and not married yet. And his little aunt is also unmarried. Could she be? Shun Nanfeng, mind your own head, or I'll pluck it off for you. Rongyu's shouting came from behind, and Shin Nanfeng quickened his pace to leave. Han Yulu truly has courage as a general. Rongyu calmly arranged her tasks, but when evening fell, she couldn't help but take out the half of the jade pendant again, and it. She wondered if Han Yulu could successfully retrieve the medicinal herbs this time. Although Han Yulu managed to threaten the people of Nanjing town by killing 2 of them. If this gets out, Han Yulu might also face severe punishment from the court. Rongyu slapped the table and cursed through gritted teeth. Whether you get punished or not has nothing to do with me. Back then, it was voluntary, with no regrets. Han Yulu chose Jing'an Prefecture, and she also chose the Rong family. That man had his own principles, and she had her own ambitions. They are fundamentally the same kind of people. No matter how much they love, they wouldn't change their goals for each other. Rongyu, oh Rongyu, since you made your choice back then, why are you still so obsessed now? Don't let others look down on you. If you want both, can you really have it all? There's no such perfect thing in the world. Rongyu's eyes gradually cleared. The people of Nanjing town don't know about these things. But she still hasn't seen Su Mingyi's people, which makes Su Shi worried. I don't know how Su Mingyi is doing now. In the evening, Zhang and the 2 younger sisters cooked a pot of thin porridge, adding a little bit of pickled vegetables for flavor. Mom, we don't have much food left. Zhang looked a bit worried. They didn't know how long the pandemic would last. Recently, they often heard chaos outside, people crying, dying, or being taken away. Even though they stayed safely in this small yard, Zhang couldn't help but worry. Worrying won't help. From now on, we'll only eat lunch each day, Su Shi said calmly. Actually, she still had some food in her space, but if she took it out casually, how could she explain? Most importantly, she couldn't always rely on her to solve everything when problems arose. Su Mingren had to stay strong. Mom, that boy outside. I think he's dead. Su Mingren's lips were pale, and his skin looked white. Thinking of the stiff, unmoving body, Su Mingren couldn't help but feel scared inside. Although seeing dead bodies wasn't new for him on the escape journey, he still felt uncomfortable. The whole family suddenly fell silent. Only Su Shi calmly drank her porridge. It was just a bowl of thin porridge, finished in a moment, no need for long. Su Shi slammed the bowl on the table and said coldly, "Feel sorry for him? Don't worry. In a few days, we'll probably starve to death too. If your son and daughter starve, they'll probably end up like that boy." This was really. They hadn't even buried their ancestors properly, yet they still had the heart to cry over the graves? Had they not heard that their family had little food? Su Shi's face stiffened. Zhang felt a bit upset inside. Her mother-in-law always spoke directly. How could she say such unlucky things about her daughter and son starving? But she knew her mother-in-law's character, so she comforted herself and tried to suppress her irritation. "Grandma, I don't want to starve." Yao finished her bowl of porridge but wasn't full. She moved closer to Su Shi, hugging her arm and acting cute. Su Shi pinched her nose and smiled, saying, "We're not at the end yet. Don't lose hope. Along the way, we have faced many dangerous situations, but haven't we always managed to turn danger into safety? These days, you've heard how many people outside have died. We're still able to eat and haven't fallen ill, which is already very good. Zhang, if we only eat one meal a day with the remaining food, how long can we keep going? After thinking for a moment, Su 11 added, we need to make sure these 3 children eat enough. These 3 children are growing quickly. If they only eat once a day and still don't get enough food, it will affect their growth. At worst, when it really gets bad, she can take some food out of her space. Hearing this, Zhang counted the supplies and said, we can probably hold on for another half a month. But if we do that, the whole family definitely won't have enough to eat. Even if that one meal makes the children full, we used to eat 3 meals a day. Suddenly only eating one. How can they be full? But right now, this is the best choice. Zhang understands this naturally and is even more grateful that her mother-in-law is still thinking about her 3 children. Mother, I don't feel sorry for that child. It's just that I saw a body lying outside our yard. I feel uncomfortable, Su Mingren stammered. Su 11 looked up coldly and asked, so, what do you want to do? What can you do? Yes, Mingren, right now there's a plague outside. We don't know if that child is sick, and we can't go out to move his body, Zhang hurriedly advised. She was worried her husband might have kind thoughts about giving the body a proper burial. If he caught the disease and came back, it could harm the whole family. No, I didn't think that. I was just saying it casually, Su Mingren said, seeing the family resist, and he suppressed those thoughts. Everyone says a mother knows her child best. Seeing Su Mingren's expression, Su 11 understood what he was thinking. She cursed silently in her heart but said bluntly, Su Mingren, if you dare to go near him, I'll cut ties with you. No, I absolutely didn't mean that. Mother, do you think I don't know the importance of this? I have to consider your safety. Su Mingren only had those fleeting thoughts. Without his mother's intervention, he had already dismissed the idea himself. That's good. When Su Shi saw that Su Mingren was truly repentant, she stopped saying anything and told everyone to go to sleep. Since they were still hungry, it was better to rest early. But who knew that in the middle of the night, suddenly there was a loud thud in the yard, like something heavy had fallen. Hearing the noise, Su Shi immediately woke up. She was trained, so even though she hadn't killed anyone for those reasons, her senses were sharp. She quickly sat up and reached under her pillow to grab a small dagger. She listened carefully for a while, but didn't hear anything. Still, she didn't relax. Instead, she felt more worried. Could it have just been a stone or something similar? The sound was deep and heavy, definitely a heavy object hitting the ground. If it wasn't a thief stealing grain, then someone had thrown something into their yard. But what could it be? In a flash, Su Shi's mind flashed with the image of the boy who had died at their door earlier that day. If that was the case, then someone was trying to harm them. Next to her, Zhang Shi woke up and opened her mouth to shout, but Su Shi stopped her. No other sounds came from the yard. Su Shi quickly took out her dagger, quietly got off the bed, and, after making sure there was no movement outside, carefully opened the main door. The cold wind rushed in, making her more alert. But the yard was empty. Thinking quickly, Su Shi covered her nose and mouth, held her dagger tightly, and carefully stepped outside. Under the cold moonlight, everything in the yard was clearly visible. All was safe. Only near the wall, there was a dark shape lying on the ground. From a distance, it looked like a person. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it really be as she suspected? She clenched her teeth and moved closer, only to realize it was indeed a person, still a dead body. If nothing went wrong, it was probably a person who had fallen ill and died. Who could it be? Someone trying to harm their family? Su Shi cursed inwardly as she grabbed a shovel, opened the yard gate, and slowly pushed the body out, one scoop at a time. But she still felt uneasy. She also shoveled the body of the little boy she had thrown at the door earlier to the neighbor's gate. Afterward, she hurried home and locked the yard door tightly. Mom, what's going on? Su Mingren woke up too. The couple stood at the door, dressed, looking confused and asking questions. Mrs. Zhang also looked worried. Someone just threw a dead body into our yard. I think it was someone who died of illness, so I threw it out. Su Shi said calmly. Who could have done this? Thinking about it, the only person they might have offended was Su Xinghe. But Su Xinghe didn't even know they were here, so it couldn't be him. Could it be the old woman from today? Because they didn't give her food and she resented them, she might have thrown the sick, dead person into their yard to harm them. But no matter what, Su Shi knew they were in trouble. A person who died of illness? How could they be so cruel? Who did this? Su Mingren's chest rose with anger, and his face turned pale. He also regretted, Mom, you should have woken me up earlier, so I could have thrown the body out. What if she got infected? Mrs. Zhang, go put my bedding and clothes in the next room. Also, from now on, I will use separate bowls, cups, and utensils from you. You can't go to the next room either. Mingren, quickly find something to cover the well. If they just threw a body in the yard, it's not too bad. But if they throw it into the water, well, we'll die of thirst. Su Shi ordered calmly and methodically. Other things were okay, but water must not be contaminated. Otherwise, they would be doomed. So cruel. But, Mom, we didn't offend anyone since we came here. Su Mingren couldn't understand. First, they were trapped here by General Han and Liu. Then, a plague broke out. They never left the yard, let alone offend anyone. But if they weren't so hated, how could someone do such a cruel thing? Maybe. Is it the old woman next door today? Before Su Shi finished speaking, Zhang exclaimed loudly and guessed boldly, is it because we didn't lend her any grain, so she wants everyone to die together? Su Mingren was stunned. Su Shi looked at Zhang approvingly and nodded, saying, I think it might be her, but not necessarily. After this, big brother, do you understand now? The evil in people's hearts never needs a reason. So, we must always be cautious and not let our guard down. Did I understand? Su Mingren was deeply shocked, and his kind feelings quickly faded. After so many things happened and with today's lesson, how could he not remember? In the future, he must not have any good intentions. Mother, but your health. Su Mingren looked at Su Shi with concern. Just now, Mother could go and remove the body. They say this disease is very contagious, and he didn't know if it would infect her. It's okay, just do as I say. Su Shi shook her head. After Zhang moved the things to the next room, she entered her own room and locked the door from inside. She didn't want the children to accidentally come in. By the next morning, Arya and others learned about what happened and were immediately furious, their eyes turning red. Dia was even more shocked and asked Su Mingren, Father, why are people so cruel? We haven't done anything wrong, so why are they treating us like this? If Grandma hadn't been alert and noticed last night, wouldn't they have been exposed to the danger this morning? People's hearts tend toward evil. When others are starving, and you still have food, that's why they hate you, Ming Fan said expressionlessly. Doing wrong often doesn't need a reason. Dia was stunned and said, but we have food and we didn't steal it. Silly sister, you have food and can survive. But she not only has no food, her family is also sick. Compared to us, she hates us even more because we refuse to give her grain. You never had bad intentions, so you can't understand why they did this. Ming Fan looked at Dia with affection and explained. Simple Dia couldn't understand how evil people's hearts could become. Then, if we had given her some grain yesterday during the day, she wouldn't have done this, Dia asked foolishly. It wouldn't have helped, someone answered firmly and confidently. Everyone was momentarily stunned, because it was Su Mingren who said that. Could this kind-hearted man say such things? Su Mingren looked at his family's surprised faces and smiled bitterly. He said, I've really come to understand. Even if we gave her food yesterday, when she faces starvation again, she will still blame us. People who hate you and harm you don't do it because you did something wrong. It's because their hearts are naturally dirty. Before experiencing hardships, they might seem kind. But once they go through some trouble, they show their evil side. He saw clearly now. Next door, Su Shi listened to these words and felt much more at ease. Finally, he understood. Now, it just depends on when the disease will end. Wu Dong carefully poured the oil along the street, little by little. Even though it was still cold at night, Wu Dong was sweating coldly from the heat. There were so many streets in Nanning town. They had to be very careful not to wake anyone, so their movements were slow. After pouring all the oil, 3 hours had passed. The sky was beginning to brighten as the clouds parted. This was also the time when people slept the most deeply. Wudong, it's all done. Are we really going to set it on fire now? A man asked nervously after gathering with others. Even at this point, he couldn't help but feel scared. Wudong was also afraid, but they had no way out now. We have no other choice. If we don't do it, we'll have no place to hide when we die. Think about your wives, children, and mothers. Think about the gold, silver, and future waiting for us. Besides, most people in the city are probably already sick. They won't survive anyway. Living is just wasting medicine. Better to use those medicines to save more people. We're doing a good deed and accumulating virtue. They weren't exactly kind-hearted people. When they were bought off, they had already made their decision. Now they were just nervous and scared. After hearing Wudong's words, they all regained some courage. The people in the city were already destined to die. Using those herbs to save more people was their good deed. Be quick. After a cup of tea, meet at the agreed place. Everyone dispersed quickly. Moments later, a large fire broke out somewhere in Nanming town. Soon after, flickering flames spread all around Nanming town. Wudong looked at the blazing fire, feeling a bit scared, but thinking about future wealth, he only felt happy. He wasn't killing anyone. These people were already going to die. His only goal was to prevent others from suffering from illness. Time is almost up. I need to go now. Suddenly, Wudong was interrupted by a sharp pain in his chest. He turned around and saw the person who had come to see him that day. Why? Wudong asked in shock. Had he not done enough? Only dead people can keep secrets. The visitor chuckled softly. Seeing Wudong fall to the ground, he turned to leave. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The man's voice was slow and calm. His steps were heavy, and he was tall, as if he could suppress all darkness. The visitor was surprised. Hanyulu? You haven't left yet. Wasn't Hanyulu supposed to go ask for herbs? How could he still be here? Hanyulu sneered. If I don't stay, how can I lure the snake out? As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Nanfeng hurried out to rescue Wudong. He had fallen into a trap. Huh? Is that so? The visitor's eyes narrowed, and he was about to bite his tongue to end his life. But suddenly, a shadow flickered in front of him, and someone knocked his jaw off. Rest assured, General, he won't die. Wu Hui bowed respectfully. Hanyulu nodded. Make sure he spills everything. Anyone who dares to order the burning of all of Nanming Town's people must be a big player. He still planned to rely on this person to catch a big fish. Wu Hui immediately led his men away. Hanyulu stepped forward and asked, Can this person be saved? Shin Nanfeng nodded. It's not a big problem. Suddenly, a large group of footsteps sounded nearby, and the flames gradually died down. Although there was some damage, no one was hurt. In the darkness, Rongyu, dressed in a bright red outfit, stepped out with a cold, proud face, as icy as shattered bones. People of the city, how dare they do this? Although she had already learned from Sun Tsung that someone above wanted to abandon Nanming Town, she never expected such cruelty, burning the entire city and everyone in it. Not only that, but today I also distributed medicine that contained sleeping drugs. They are afraid that Nanming Town will be left with no survivors. Shen Nanfeng sneered. But he was not that foolish. Since arriving here, all the herbs, from preparation to delivery, had always been handled by Nanxing and Jing Mo, never entrusted to others. Of course, this was tiring, but it was the safest way. However, today Nanxing suddenly had a stomach ache and asked someone else to help with the medicine. Such a clumsy coincidence was hard for him to expose. What if it hurt the other person's pride? What do we do now? What about the herbs? Rongyu asked urgently. Everything else could be dealt with later, but if they couldn't get the herbs back, all their efforts would be in vain. Hanyulu and Lu Jing paused for a moment before nodding and said, Don't worry. Someone will deliver the herbs by tomorrow evening at the latest. Rongyu frowned. Do you have a backup plan? But isn't the responsibility for the herbs always given to my Rong family? Little aunt, of course, we need to prepare for all possibilities. Officially, the Rong family is responsible. But when I discovered that 2 key and irreplaceable herbs were rare, I told General Hanyulu. Shen Nanfeng explained. After all, once the recipe was developed, other doctors and those collecting herbs would see it too. If someone wanted to sabotage, they would definitely target this. After Shen Nanfeng told me, I quietly wrote a letter and sent it to Jing'an Prefecture for help. It takes about 7 or 8 days to travel between here and Jing'an, but 5 or 6 days have already passed. It should arrive by tomorrow evening. Han Yilu looked at the faint morning light in the distant sky, her eyes full of relief. She was truly relieved. If it weren't for meeting the people from the Su family and bringing Shen Nanfeng along, he would have been in real trouble this time. Rongyu is not a foolish person. When Han and Lu came, they only brought a few people, and they were all nearby. Since this was a secret task, they must have used someone who wouldn't be noticed by others. Su Mingyi, Rongyu's eyes widened slightly as he guessed. It was Su Mingyi who came to deliver the message to Rong's family. But after Su Mingyi and she arrived at Nanming town, it seemed he left. Han and Lu looked at Rongyu a few more times, then turned their heads to gaze into the dark night, and replied calmly, yes, officially Su Mingyi has left, but in reality, he's been hidden away. No one paid attention to Su Mingyi. When he followed Rongyu here, everyone only noticed Rong's family, so no one paid attention to him. Therefore, after Shen Nanfeng reported the situation about the 2 kinds of medicinal herbs, Han and Lu immediately sent a letter, asking Su Mingyi to secretly go to Jing'an Prefecture. However, Han and Lu never expected that Su Mingyi did arrive in Jing'an Prefecture, but he was
stopped by someone.
Su Mingyi looked at the faint morning light coming through the small window above, feeling hopeless. He had been locked in this small dark room for 2 days, right? He didn't know who captured him or why no one sent anyone to question him. He was just kept here. And that was the scariest part. In these 2 days, even if he shouted until his throat was sore, claiming he was acting on orders from General Han and Lu to gather medicinal herbs for the epidemic, no one paid attention. No one spoke, no food, no water. At this moment, Su Mingyi had no strength left. He wasn't afraid of death, but he hated himself for betraying the trust of General Han and Lu. This was about the epidemic. Meanwhile, the person holding him was also talking about him. After Su Xinghe served his wife breakfast, he came to the study. Leng Rue had been waiting for a long time and asked softly, Master, what do you plan to do with Su Mingyi? He was a bit confused. Didn't they say they would kill him once they caught him? Why not kill him or question him, but just keep him locked up? If something unexpected happened, wouldn't that cause trouble? Don't worry. Keep him locked up for another day. If he's left without food or water for 3 days and 2 nights, his body will almost reach its limit. At that point, it will be easier to ask him anything, Su Xinghe said slowly. Although he didn't find the secret of the Zhou family this time, he helped promote the Rong family, and the prince praised him highly. From what the lady said, it seems the prince is interested in promoting his official position. This time, he was promoted based on his own skills. With this, he can establish a stronger position with the lady, and in the future, he won't have to act so humble. Leng Rue still looked worried. Master, Su Mingyi came alone, and he's been locked up for 2 days. The others from the Su family haven't appeared. I'm worried something might happen. It was strange that Su Mingyi appeared alone in Jing'an Prefecture. Moreover, since Su Mingyi has been locked up for 2 days and no one from the Su family has shown up, it makes things more suspicious. But Su Xinghe was not worried at all. What can just a few people like Su 11's group do? They're just some country folks. If they haven't died on the escape route, it's thanks to our ancestors' protection. They can't cause any big trouble. Seeing Su Xinghe so confident, Leng Rue didn't say anything more. He only secretly hoped nothing bad would happen. How are the medicinal herbs I asked for? Su Xinghe suddenly remembered something, tapping on the table and asking coldly. Leng Rue lowered his head and replied, They've been found. Should we use them now? Su Xinghe nodded. Wait another 2 months before using them. Just increase the intensity little by little and don't reveal your hand. You control the amount. After discussing a few more things, Su Xinghe told Leng Rue to leave. He then took out a calligraphy book and leisurely practiced writing. Lately, everything had been going very smoothly for him. He was about to get promoted and had caught Su Mingyi. Tomorrow, He planned to interrogate Su Mingyi and catch all of Su 11's group in one go. That way, he could eliminate a hidden threat. After that, he would wait for his child to be born, and then he would have no more weaknesses. The sunset quickly faded. In Nanming town, he didn't find the medicinal herbs. From the watchtower, he looked far into the distance, but there was no sign of anyone. Han and Lu, who had been so confident earlier, looked a little pale. If the medicinal herbs do not arrive today, many sick and severely ill people will not survive and will die. On the day I found out the herbs were missing, I sent someone to buy more from the nearby city. But by then, I had already bought all the herbs in the area. Now, I might have to go even farther. I don't know how many days it will take to return. But if there are issues at Su Mingyi's place, the Rong family will at least still have some herbs. Rongyi didn't know when she also went up the city wall. She stood beside Han Yulua and softly said. She also liked to prepare for all possibilities. When Han Yulua said he was going to retrieve those 2 kinds of herbs, she immediately sent people to keep buying herbs. But she wasn't confident and couldn't be sure when he would return. Han Yulua looked indifferent and said after a moment, I was careless. I shouldn't have stayed behind to catch mice. He should have gone directly to seize the herbs. He thought that Su Mingyi, carrying his letter, heading to Jing'an Prefecture, would be faster than him arguing here. After all, Sun Song had delivered those herbs to other city offices. Although he was a third-rank general, his official rank was not higher than the city officials. Especially since he didn't bring any troops, it wouldn't be easy. Over the years, the court's defenses and suppression of Jing'an Prefecture had been very obvious. That was why he arranged things this way. But he never expected that there would be problems with Su Mingyi's side. You're still as arrogant as ever. Always thinking you can control everything in the world, huh? Isn't it normal to have accidents? Moreover, do you think you can just go alone and retrieve those herbs? We both know that once those herbs are sent out, they won't be given back. They might have already been divided among the powerful. Rongyu's expression seemed as cold as ice. Some of the herbs would be left for the common people, but most would be divided among the nobles and the powerful, kept for their own use. Some might even be eaten before anyone gets sick, just in case. So, even if Han Yulua went that day, it wouldn't help much.
Han Yulua said nothing.
But Rongyu didn't mind. Instead, she sneered, it seems that Jing'an Prefecture isn't as united as you think. Su Mingyi took your letter and went out, and something unexpected happened. Long Hua, standing nearby, looked at the sky in silence. Miss, with your words, you'll never find a good husband in this life. It's clearly concern and affection, but look at what you're saying. Spring has arrived, animals are in heat, and their words are better than yours. Hey, where are you going? Rongyu saw Han Yulu leave without saying a word and immediately followed. Han Yulu, to the pharmacy to see those who are sick. Rongyu, I want to check if my young nephew is sick. At the pharmacy, all the doctors were busy and Shin Nanfeng was even staggering while walking. Frightened, Rongyu couldn't help but step forward to support him. Why do you look so exhausted, Shin Nanfeng?
Han Yulu.
Cough, cough, why do you look so worn out? Rongyu asked. Because I was anxious and changed the prescriptions. I tested 7 or 8 different formulas today and came up with 2. They can't cure the disease, but they can keep him alive for a little longer. Luckily, Rong's family sent ginseng, but it can only last a day or 2, Han Yulu said happily. Having a few more days was already a surprise. Shen Nanfeng nodded tiredly and then continued to work. Han Yulu and others stayed to help, working all night. Finally, Su Xinghe arrived late and looked at Su Mingyi as if giving charity. But before he could speak, Su Mingyi, hoarse and weak, threw a letter over and weakly shouted, Han Yulu, letter, plague. Although Su Mingyi's voice was soft, Lung Rue heard the words, plague, and letter, and immediately changed his expression. Lung Rue quickly picked up the letter and handed it to Su Xinghe. After reading the letter, Su Xinghe sat down heavily on the ground. Quick, go find some water and food for him. I need to know what's really going on. Su Xinghe sat on the ground, shouting angrily. This completely exceeded his expectations. He never thought that Su Mingyi could be related to Han Yulu. In this peaceful state, The person you should never offend is Hanyulu. If you offend the prince, he usually shows some mercy or forgiveness in certain situations. But Hanyulu is different. This ancestor once even accused his own father. He didn't spare his own father. He doesn't think he's someone important enough in the Hanyulu family to be so bold as to let Hanyulu forgive him. Su Mingyi was lying on the ground, his mouth dry and full of cold laughter. Just a simple person like Su Xinghe isn't worth risking the lives of so many sick villagers. You, Su Xinghe, just wait. You will die without a proper burial. Regarding Su Xinghe, Su Mingyi no longer feels any fatherly affection. Now he even feels gloating. But when Leng Rue brought water and food, Su Mingyi didn't hesitate and ate eagerly. It's better to survive than to die. Especially since he hasn't seen what will happen to Su Xinghe. How could he die? Watching Su Mingyi eat so greedily, Su Xinghe gritted his teeth and asked, "What exactly is going on? How come you have dealings with Hanyulu?" He even suspected that the letter might be forged by Su Mingyi. But in the next moment, he knew that was impossible. Su Mingyi had no idea that there were people outside Jing'an Prefecture intercepting messages, so he truly came with Hanyulu's letter to seek help. Otherwise, forging Hanyulu's letter would be a death sentence. So, this must be real. Su Xinghe closed his eyes. This predicament was actually caused by himself. Truly, he couldn't help but slap himself. Su Mingyi smiled, understanding that Su Xinghe now realized his own situation, and his smile was wild. Su Xinghe, you killed your wife and child, and now you didn't expect to be the first to suffer retribution? Ha ha ha, serves you right, this is karma. More retribution. Killing you will be easy, Su Xinghe said sinisterly. When did it become Su Mingyi's turn to mock him? Su Xinghe raised his hand, and Leng Rue immediately stepped forward. Su Mingyi raised his hands in surrender. No need to punish me, I will tell everything. He came to Jing'an Prefecture to seek medicinal herbs and save the villagers, so he wouldn't hide anything. Come back, you're smart. Su Xinghe felt a bit anxious inside, but he didn't show it on his face. He had no time to waste now and hurriedly urged, speak quickly. Su Mingyi also knew time was tight, so he quickly explained. On the way, we were unexpectedly captured by General Han and Lu. I don't know why they insisted on bringing us to Jing'an Prefecture. Before we could leave, we learned about the plague. General Han and Lu sent me with his token to Jinyang City to find the Rong family and buy medicinal herbs. After I arrived in Nanming Town with the Rong family, a few days later, the doctors there found a cure for the plague, but 2 of the herbs were rare. General Han and Lu worried someone might tamper with these rare herbs, so they sent me to Jing'an Prefecture to report, buy the herbs, and send them to Nanming Town. He didn't mention that he was supposed to return to Jing'an Prefecture last night. If he had, it would have been a dead end. Su Xinghe was feeling very restless and pacing back and forth, almost unable to believe, and asked, General Han and Lu kidnapped you without reason and took you to Jing'an Prefecture without explaining why? This didn't seem right. Why would Han and Lu kidnap them without any cause? If Su Shi and others committed a crime, they should be taken to the authorities, not brought along to Jing'an Prefecture. I don't know. Su Xinghe, you have time to think about these useless things. You should focus on how to handle the aftermath. Even if you kill me, when General Han and Lu come, they'll still find out about you. Su Mingyi stomped his foot in frustration. He kept saying that the common people suffering from the plague needed those 2 herbs. Why not think of a way quickly? You're right. No matter what, Han and Lu will find out about me. But whether you live or die, I will die too. So it's better to kill you now. Su Xinghe's eyes were cold and fierce, as if he was looking at his enemy. Who would have thought that Su Mingyi was actually his son? Su Mingyi sneered boldly, lying there unconcerned, and said, Fine. Go ahead and kill me, but I can promise your end will be 10 times worse than mine. My mother will avenge me. When you're dead and in the underworld, I will make sure to settle the score with you. I won't be at a loss. Since fleeing from starvation, I have been afraid many times, worried that I might die. Now, being able to die together with this beast, it's somewhat worth it. Just your mother? Su Xinghe looks at him with disdain. What can a rural woman do to him? But right now, this letter is indeed a hot potato. Sir, this letter must be delivered quickly. We can't delay the epidemic. Otherwise, no one can protect you, Lung Rue can't help but urge. If only a 2-day delay, with no major consequences, and considering the credit from this time of the master's alliance with the Rong family and the relationship with the lady, the master wouldn't be sentenced to death. His official position might just be lowered a bit, not completely removed. But if this letter is kept hidden forever, then everyone in Jing'an Prefecture knows the methods of Han and Liu. Stop the nonsense. Using your words? Just how do I send this letter out? Su Xinghe feels a headache coming on. No matter how this letter leaves his hands, it's not proper or legitimate. Lung Rue also can't think of a better way. Su Xinghe grits his teeth, suddenly stands up, and says to Lung Rue, "Bring Su Mingyi with you. Come with me to see the prince." Lung Rue is a bit stunned. Are they really going straight to see the prince with Su Mingyi? Su Xinghe's face is cold. Whether I want to kill Su Mingyi or not, this is a personal grudge. But if the epidemic is delayed, that's a big problem. So, the only way now is to tell the truth. Although the epidemic has indeed been delayed, it's better than hiding it forever. He doesn't think he can keep this secret in Jing'an Prefecture forever. Yes, Lung Rue also understands now, and he takes Su Mingyi onto the carriage. Su Mingyi is a bit surprised. He glances at Su Xinghe and coldly mocks, "I didn't expect you to be so decisive. A hero's resolve, it's not too late." Anyway, with his brains, he really can't think of a better plan. You're just a troublemaker. Su Xinghe clenches his fists but knows he can only talk tough. He can't do anything to Su Mingyi now. Why do I feel like you and Su Mingli are the real troublemakers? After Su Mingli died, things only got better for us. Su Mingyi's eyes sparkled as he listened to the sounds outside the carriage, continuing to mock. He kept watching Su Xinghe's expression, wanting to see how he would react after hearing about Su Mingli. But Su Mingyi was disappointed. Su Xinghe had already discovered Su Shi and others in Jinyang City's government office, but he hadn't seen Su Mingli. He knew that this fool was probably exposed or even dead. So, he wasn't surprised when he heard Su Mingyi speak. "How did Su Mingli die?" Su Xinghe asked curiously. After the shock, Su Mingyi only laughed loudly. As he laughed, his eyes turned red. "Oh, Su Mingli, Su Mingli, it's sad that you loved your mother so much that you hurt her because of that poisonous man's words. But in the end, you didn't even hold a place in this scoundrel's heart." Seeing Su Mingyi so crazy, Su Xinghe looked unhappy but didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes calmly and started thinking of a plan. If he told everything, the prince would surely punish him. But it wouldn't be death. And with the lady's influence, it might still be possible to restore his status later. Thinking about how the lady might react if she found out about Su Shi and others, Su Xinghe felt very worried. That woman was already difficult to deal with normally. If she found out he had such a big secret, he was afraid she would. "Su Xinghe, you can't kill me for now. But I wonder if your future wife, the one you're going to marry, will kill you when she finds out I exist." Su Mingyi suddenly smiled mischievously. This Su Xinghe, he wouldn't think he could easily let him go, would he? "Don't worry. Even if I die, I'll be the one to die before you." Su Xinghe sneered coldly. He didn't bother to look at Su Mingyi with even a hint of emotion. Such a lowly bloodline was not worthy of being his child. It was his shame. So, sooner or later, he would personally erase this shameful thing. "Well, I'll wait and see," Su Mingyi said with a light laugh. This man in front of him was so arrogant that he was speechless. But his mother was right after all. When today's matter is over and Su Xinghe comes to his senses, he probably will regret it to death. It's truly something to look forward to. The carriage shook as it traveled along the main road, but Su Xinghe felt a strange sense of unease deep inside. He kept thinking he might have overlooked something. But the plague waits for no one, and every minute lost makes his mistake worse. So, even though Su Xinghe felt it was risky, he quickly took Su Mingyi to meet the prince. At this moment in Nanming town, bowls of medicine were being brewed and sent out in batches. Everyone was busy and working hard. Even Han Yulu and Rongyu were exhausted and couldn't straighten up. After everyone drank the medicine, Han Yulu and the others finally relaxed, sitting on stools to rest for a moment. I thought something might have happened to Sumingi when he went to Jing'an Prefecture to find medicine, but it turns out it was all planned, Rongyu said, catching his breath and praising Su Shi's cleverness. Thinking of that woman, Han Yulu also admired her. She's truly smart, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She didn't delay important matters and also achieved her own goal naturally. Such a clever woman. Was she really just an ordinary woman who hadn't gone to school? Do you think Su Mingyi is still safe right now? Among the 3, only Shun Nanfeng was worried about Su Mingyi. After all, that was Jing'an Prefecture, and Su Xinghe had always wanted to kill Su Shi and the others. Su Mingyi was handed directly to him. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer. What if Su Xinghe, in a panic, kills Su Mingyi first? Don't worry. Madame Su wouldn't risk her own son's life like that. I've arranged for someone to take care of Su Mingyi in my letter to Jing'an Prefecture. Nothing will happen, Han Yulu said calmly. At this moment, his mind couldn't help but recall the words Su Shi had said when he learned about the plague, chasing after him. General, once Mingyi informs the Rong family, I will also send him to Nanming town. I believe Shun Nanfeng will find the best medicine. By then, even if the Rong family gathers herbs to prevent any sabotage, you will surely send someone secretly to Jing'an Prefecture to collect medicine, he thought. This time, your people are limited. And if your close aides go, it will attract too much attention. It might be better to send my son Mingyi instead. Su Xinghe will definitely try to stop us at the gate of Jing'anzhou City. Let Mingyi show the guard the letter you gave him first, then check Mingyi's documents. This way, we can pretend that Mingyi was captured by Su Xinghe's people. General, you can write 2 letters about gathering medicinal herbs. One will be given to the guard and sent to the prince, while the other stays with Mingyi to surprise Su Xinghe. This plan won't delay the important matter of the epidemic, and it will also make Su Xinghe walk into a trap himself. We can see this as our reward for helping. What do you think? But I didn't expect General Han to agree. I thought, in your heart, personal matters wouldn't mix with official business, Rongyu softly mocked. But after a moment, she laughed at herself. What's wrong with her? She had already decided to let go, so why does she feel so sad and unwilling? It's embarrassing, so embarrassing. Han Yulu was pulled back by Rongyu's voice. His eyelids drooped, and he said indifferently, Madame Su said this matter is their reward, mainly because of Jing Lui's strange words. As long as it doesn't affect the big picture, helping this time is also to protect Su Shi's life and prevent it from truly affecting the fate of the world. Unless it concerns life and death, he wouldn't interfere in Su Shi's affairs. Rongyu was quite cold. This is about Madame Su, so she didn't need to ask more. But she thought the medicinal herbs had been delivered this morning, so probably there was no problem on Su Mingyi's side. After all, the person who delivered the herbs said they were only late because these 2 rare herbs were hard to gather, not because there was an issue with Su Mingyi. Miss Rong, later, the 2 kinds of medicinal herbs collected by the Rong family should be sent separately to Yan'an Town and Baima Town, Han Yulu softly said. Although the epidemic situation in those 2 towns isn't too serious, everyone is still worried. Since the formula has been developed, it's best to prepare all the herbs early so that the people in both towns can rest assured. Rongyu nodded. Of course. Shun Nanfeng stood up and went to eat. He didn't know if Jing Mo and Nanxing, who went to these 2 towns, could handle things on their own. The key point is, no one knows if anyone in the Su family is sick. The door of the small courtyard was knocked again. But Su Mingren and the others didn't dare to open it, not even to ask who was there. After all, someone had thrown a sick person's body into the yard. What if they caught the disease? Still, the door kept being knocked insistently. Soon, the other side seemed to lose patience and broke the door open. Su Mingren immediately gripped his sickle tightly and told the children to hide. Is young Master Mingfan here? We come from Jing'an Prefecture, sent to take you back. Wang Haifeng, holding a sword, stood in the yard and shouted loudly. Inside the house, Su Mingren subconsciously relaxed a little, then looked back at Ming Fan in surprise. Are they here to take you? If they were from Jing'an Prefecture, there wouldn't be any danger. Dad, better be careful. Who knows if they are really from Jing'an Prefecture? Ming Fan pursed his lips, his face tense with worry and unspoken feelings. Regarding Jing'an Prefecture, he didn't really want to go back. But he also knew he had no choice. You say you are from Jing'an Prefecture. Do you have proof? Ming Fan asked loudly from the window. In this world, caution is always wise. Su Mingren also said, please prove your identity, or we can't be sure to let you take Ming Fan. No matter how noble Ming Fan's status was, he was still their child. Without proof of identity, they wouldn't let anyone take Ming Fan easily. Wang Haifeng didn't get angry. He immediately showed a badge. I am Wang Haifeng, a 5th-rank deputy general from Jing'an Prefecture. This is my badge. Arya and others peered at the badge from the window, but couldn't see clearly. Arya didn't want her brother to leave, so she said, who knows if this badge is really yours? Ming Fan didn't speak. Young Master Ming Fan, if you say that, then no matter what proof we show, we can't truly confirm our identities. Wang Haifeng frowned, feeling a bit amused. This Ming Fan, though young, was quite cautious. At this moment, Ming Fan said, General Han Yilu left someone in town to help the master handle the epidemic. If you are from Jing'an Prefecture, you might as well find him. If he says you are from Jing'an Prefecture, I will believe him. If he couldn't prove his identity, how could he have left so easily? Wang Haifeng nodded. Then please wait a moment, young master. He waved his hand and immediately arranged for someone to find the person General Han Yilu left behind. It seemed likely that this person was from Jing'an Prefecture. Without the news from General Han Yilu, they probably wouldn't know we are living here. Su Mingren thought for a moment and whispered. He tilted his head, looked at his son's tense face, and reached out to gently rub it. From now on, you are the precious young master of Jing'an Prefecture. You can't call others dad casually, understand? I didn't call anyone dad casually, Ming Fan stubbornly replied. Su Mingren sighed, pulled Ming Fan over, and said seriously, your parents can't do much to help you now. The only thing we can do is not hold you back. So, after you go to Jing'an Prefecture, don't call us dad and mom in front of others, okay? Ming Fan naturally understood this principle. He knew that calling his parents dad and mom in front of others was not good for himself or for his parents. Just because he became successful, does that mean he would stop recognizing his parents? Foolish child, you will always be our child. Affection is in your heart, not just in words. Your parents wouldn't argue over these things, right? Don't take it to heart. Mrs. Zhang held Ming Fan's small hand, gently stroking and comforting him repeatedly. She couldn't bear to part with him. But no matter how much she loved him, she had to let go. Going to Jing'an Prefecture would give Ming Fan a better future. His voice was soft and trembling, filled with deep reluctance, attachment, and a hint of fear about the future. Mrs. Zhang gently touched his little face and said firmly, don't worry. Your parents, grandma, and your little sister will all go to Jing'an Prefecture. When that happens, our family will be together again. Nothing is more important than being with family. They truly worried about Ming Fan being alone in Jing'an Prefecture. Tears welled up in Ming Fan's eyes. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, creating a mist that blurred his view of the world around him. Mrs. Zhang gently pinched Ming Fan's rosy cheeks and smiled. Don't worry, our family will be reunited very soon. However, what Mrs. Zhang and others didn't expect was that when Jing Qian arrived and confirmed Wang Haifeng's identity, Wang Haifeng surprisingly said he wanted to travel with the Su family. Wang Haifeng said, you saved young Master Ming Fan's life. I heard you are also heading to Jing'an Prefecture, so the prince specifically ordered me to bring you there. You are the benefactors of Jing'an. He bowed respectfully to the Su family. On the difficult journey to escape hardship, being able to take in a child with no relation shows kindness, and that makes him respect them. Are you sure about Ming Fan's identity, sir? Su Mingren asked, a little surprised. At that time, when Hu Qingshan spoke, no one was certain that Ming Fan was the second young master's child. Wang Haifeng nodded. Yes, Ming Fan's identity is confirmed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent specifically to pick him up. Su Mingren was overjoyed. That's great. Ming Fan, you will finally see your real father. Although they wanted to adopt this child forever, they knew they couldn't be too selfish. Ming Fan has his own biological parents, which is even better. Shall we set out now? Wang Haifeng urged. In Jing'an Prefecture, the prince, princess, and others were eagerly waiting. Especially the princess. The prince had other illegitimate sons, and the throne could be passed to them. But the princess didn't want that. She naturally didn't want the throne to go to illegitimate children, so she was even more eager for Ming Fan to arrive. Su Mingren hesitated and mentioned Su Shi's situation. In the middle of the night, someone secretly threw a body into the yard. We think it was someone who died of illness. My mother. That's simple. I will take you on the road first. As for Madame Su, I will send someone to take special care of her. Once we confirm she isn't sick or has recovered, I will send someone to Jing'an. Is that okay? Sun Haifeng asked seriously. Mrs. Zhang hesitated and said, Brother Mingren, you and the others go ahead with the adults. I will stay behind to take care of my mother. Who would leave when their mother is sick? Su Mingren nodded. All right, you stay and cook some food for her. If she is truly ill, she still needs care. After making this decision, Sun Haifeng immediately led everyone on the road. At this moment, in Jing'an Prefecture, Su Xinghe was stunned. He didn't expect Su Mingyi to produce the letter he wrote to Su Mingli. Su Xinghe wrote a letter to coax my younger brother Su Mingli to kill my mother. My mother has escaped death several times, but Su Xinghe still wouldn't let her go. This time, he even kidnapped me. If I hadn't happened to have letters from General Han and Liu, I might have already been killed by Su Xinghe. This is physical evidence. Also, Su Mingli tried to kill my mother several times, and there are witnesses. My mother bore Su Xinghe children and never did anything wrong to him. Yet, Su Xinghe not only hid his new marriage but also tried to kill my mother multiple times. This crime is clear. If we don't punish him, won't it encourage other men to follow suit and abandon their wives, becoming scoundrels? Su Mingyi knelt there, reciting the lines he had prepared earlier, word by word. This scene had appeared many times in his dreams. But when the day truly arrived, Su Mingyi realized how excited he was. His nostrils flared, his heart pounding wildly. Su Xinghe, I will make you pay for this. Your Highness, I am innocent. I have never been married before. This can be checked in the household register. Su Xinghe immediately knelt down, shouting his innocence. While resenting Su Mingyi, he also felt relieved that he had tampered with the household register, so even if the prince checked, they wouldn't find anything. Never married? Then, Su Xinghe, why did you kidnap me? Were you planning to kill me? And that letter, if you compare the handwriting, you'll know whether it's genuine. Su Mingyi didn't expect that. Even at this point, Su Xinghe would still insist he had never been married. Then what about his mother and their children? Su Xinghe's face darkened. The handwriting can be imitated. Su Mingyi sneered. Su Xinghe, we were raised by our mother, and that wasn't easy. Besides my father, who taught us a few words, none of us brothers can write well. How could we possibly imitate your handwriting? He had never thought of himself as illiterate, and he was grateful for that. This handwriting is indeed exactly the same as Su Xinghe's, Chen Wang said calmly as he slapped the letter handed over by Su Mingyi onto the table. He looked coldly at Su Xinghe with a frozen gaze. He is somewhat related to Su Xinghe, and since Su Xinghe's handwriting is quite good, he had even bought a few of Su Xinghe's calligraphy works and had his children copy them. Therefore, he could recognize at a glance that the handwriting belonged to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's mind went blank. The incident was sudden, and he didn't have time to think carefully. He instinctively denied it. But the handwriting could not be denied. What should he do now? Master Su. Chen Wang's voice grew a little more serious, reminding him. Su Xinghe immediately kowtowed and admitted his guilt. Your Highness, forgive me. I did lie just now. Now, he could only admit that he was the one who wrote the letter. Fortunately, when he wrote the letter, it was just a temptation and did not explicitly tell Su Mingli to kill Su Shi's wife, so he still had some room to argue. How dare you lie in front of me? Su Xinghe, You actually hinted that your son should kill your wife by marriage. Cheng Wang pursed his lips, showing some disdain. His impression of Su Xinghe was only based on the relationship of kinship. As for Su Xinghe's abilities, apart from his calligraphy, there was nothing else impressive. Your Highness, I swear I never intended to kill my wife by marriage. It's just, I was also deceived. Su Xinghe choked up and told the whole story. It turned out that when Su Shi was found by Su Xinghe, she had no memory and didn't remember her name. Su Xinghe had casually given her a name. According to Su Xinghe, at first he wanted to live a good life with Su Shi, otherwise, how could they have so many children? But later, he went to serve in the army. During an accident, he learned that Su Shi was actually Su Song, a corrupt official who embezzled disaster relief grain and suppressed and killed over 1,000 innocent people. Back then, Su Song was executed along with his entire family. I don't know how Su Shi escaped, but when I found out, I was only left with fear. I understand that I made a mistake by hiding my remarriage. However, Su 11's identity made me feel uneasy, worried that one day her true identity might be discovered, and I would. Later, when my wife was pregnant, I had nightmares about causing trouble for her and the baby. After thinking carefully, I came up with this idea. It's not that I wanted to kill my wife, but Su 11 was actually a criminal who deserved punishment. I know I am deeply guilty, but I truly believed I was justified. Su Xinghe knelt on the ground, his voice trembling and sincere. He is now very glad he prepared 2 plans back then, or he might have really fallen into Su Mingyi's hands today. You're talking nonsense. My mother could never be a criminal on the run. After being shocked, Su Mingyi widened his eyes and stared at Su Xinghe angrily. He gritted his teeth and said, "You really went to great lengths to try to kill my mother." He is sure that if the prince investigates now, there will be evidence pointing to his mother being the daughter of a condemned criminal. You've changed your mind. Just divorce from my mother, and we won't bother you anymore. Why do you have to put my mother in danger of death? Su Mingyi felt sad and angry for his mother. Although his mother had been unkind to them over the past 10 or 20 years, she truly loved his father and waited faithfully. But what about Su Xinghe? It's not me saying Su 11 is guilty. She herself said that once the prince investigates, the truth will come out naturally. Su Xinghe slowly stood up straight and spoke calmly. These things, however, won't be enough to ruin him. It's just that the situation with the wife is still hard to explain. But it's better than being quickly crushed by Su Mingyi. Since that's the case, Su Xinghe, you are to be confined in the mansion and not allowed to see anyone. Once I investigate the truth, I will make a final decision. Even if Su 11's identity is true, kidnapping Su Mingyi without reason and nearly causing an epidemic is a serious crime. The king pondered for a moment before making his decision. Su Xinghe immediately shouted, "I admit my guilt and know I was wrong." After saying this, Su Xinghe stepped back and left. Only the confused and worried Su Mingyi remained in the main hall, feeling a bit scared. "Prince, my mother." The prince waved his hand to stop Su Mingyi from speaking and said solemnly, "Your mother's identity still needs to be verified. If she truly is a person who deserves punishment, no one can save her." Regarding what Green Clothes said about good luck, Han and Lu had not yet told the prince. After all, such an important matter should not be just communicated by letter. So, at this moment, the prince did not know about Su Shi's special situation. He only thought it was an ordinary matter. "Please leave now." Yes, even though Su Mingyi was worried about his mother, he knew he had no right to speak more in front of the prince. Not long after leaving the main hall, a young servant caught up with him. "Mr. Su Mingyi, please wait. I am a servant close to the prince. This is the reward silver sent by the prince to thank you for your effort. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't know how many more civilians might have died." The young servant had a gentle face and a kind tone, which eased Su Mingyi's nervous heart. After hearing this, Su Mingyi quickly waved his hand to refuse, saying, "I can't accept this. As a citizen of the court, it's my duty. How can I accept a reward? If he just stood by and did nothing, that would be wrong. Moreover, he hadn't really done much. Instead, He took this chance to reveal what Su Xinghe had done to the prince. He had already gained an advantage, but the young servant was unwilling to take it back. Sir, it's only fair that the prince's reward is accepted, but I don't think I should accept this money. If I do, my mother will beat me to death. I absolutely can't accept it, sir. The two argued back and forth for a while. Eventually, Su Mingyi ran off in a hurry. Poor young servant. How could he catch up with Su Mingyi? He could only hold back tears and carry the silver back. At this moment, the prince was in the backyard meeting with the princess. Hearing the servant's report, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good. My subject should be like this. If he doesn't want it, then so be it. Because of this, the prince developed a good impression of Su Mingyi. Remembering what the young servant just said, Su Mingyi mentioned that if he accepted the money, his mother would beat him to death. It seems that this Su Shi is quite reasonable. Order the guards to thoroughly investigate the identity of Su Xinyang. Also, pay special attention. Any clues related to Su Xinghe must not be overlooked. After the servant left, the princess consort slowly said, Are you suspecting that Su Xinghe tampered with Su Xinyang's identity? The princess consort is 65 years old, elegant and noble, with a graceful demeanor. Her voice is clear and sharp, like breaking ice. Although she was more favored as a concubine in the past, she still enjoys the royal favor, showing her beauty and ability. As soon as she learned about Su Xinghe, she immediately informed the princess. After all, Su Xinghe is also her nephew's son-in-law.
Exactly.
Even if what he says is true, that there's a problem with Su Xinyang's identity, he has ignored the children for years, which is simply unforgivable. When mentioning Su Xinghe, the princess consort looks disdainful. A man who is so indifferent to his own children shows he has no principles. She has always looked down on such a person.
Him.
When he wanted to marry Inger, he said many good things, but he never mentioned that he already had a wife and children. The princess consort is angry. Her sister had finally found her lost daughter after many years and cherished her dearly. But Inger insisted on marrying Su Xinghe, so she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. She also supported Su Xinghe in many ways. But she never expected that Su Xinghe already had a wife and children. Does that mean her Inger was unknowingly made a concubine? It's simply outrageous. We must not let him go. The princess consort grits her teeth in anger. Her niece had been away from home for many years and suffered a lot. Now, Su Xinghe dares to humiliate her like this? She joked, I was worried you might plead for him. That's good, so she wouldn't have to worry about him causing trouble. The princess consort knows Inger is pregnant now. For the sake of the child, she should also consider pleading for Su Xinghe. What is the worst possible punishment for Su Xinghe? She can't help but ask. Whether to plead or not depends on what kind of punishment Su Xinghe will face. Prince Chung responded softly. If Lady Su 11 truly is a fugitive as he says, then she doesn't deserve to die. But if Lady Su 11's identity is fake, then he will surely die. Wanting to kill his wife and incite their son to kill his own mother is no longer just a simple crime of murder. Queen Chung looked cold, but she didn't say anything else. She wasn't sure if her beloved niece would plead for Lady Su 11, so she didn't dare speak too confidently. By the way, how many days until Mingfan arrives? Compared to her troublesome niece, Queen Chung missed her adorable grandson even more. This grandson was her only hope. Otherwise, she could only rely on her spoiled second daughter-in-law's child, but how could that child inherit the throne? When Mingfan comes back, she planned to give him a good lesson. Absolutely. She couldn't let her down. Probably in 4 or 5 days he should be back. Don't worry too much. This child has gone through hardships and still managed to return to us, which shows he's lucky. Queen Chung patted her husband's hand gently, offering comfort. But inside, she was worried. The child was already 9 years old. If he picked up bad habits, it might be hard to change them. It seemed she couldn't give up on her other son either. Yes, my grandson is definitely lucky. But his mother, whenever she mentioned Miss Wang Yue, Queen Cheng's face showed displeasure. She didn't want a daughter-in-law from a brothel, and if her grandson was to inherit the throne, She absolutely couldn't have a mother from a brothel. Queen Chung agreed. I've already discussed with Chioha. We'll tell others that Mingfan was born to a good concubine in Chiohu's household, but because he was weak as a child and we worried about his health, we sent him away to grow up in a temple. This way, even though he's a child of a concubine, he's still from a good family, better than having a mother from a brothel. Queen Chung nodded, but she said sharply, that Miss Wang Yue must disappear, or she will cause trouble sooner or later. Children naturally admire their own mothers. To prevent future chaos, it's best that Miss Wang Yue simply vanish. Chioha really likes that girl Wang Yue. Maybe we should give her a new identity and bring her into the household. That way, Mingfan won't find out later. And she might feel resentful. Absolutely not. Wang Yue was born of a humble background. How many people in Jing'an Prefecture have seen her? If she and Mingfan appear together at Chiohu's house, it will cause endless rumors. For Mingfan's sake, she must die, all right. Although she was forbidden from doing so, Fang Inger quickly found out what happened today. She was so angry that she caused a miscarriage. She rested for over 2 hours, receiving acupuncture, moxibustion, and medicine, before finally calming down. The maid, Suar, frowned. While massaging Fang Inger, she softly advised, Madam, nothing is more important than you and the baby right now. So, even if you're angry, you must take care of your health. She had been serving Fang Inger since she was recognized by the Fang family. In the blink of an eye, she had been with her for 10 years. Their relationship was very good. Suar knew how hard Fang Inger had worked for this child, so she comforted her gently. Tears streamed down Fang Inger's face, wetting her eyelashes. She trembled slightly, and everything before her became foggy. Although she was 41, Fang Inger looked very well maintained. Her skin was smooth and fair, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Her long years of luxury and comfort gave her a noble aura. Now, to outsiders, she looked only about 30.
But how could she not be?
When Fang Inger was found, she was nearly 30 years old. I know the child is most important, but Su Xing had dared to lie to me. Fang Inger felt her heart ache. After so many years of marriage, it turned out to be a lie from the very beginning. When I married him, I was already 30. He was 32. Being 30, it's normal for him to have been married before and have children. But he, thinking of their years of love, only to find it was all a joke, she couldn't help but become furious. Suar lowered her head, opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she said nothing. If the master had told the madam back then that he had been married and had children, would she still have married him? Back then, the lady's family was very unwilling. If they had known that the grown man was married and had children, it would have been impossible for them to agree to marry the lady. Where is he? Fang Inger wiped her tears, bit her lip, and finally couldn't help asking. Suar secretly resented the lady for losing her temper, but she also knew how deep the lady's feelings for the grown man were, so she could only sigh inwardly. He has been kneeling in the yard. What?
How can that be?
How will the servants in the house see him? Fang Inger clutched her handkerchief, feeling very conflicted. Of course, she was angry at Su Xinghe's actions, but she didn't expect him to be so shameless.
Life still has to go on.
Madam, the grown man is deceiving you like this. Has he thought about your reputation? Why do you have to? Suar stomped her foot angrily. Is the lady being a bit too weak? Fang Inger opened her mouth, looked at her belly for a while, and said helplessly, But we already have a child. I can't just break off with him over this. Besides, he has no feelings for that woman and the child. We've been married for 10 years and never had children. He never even considered taking the child from the other side. That shows he still cares about me more than about them. Suar looked at the lady, who was already convincing herself without Su Xinghe needing to speak, and felt speechless. She gritted her teeth. Madam, what is your status? And what is his? He hasn't cared about the other side because of your status. What are you saying? How can it just be about status? Do you think he has no feelings for me? Fang Inger pushed Suar away angrily, looking unhappy. Her feelings for Su Xinghe. How could others understand? For a moment, Fong Inger was annoyed at Suar's words. "Oh, my lady, how old are you? Why is your mind only filled with love and romance? It's obvious that the grown man is just after her family's support, so he dares not contact his children on the other side. And because of this, he neglects his wife and his 3 sons. This is more than cold-hearted. It's beyond words. How can the lady not see this at all?" Locker remembered Madame Fong's instructions and wanted to speak to persuade her gently. However, Madame Fong was already upset with him, and any words he said now would only make things worse. In the end, Locker had no choice but to stay silent. He thought, "Never mind, I will try to persuade her slowly in the future." And this important task, he decided it was better to leave it to the elders, as he couldn't handle it himself. This love-struck mind of his seemed as tough as steel, impossible to break. "Go and ask the master to come in, then wait outside," Fong Inger thought for a moment. She still wanted to hear Su Xinghe's explanation right away. "Tell the servants in the house not to treat the master harshly or gossip about him." Locker felt helpless. With such a strong family background, what kind of man couldn't be found? Why cling to such a scoundrel? But she was just a maid, so she could only obey and do as told. Soon, Su Xinghe entered. He looked cold and distant, with clear eyes and a lonely expression. Just standing there made Fong Inger feel both infatuated and heartbroken. She wanted to ask about him, but thinking about his actions, she held back. Instead, she sneered and said, "No wonder I haven't been pregnant in 10 years. You didn't rush at all. Turns out you have 3 sons? I underestimated you." Su Xinghe's face stiffened, and a flash of awkwardness crossed his face. But since this was his fault, he didn't dare be proud. He lowered himself and apologized sincerely. "I know I kept this from you, and that was my mistake. But I was just too eager to marry you. Want to marry me? Then why did you lie to me first?" Fong Inger accused him with tears in her eyes. What kind of love or desire to marry her was this? Su Xinghe stepped forward, sat on the bed, and wanted to hold her, but she pushed him away forcefully. He was pushed away several times, but he kept trying to hold her again and again. After some time, Fong Inger finally stopped resisting and leaned into his arms, crying sadly. She was truly heartbroken. The man she loved with all her heart had made her into a joke. "Inger, don't cry anymore. It's all my fault. Seeing you cry breaks my heart." Su Xinghe gently wiped her tears and kept comforting her. After a long while, Fong Inger finally stopped crying, clutching her stomach and calling out a few times. Suddenly frightened, Su Xinghe immediately wanted to call a doctor, but Fong Inger said it was just the baby moving, and then everything was fine. "Inger, listen to me. I really wanted to marry you back then, so I kept it a secret. Otherwise, would your parents have let you marry me? Also, we were so nervous about that matter back then, afraid of being caught. I never thought about those people." When he mentioned that matter, Fong Inger's face changed. "But you shouldn't have kept it from me. You know I like you. If you told me, I would understand that you don't care about them. I would also hide things from my parents for you." Fong Inger clenched her handkerchief, feeling wronged. They are a married couple, and such a big thing. How could he hide it from her? And for so many years, not a word about it? "I know I was wrong, but I liked you so much. I was worried that if you found out, you wouldn't want to marry me. I'm even more worried that it might leave a scar on your heart, making you unhappy." Hearing this, Su Xinghe's face grew paler and his mood sank low. "It's all my fault. I really don't want to see you unhappy, but the one who made you unhappy is me." Su Xinghe was very regretful. "I hate it. I hate that you appeared so late." Listening to his low, tearful voice, Fong Inger's heart gradually softened. He kept it a secret because he was worried she would be upset if she found out. Xinghe loved her. Fong Inger focused on this point, and her heart suddenly felt as sweet as drinking honey. She couldn't help but ask, "If I have a daughter, would you like her more than the child of that woman? Which man doesn't want to pass on his family line?" Thinking of this, Fong Inger felt a little nervous. Su Xinghe looked down at the nervous woman with gentle, loving eyes. "Fool, what I want is our child. To tell you the truth, I deliberately wrote a letter to provoke Su Mingli, making him kill Su Shi. I thought, when Su Mingli comes, I have proof that he killed his mother and I can easily get rid of him. Or maybe let them brothers fight each other. Even though I was in Jingyang City a while ago and knew they were still alive, I ordered Leng Rui to intercept and kill them before they reached Jing'an Prefecture. I only want my child with you, whether boy or girl. In response, Su Xinghe swore loudly and clearly, which made Fong Inger call Leng Rui in to verify. Fong Inger was moved to tears and hurriedly stopped him. How could I not believe you? I know you're doing all this for me. You've suffered so much. The man in front of her was willing to risk everything, even to harm his own children for her. This filled Fong Inger with deep feelings. How much does Su Xinghe love her? She thought that once the punishment came, she might only be able to save her own life. Then she could stay with him and the children every day. Su Xinghe looked sad as he held Fong Inger's hand, his eyes empty, as if lost in thought. But the numbness and despair in his eyes were clear to Fong Inger. How could she bear to see her husband so dejected? She immediately said, "It's not a big deal. Don't worry, I will ask my parents for help. Even if the prince punishes him this time, after a while, my parents will find a way to get him a good position. Absolutely not. How can I let my father and mother go through so much trouble for me?" Su Xinghe looked worried for her. Fong Inger was deeply touched and reaffirmed that she would take responsibility for this matter. Fong Inger was an older pregnant woman and had just experienced a miscarriage, so she soon fell into a deep sleep. Su Xinghe stayed by her side the whole time. Until sunset, Fong Inger woke up and saw her husband leaning against the bed rail, watching over her. Her heart was instantly filled with warmth. Fong Inger quietly called Luo'er in and softly instructed, "Find a way to send a message. Tell my parents to do everything they can to keep the official position. Madam, this matter has already been reviewed by the prince." How can the old lady ask the princess to help keep the official position? What is this lady thinking? Could she have been so easily fooled again, losing all her sense? Fong Inger pursed her lips and, as a backup plan, said, "Then let my parents handle it. Don't let him suffer too much punishment. After that, ideally within 6 months before I give birth, he should be restored to his official position. Isn't that making things difficult for him?" In the lady's eyes, is there still the master and lady of the Fong family? Did you hear that? Yes, I will go handle it right away. Suar complained inwardly but still obediently went to do as told. After leaving, she couldn't help but spit in disgust. With such deep eyes, even a dog would look at her with affection. Only the lady could do that. All these years, she had been deceived. Sigh, just thinking about it makes the old lady worry. But she is just a servant. What can she do? She can only pass the message along. When Madame Fong received the news, she immediately went to cry to the princess. The princess was annoyed, but she only had this one sister, whom she had loved dearly since childhood. Usually, she was easy to get along with, but this time, what was Su Xinghe doing? It's impossible for her to get her official position back. You should give up on Inger. The prince still has some shame. The princess refused coldly. Does she have no brains? Madame Fong choked. Used to being spoiled by her sister since she was young. Even now over 60, she still pouted and acted spoiled. I don't care. If you, sister, don't do anything, it's like letting my Inger die. The old princess slapped the table angrily, furious. You fool. They are bullying your daughter, and you still help that scoundrel. Madame Fong's face stiffened, awkwardly saying, "How could that be?" Inger said that Su Xinghe didn't want her to be sad, so he kept it from her. Do you believe that too? The princess felt her vision blur. She had always pampered this sister. After her marriage, her brother-in-law also spoiled her. She knew her sister wasn't very smart and was quite spoiled. But it couldn't be that clueless, could it? Madame Fong, however, was confident. Su Xinghe, could he find someone better than my Inger? My Inger is his best choice. Of course, he will treat her well. The princess almost spat out blood. Finally, she tore everything apart and fed all the facts to the other side. When Madame Fong left, she was in a daze. Back at the residence, she was still stunned. Master Fong Yi was very anxious because he couldn't stop his wife. Now that she has returned, he quickly went to greet her and asked, "Did you not go to talk to the princess to help protect Su Xinghe, that scoundrel? If they still help him keep his position after bullying your daughter, they are truly foolish. Moreover, it would also offend the Chung King." Old Lady Fong nodded faintly. "I told you. Did she and Inger really get tricked?" But Inger clearly said that Su Xinghe loves her very much. "You said that? Oh my goodness, you." Fong Yi wanted to scold her, but seeing his wife's confused look, he felt pity and held her gently. He helped her inside the house. Then he asked the servant to bring a cup of hot drink, handed it to his wife, and sat beside her on a stool, carefully weighing the pros and cons. But just as Fong Yi was about to speak, he was interrupted. That's what sister also said. She said she wouldn't speak up for Su Xinghe. The best thing is for him to lose his official position and settle down to live peacefully with Inger. Old Lady Fong felt like her world was collapsing. After all these years, she thought her daughter had found someone who truly loved her. But she never expected.
Yes.
This time, we must listen to the princess. Otherwise, maybe we should divorce. Fong Yi looked at his wife's face carefully and cautiously mentioned, "Given how Su Xinghe had treated his original wife and children, he is a ruthless and heartless person. Letting his only daughter stay with such a person makes Fong Yi uneasy and restless." Old Lady Fong hesitated. "But Inger is pregnant." Fong Yi patted his thigh. "So what? Our family can't support them both anymore. It might be better for them to stay with their grandson and enjoy their old age." That could work, but Inger still has feelings for Su Xinghe. Old Lady Fong hesitated. Hearing this, Fong Yi clenched his teeth but remained firm in his decision to have his daughter divorce. "Are you trying to make Inger end up with the same fate in the future?" Master Fong sneered. "After the divorce, we will introduce Inger to someone 100 times better than Su Xinghe. Over time, she will naturally forget that scoundrel. Given Inger's status, even though she is already 40, it's not hard to find a good man who has lost his wife. Especially since the princess cares so much for her niece, many people are eager to pursue her for that reason. Master Fong has never looked down on people based on their status, but you need to see clearly. Those who truly understand will realize that, although they care about status, it's because of that they genuinely treat Inger well. It's not just him saying this, his daughter, with her love-blind nature, just needs a good talk, and everything will be fine. So, as long as his daughter agrees to divorce, she will be happy in the future. You must persuade Inger carefully and make sure she agrees to the divorce." Okay. If General Han hadn't prepared so well, this epidemic might have delayed Su Xinghe's plans. Master Fong snorted, looking down on his son-in-law 100 times. Old Madame Fong was crying and worried, trying to persuade her daughter. Later, her daughter-in-law came up with an idea. The next morning, the princess directly sent someone to the Su residence to bring Inger back. The reason was that Inger was unaware and pregnant, so she should be taken to the Fong family to rest and recover. When they arrived at the Fong house, Inger caused a fuss. "Mother, if you take me away now, it's like telling everyone that our family has given up on Xinghe. Won't that make his life even harder?" Every time Inger thought about Xinghe's heartbroken expression when she left, she felt a deep pain. Xinghe knew everything but didn't stop her. In fact, he even encouraged her to leave. Someone who cares for her so much, why do her parents always have opinions about him? Master Fong was angry. "Why are you talking to your mother like that? Ever since Su Xinghe's incident, your mother's eyes are almost crying blind."
She's just worried about you.
His daughter-in-law, Zhao Yun, hurriedly helped her pregnant sister-in-law to sit down, comforting her. "My sister, right now your most important job is to protect yourself and the baby. As for your brother-in-law, we haven't figured everything out yet. Others, seeing our family situation, wouldn't trouble him. Just relax." Moreover, Su Xinghe was only ordered to reflect on his actions in the residence. Who could truly harm him? Of course, Zhao Yun wouldn't openly say such things in front of her dramatic older sister-in-law. "Someone, bring the bird's nest that's been prepared. Let's give big sister-in-law a good nourishing boost. Look at her, she's so thin." Zhao Yun hurriedly served her sister-in-law with care. This made old lady Fong feel very pleased. But Fong Inger felt differently. She was used to enjoying her younger sister-in-law Zhao Yun's care, but she didn't thank her. Instead, she ordered her away arrogantly, saying, "I have something to discuss with my parents."
You can leave now.
Was she treating her like a servant? Clearly treating her as an outsider. Even Zhao Yun, who was calm, almost showed anger. "Why are you talking like that? Yunar is your sister-in-law and the lady of this house. Is there anything she shouldn't hear?" Old Master Fong scolded. Although he didn't want his daughter-in-law to hear their criticism of his daughter, seeing her disrespect his sister-in-law made him angry inside. Fong Inger looked a little scared, clutching her handkerchief with a worried expression. Old Lady Fong immediately felt pity for her. Zhao Yun, sharp-eyed, noticed her mother-in-law's expression. She felt a bit wronged but quickly hid it. She quickly tried to smooth things over. "Father, you're being too strict. Don't you know my sister's temper? I have some things to do, so I'll go now." After speaking, Zhao Yun hurriedly left. Old Master Fong felt his face burning with shame. He pointed at Fong Inger and scolded, "You're already 40 years old. Can't you show some face? Be more sensible? Yunar is your sister-in-law. If you want the Fong family to support the children you carry in the future, you can't treat Yunar like this." The two elders could still hold on for a few more years. In the future, this family would be run by Yunar. Even if he believed his son and daughter-in-law wouldn't go too far, Inger's behavior was too excessive. How could his daughter-in-law not have doubts in her heart? When the time comes, whether she's attentive or not will make a big difference. Why doesn't Inger understand this? What right does the Fong family have to claim her? Father and mother, Fong Hui is just your adopted son. He has no blood relation. How can he compare to me? Fong Inger's eyes widened in disbelief, her face showing shock. Now, Fong's family has only one male heir, Fong Hui. But everyone knows that Fong Hui was adopted after the old couple lost their daughter years ago. Even his name was chosen in hopes that the daughter would return someday. Fong Inger gently touches her round belly and shyly says, "Xinghe is caring for me, so I believe this child wants to carry on the Fong family name. He cares?" I scoff. He's just sizing us up, trying to turn everything in the Fong family into his own Su family's possessions. Old Master Fong immediately sees through Su Xinghe's intentions and points at Fong Inger, angrily scolding, "Can't you see through such clumsy schemes? Besides, although clever as young, she is smart and knows her limits. She can uphold our family's honor without needing Su Xinghe's charity. But what if he's just a foster son? In his heart, the child he raised himself is as dear as his own flesh and blood. Of course, if the daughter divorces, whether she has a son or daughter, the Fong family should have a share. But if all the Fong family's assets go to the grandson and the granddaughter gets nothing, that's impossible." However, Fong Inger doesn't think so. She covers her belly, tears filling her eyes in disbelief. "Father, how can you do this? I am your real daughter. Fong Hui is just a foster son. How can you give the Fong family to him?" So, it turns out Xinghe was telling the truth. Parents favor him, thinking that a foster son is more important than her. She had tried many times to speak well of her parents in front of Xinghe, even promising they would never be biased. "Wah, mother, did you see? My father is so biased. Fong Hui is just a foster son. Xinghe is their real son-in-law. Yet my father favors him so much." Fong Inger walks over, holding old Madame Fong's hand, and begins to cry. As she cries, she recalls the hardships she endured in her early years. "I had bad luck. I got lost as a child and was mistreated by my foster parents, living in a pigsty. Just having a meal each day was a blessing. I thought I finally found my real parents and that my suffering was over. But I didn't expect that during the more than 10 years I was away, my parents had already treated the foster son as their own child. Since my parents no longer see me as their own daughter, why did they bother to acknowledge me in the first place? They gave me hope, only to let me fall into despair. It's so cruel. My poor child. I fear she might be like me, not receiving love from her grandparents and being less favored than a stray child outside." Her crying and complaining are not proper behavior. But old Master Fong and old Madam Fong are heartbroken to hear her cry. Losing their daughter and making her suffer for over 10 or 20 years is a terrible pain for them. They feel both sad and guilty. Now, hearing her cry so painfully, it's like their hearts are being torn apart. But when they hear the word wild child, old Master Fong becomes furious. How dare you? Who are you calling a wild child? Songer has always respected and loved you. He's your nephew. How can you speak so disrespectfully about him? Old Madam Fong also loves her grandson. She pulls her daughter and cries as she tries to comfort her. Calm down and speak slowly. You shouldn't say such things about Songer. Don't cry so much. You're pregnant. Don't risk losing the baby. Under old Master Fong's scolding, Fong Inger is frightened and hiccups while crying, then sniffs and feels angry inside. In her father's heart, the wild child still matters most. Thinking of this, Fong Inger's anger grows. She twists her handkerchief and stubbornly argues with old Master Fong. Always worried about the baby. Does anyone care about me and this child? Old Master Fong squints his eyes. What? Do you think I and your mother don't care about you and the baby? Do you have no conscience? Besides, you've always said that Su Xinghe loves you very much. At least in your eyes. He cares about you and your child, right? It's also his fault. Losing their daughter and not giving her proper education, along with her having such adoptive parents, has shaped her personality today. That's why he can't keep letting her do whatever she wants. He must change her attitude. Someone, take the young lady back to her room, lock the courtyard, and no one is allowed to pass messages to her or let her come out without my order. Better to cut the pain quickly. Since Inger can't see clearly that Su Xinghe is a good person, he will just take action himself. Even if his daughter resents him for it, it's better than risking losing her for good. Especially the grandson. He must not be taught by Su Xinghe. Dad, what are you doing? Seeing the stern face of old Master Fong, Fong Inger was frightened and nervously pulled at old Madam Fong. Mother, look. What is Dad trying to do? Old Madam Fong also looked at her husband in confusion. What is this about? Old Master Fong sneered coldly. Fong Inger, I will never let Su Xinghe deceive you again. Moreover, if you do anything self-harm, just hurt yourself. I will break Su Xinghe's leg. If you try to commit suicide, I will destroy him completely. After speaking coldly, old Master Fong called 2 maids and forcefully sent the struggling Fong Inger back to her courtyard. He then ordered his trusted followers to surround the entire courtyard. Finally, he called Fong Hui and his wife and sternly said, "Make sure everyone in the house knows. If anyone tries to send a message to the young lady or release her, I will make them regret it." Fong Hui and his wife exchanged a glance. Although they were surprised that their usually caring father was so strict, they agreed deeply. They silently nodded, asked about old Master's health briefly, and then left. The room was now quiet, except for the sobbing of old Madam Fong. Old Master Fong felt sorry for his wife. He sat beside her and gently comforted her like soothing a child. After a moment, he softly said, "Don't be soft-hearted. Su Xinghe is so cruel. If he can harm his own wife and son, he definitely doesn't truly care for Inger. If you are too soft now, it might cost Inger her life." Old Madam Fong seemed frightened, her lips trembling quickly, her eyes full of fear. Seeing his wife so scared, old Master Fong also felt some pity. But thinking of her personality, he had to threaten her again and again. Frightened, old Madam Fong kept promising she wouldn't be soft, and only then did old Master Fong feel reassured. "If you want to see Inger, call me. I will go with you." Old Master Fong still felt uneasy. Fortunately, old Madam Fong was simple-minded. When her daughter caused trouble, she listened to her daughter. When her husband was strict, she listened to him. When her sister scolded, she listened to her sister. In short, she was indecisive. So, now that Fong Inger was not with her, old Madam Fong naturally listened to her husband. "I couldn't help but cry. My unfortunate daughter. How did she end up with such a scoundrel?" Old Master Fong's eyes flickered slightly. I heard that Su Xinghe's first wife will arrive at Jing'an Prefecture in just a few days. We must punish Su Xinghe. Leng Rui knelt on one knee, his voice tense. The Fong family has already imprisoned the lady and made it clear that no one is allowed to send or spread any messages to her. Su Xinghe suddenly smashed his teacup. On the desk, a series of calligraphy pieces had been ruined, showing the master's restless mood. He was far from as calm as he appeared. His only hope was Fong Inger. But he didn't expect that he hadn't yet figured out how to use Fong Inger to help the Fong family settle this matter. The Fong family eagerly used old Madame Wang, forcefully taking Fong Inger away, and now they even imprison her? This old fool keeps ruining my plans. He would definitely not let this old man go. Leng Rui looked a bit anxious. I've already investigated. I heard that Lady Su will arrive at Jing'an soon. The most important thing is, Leng Rui suddenly looked up, panic in his eyes. Master, a few days ago, I heard that the second young master's child, born to a good wife, has been kept outside because of weakness, but recently old Madame Wang took him back. Accompanying that young master, it was actually Su Mingren. And the young master is especially close to Su Mingren. It's said that the Su family saved the young master and treats him like their own child. Both the princess and the prince are very grateful to the Su family. With this connection, even if they tampered with Lady Su's identity, the prince and princess would surely investigate thoroughly. Even if they found nothing, for the sake of the young master, they might not really want Lady Su's life. Moreover, in the future, Su Mingren and others might keep pestering the princess, plotting against the master. What did you say? Su Xinghe was shocked. He never expected that his foolish eldest son would have such an opportunity. If he could have such a chance, he would surely soar like a bird. But instead, it was just a dull, clumsy Su Mingren who got such a good deal. It's a waste. Na Su's 11th daughter will arrive at Jing'an Prefecture in about 2 days. The master must plan early. Leng Rui felt a bit anxious. He didn't expect that an ordinary farmer's wife could first meet General Han and Liu, cause trouble for the Lord, and almost harm him. Now, she has saved the young master of Jing'an Prefecture. How could the prince and princess not protect her in the future? We must settle this matter before Na Su's 11th daughter arrives at Jing'an. Su Xinghe squinted and quickly started to think. Right now, things are not hopeless yet. But he instinctively felt that Na Su's 11th daughter had changed and was no longer the person he knew. She would be very difficult to deal with. It would be best to solve this before she arrives. But now, Master Fong doesn't want to help, and he can't even contact Fong Inger. This is a big problem. Find a way to send a message to the lady. Su Xinghe quickly sat at his desk and started writing furiously. With that matter involved, no matter what he asked for, Fong Inger wouldn't refuse. So, as long as this letter reaches Fong Inger, there won't be any problem. But the Fong family is very strict now. Go find Zhao Yun. She will help. Su Xinghe lowered his eyes and continued writing. Leng Rui was shocked. His master was actually in contact with the young lady of the Fong family? Why was he so sure? Don't worry, she will definitely help, Su Xinghe sneered. People are driven by interests. It was funny that the old man kept guarding against him, but he didn't realize that his beloved daughter-in-law had long been dissatisfied. He just didn't have that woman to pretend to be innocent. Send this letter to the lady, and this one to Zhao Yun. Su Xinghe handed 2 letters to Leng Rui and whispered, "Be quick. The only person I can trust and rely on now is you." Su Xinghe trusted Leng Rui very much. But today was so important that he added a few more words. Leng Rui cupped his fists and bowed. My life was saved by the master. I will not fail you. When Leng Rui went to find Zhao Yun wanted to leave in a huff. Since my father-in-law is now managing my sister-in-law, there is no need for her to cooperate with Su Xinghe anymore. If my father-in-law or my husband finds out, she will be in big trouble. Madam, you should know that Master Fong wants my lady to divorce her husband. What do you think will happen after my lady gives birth? After all, that child is Master Fong's only bloodline and heir. On the way, Cold Rui had already figured out why the master wanted him to find Zhao Yun. He knew exactly what to say to make Zhao Yun hesitate. Zhao Yun's pupils shrank, but she still smiled confidently and replied, "That won't happen. My father-in-law is fair and likes Song'er. He has made it clear that most of the Fong family's assets will go to Song'er. Speaking of Master Fong, he is quite clever. He saw that his daughter was bullying his daughter-in-law too harshly and worried that his daughter-in-law might overthink. So, even when Fong Inger was pregnant, he subtly hinted to Zhao Yun. Even if Fong Inger's child belongs to the Fong family, everything would be split between the two children, and they wouldn't take everything from Song'er. Otherwise, Zhao Yun would have already lost control. Now, the old master is sincere in his words. But in the future, after the child is born and grows up, who knows if he might waver. The reason I can still make such promises now is because my lady is tough. But if the child is raised and taught personally by the old master from a young age, everything would be different. Cold Rue's words seemed to have a magical effect, desperately echoing in Zhao Yun's mind. She wanted to tell herself she wouldn't be swayed. But, Madam, you love your daughter dearly and are not very clever. And the old master loves his wife very much. I believe you understand that better than I do. His last words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhao Yun clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, asking, "But even so, why should I help your master?" Cold Rue smiled. "It's not just helping my master, it's also helping you. My master and madam are deeply in love, and they naturally don't want to be separated. As long as the lady helps me bring my wife back to the Su family, my wife has often argued with the old master and the old madam, even breaking ties, which naturally benefits the lady. Moreover, my master and my wife have always had a good relationship, so the eldest son has been angry and disappointed with my family.
And the children
Will naturally stay in the Su family and won't compete with you for anything at the Fong family. But if, under the insistence of the old master, the two divorce, the child will definitely take the surname Fong." Every word made Zhao Yun find it hard not to agree. In the end, Zhao Yun still took the letter. But after she hastily looked at the envelope, she was shocked. She dropped the envelope on the ground, stunned. Is he crazy? Ling Rue naturally knew what was in the letter and understood Zhao Yun's reaction at this moment. Only this way can achieve what you and my master want, right? Ling Rue's voice was tempting. But Zhao Yun was not a puppet. She wouldn't do such things just because Ling Rue tried to provoke her. "Go back and tell your master. What's in that letter is impossible." Zhao Yun refused firmly. She could help Su Xinghe take away Fong Inger, and she could say a few words to stir things up. But what was in the letter was too shocking, and she was determined not to do it. "Fong young madam, you've already walked down this path long ago. Why pretend to be gentle now?" Ling Rue's tone suddenly changed. He was high and mighty, mocking, contemptuous, with a hint of seeming to see through everything with certainty. Zhao Yun's face changed, looking uncomfortable. "You're just a dog of Su Xinghe. How dare you speak to me like that?" She was the young madam of the Fong family. How could she let a servant insult her so freely? Zhao Yun thought Su Xinghe had gone mad, but she was not at her wit's end. Naturally, she wouldn't follow the same path as Su Xinghe. So, Zhao Yun left without hesitation. "Fong young madam, the evidence that you caused my lady's miscarriage back then. My master has already presented it to old Master Fong.
You
are now as desperate as my master." Ling Rue revealed his last card, speaking with confidence. With such a serious crime, he didn't believe Zhao Yun wouldn't waver. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your lady wife had a miscarriage that year, and it has nothing to do with me." Zhao Yun clenched her handkerchief tightly and denied loudly and sternly. That matter was kept very secret back then, and no one could know about it. Seeing the cold, sharp smile on Ling Rue's face, Zhao Yun only wished she could go up and tear his face apart, gritting her teeth as she cursed. "You want to work with me to send the evidence to the Fong family? Is that your way of showing cooperation? What kind of cooperation is this?" Ling Rue said, "We need to be in the same situation so that our master can believe that you and he are in this together. Lady, you must act quickly, or if old Master Fong finds out about this." "Shut up. How did you find out about this?" Zhao Yun narrowed her eyes. A a sudden, incredible thought flashing through her mind. She shouted in shock. Could it be that Su Xinghe knew everything from the start? But how could that be? If Su Xinghe knew, why would he just watch her, allowing her to harm his own flesh and blood? Leng Rui replied, "Our master doesn't know anything." But Zhaoyun clenched her teeth, feeling a bit scared, though she showed no sign of it and calmly said, "I understand. I will handle this." Now that Su Xinghe has already told old Master Fong, the Fong family will definitely not let her go. She was now forced by Su Xinghe. There was only this way left for her. "You, Su Xinghe, young lady Fong, you need to act quickly, or you'll only die faster," Zhaoyun cursed fiercely. This Su Xinghe is truly shameless to the extreme. To force her onto his boat, he pushed her so hard. This Su Xinghe must know what she did back then and didn't stop her. Instead, he secretly watched her, holding on to her weakness and evidence. He sacrificed an unborn child to get a firm hold on her. When the time is right, he might even save his own life. This Su Xinghe is really terrifying. For the sake of a possible future situation, he watched helplessly as his own child was harmed. Zhaoyun, dazed and confused, sat in the carriage, thinking about what she should do when she got back. What she must do now is to stabilize her father-in-law. Then they waited for Lady Su to arrive. The sun rose and set, and time passed quickly. For the first time, Su 11 was separated from her children and grandchildren, and she felt very relaxed. But these peaceful days were too short. "Mother, we're about to reach Jing'an Prefecture. We'll finally see the children. Are you missing them so much it hurts?" Mrs. Zhang asked eagerly. Her heart was fully focused on her children. If her mother-in-law hadn't fallen ill and needed her to stay and care for her, she would have gone with them. Not to mention her first separation from her children, and especially Mingfan. She was very worried. "Oh, I don't want to leave at all. Just a few quiet days." Su 11 rested her chin on her hand. Now, she was tired of seeing Su Mingren and Su Mingyi. "I know, Mother. You have a tough mouth but a soft heart." Mrs. Zhang chuckled, covering her mouth. "Su 11? Why are you laughing? Where did she show she had a tough mouth but a soft heart?" "I also wonder how the Duke and Duchess feel about Mingfan," Mrs. Zhang murmured, then sneered. "I was foolish. The Duke and Duchess don't have many children. With Mingfan as their grandson, they like him very much. How could they have any bad feelings?" But even knowing this, her heart couldn't help but worry. A mother's heart always keeps worrying. "You just don't know how to enjoy life." Su 11 rolled her eyes at her, lightly tapping her fingers, and closed her eyes to think about the news Han and Lu told her. She didn't expect that Su Xinghe had already tampered with her identity long ago. Many years had passed, and even if the prince and others investigated thoroughly, they might not find anything. Moreover, Su Xinghe's current wife was the princess's niece. With this connection, it was clearly very unfavorable for her. Mrs. Zhang saw that her mother-in-law didn't want to talk anymore, so she stopped, her heart anxious. She kept lifting the curtain to look outside. She just hoped it would be faster, even faster. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at Jing'an Prefecture. Below the tall city walls, Su Mingren and others were anxiously waiting. After Su Shi and her mother-in-law got off the carriage, officials immediately approached and said to Han Yulu, "General, after investigation, Su Shi's identity is suspicious. She might be the execution prisoner who escaped earlier. Until we find out the truth, she must be kept under official custody." This was also expected by Han Yulu. He nodded and walked straight to Su Shi, saying, "Don't worry. I will help investigate your identity and make sure no one falsely accuses you." Even if she was guilty, he wouldn't let Su Shi be harmed. All because of what Green Clothes had said. "I understand," Su Shi replied, pressing her lips. She had underestimated Su Xinghe before, thinking that as a time traveler, she could handle everything herself. It was truly laughable. My mother must not be involved. Yes, it must be Su Xinghe's old trick to frame her. "General, please look into this clearly." Su Mingren and others were anxiously arguing. At that moment, an old man with a gentle, wise appearance stepped forward, looking kindly at Sushi and asking, "Are you Sushi?" "I am Fong Yin. I have something to ask for your help with." Han Yulu frowned, confused. Why would Fong Yin, who had a close relationship with Su Xinghe, come to ask Sushi for help? Even Su Mingren and the others looked surprised at Fong Yin. Su Mingyi stepped in front of Su Shi defensively, looking at the old man with a stern expression, speaking somewhat impolitely. "What? Does Su Xinghe want to kill my mother? Is his father-in-law asking for help?" Su Shi gently scolded him. Such words at this moment were not helpful. Fong Yin didn't mind and instead blushed slightly, bowing repeatedly. "Honestly, my daughter was deceived by Su Xinghe. I want her to divorce him. But she has been tricked so badly that she refuses to listen to us. Even if it means breaking with her parents, she wants to stay with Su Xinghe. Knowing what Su Xinghe did before, I hate him deeply and feel the same pain. If you, Su Shi, can help speak to my daughter and persuade her, I promise to thoroughly investigate your identity." While speaking, Old Master Fong took a careful look at Han and Lu, then said with some meaning, "If your identity is related to Su Xinghe's tricks, it must have been many years ago. Years ago, he only arrived in Jing'an Prefecture. How could he have such skills then? Maybe he used the power of my family. This was also what his daughter-in-law Zhaoyun advised him last night." Old Master Fong thought carefully and found it quite reasonable. Others might think Inger is just an outsider and doesn't really understand Su Xinghe. But what about Su Shi, the original wife? Moreover, Su Shi was abandoned by Su Xinghe and later secretly harmed. If she hadn't died early, she wouldn't speak well of Su Xinghe. Perhaps she could persuade her daughter, which is why Old Master Fong hurried to wait here at the city tower. Although their statuses are somewhat awkward, Old Master Fong believed that the conditions he proposed would surely be accepted by the other side. "Sorry, I can't help with this," Su Shi coldly refused. She agreed. Old Master Fong was a bit stunned. "No, did you hear what I just said? I was just trying to persuade. I think you misunderstood. I don't need you to help persuade. As long as you say a few words to help, Old Master, I truly apologize. I dislike everything related to Su Xinghe." Su Shi coldly refused. "And who knows if this matter was part of someone's scheme? Madam Su, you, Old Master, calling me Madam Su doesn't seem appropriate. If I am Madam Su, then what is your daughter?" Su Shi mocked. No one expected her to speak so sternly to Old Master Fong. Han and Lu hesitated for a moment, then said, Old Master Fong has never liked Su Xinghe and doesn't know what Su Xinghe has done." Su Shi scolded sharply and urgently said, "I tell you, just wait patiently for Lord Wang and their investigation results. Do not go around asking others. Clear yourself if you are innocent." When she said this, her eyes briefly flicked toward Old Master Fong. Su Mingyi's eyes flashed, and he quickly said, "Mother, I understand. I will watch over Big Brother." Since Mother was so confident and not worried, she must have a backup plan, right? Although he was also worried, now was not the time to cause trouble. Seeing that Su Mingyi understood her meaning, Su Shi finally felt relieved and followed the officials. Although Han Yulu did not stop them, he gave a few words of advice. With Han Yulu's reminder, Su Shi probably wouldn't feel too bad in the prison. The Su family members finally let out a sigh of relief. "Second brother, the old master just now said we can. Big brother, let's go first." Su Mingyi interrupted Su Mingren and made a desperate gesture with his eyes. Fortunately, Su Mingren was not that foolish and ended up following Su Mingyi and the others. Old Master Fong looked confused as he watched the group leave, his figure somewhat lonely. He never expected that Su Shi would refuse him. Such good conditions, just to persuade Inger. Why wouldn't she agree? Old Master Fong sighed helplessly and went home. When the Su family returned to the large estate given by the prince, Su Mingyi immediately warned, "Big brother, sister-in-law, you absolutely must not go to see Old Master Fong. Do you hear me? Why not? He can help investigate Mother's background. Isn't that good?" Su Mingren looked confused. Because of Su Shi's matter, Su Mingren's lips had developed 3 large blisters that hadn't gone away for days, and even drinking water hurt. In just 3 or 4 days, he had lost several pounds. Su Mingyi also felt puzzled but answered confidently, I don't know why mother said that, but if she said it, she must have her reasons. We must not cause trouble. He knew Su Mingren's personality well and kept warning him, Big brother, remember, at such times do not cause trouble for mother. I know. I'm not a 3-year-old, Su Mingren said irritably, pushing Su Mingyi away, slightly angry, and swinging his fist at the air. What should we do then? Are you just going to watch your mother be kept in prison? Hu Qingshan, who had come back with the Su family, suddenly said, I need to go out for a while. Su Mingyi was surprised. Brother Hu, do you have a way? He knew Hu Qingshan was not an ordinary person. Did he have connections in Jing'an Prefecture too? Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Hu Qingshan. He shook his head. I can only ask someone to help check, but it might not work. He had been away from Jing'an Prefecture for too long, so it might not be effective. But it's better than just waiting here idly. Then I'll go with you. I'll go too. The Su brothers looked happy. Hu Qingshan shook his head. It's not convenient for you to come along. Just stay here and wait quietly. Then, he quickly left. But how could the Su brothers just wait at home? Su Mingren clenched his fists. Second brother, you stay home. I'll go find Mingfan. Since arriving in Jing'an Prefecture, he hadn't seen Mingfan except on the first day. He didn't want to trouble Mingfan, but now he had no choice. Zhang's heart tightened with worry about Mingfan's situation, but in the end, she didn't say anything to stop him. Unaware to Su Mingyi, not long after Su Mingren left, he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was Old Master Fong. When Old Master Fong saw Su Mingren, he immediately went to meet him. Before Su Mingren could speak, he said, I know you want to find young Master Mingfan for help. But you should know, young Master Mingfan just arrived in Jing'an Prefecture. Who does he have connections with? Moreover, I heard you once took in young Master Mingfan. Do you think second young master would want to see Mingfan get too close to you and forget his real father? Su Mingren. To be honest, those words hit right at his heart. This is my business. I don't need the old master to worry about it. He hadn't forgotten his mother and second brother's instructions. Old Master Fong was calm and unhurried. I understand you're wary of me. Worried I might be aligned with Su Xinghe. That's normal, I get it. But you can ask around. I've already kept my daughter at home, and I want her to divorce Su Xinghe, and over the years I have formed my own opinion about Su Xinghe. If you just ask around a little, you'll understand clearly. I am waiting for you at the mansion. The matter is up to you to decide. After speaking, Old Master Fong left. The Su family members are wary of him, which Old Master Fong understands, but he doesn't want to give up. His daughter-in-law is right. In this world, the person who can best advise Inger is Su Xinyang. But Su Xinyang has firmly refused, and now she is in prison, so it's really hard for him to influence her. However, having Su Mingren might also work. Su Mingren is Su Xinghe's eldest son and has seen firsthand how Su Xinghe treats Su Xinyang. If Su Mingren can persuade Inger, that would be a good option. Now, if there's even a small chance, he wants to try everything. Su Mingren walks down the street feeling lost. When he finally reacts, he realizes he's no longer on the way to Mingfan. Mingfan. They can't do much to help Mingfan. The only thing they can do is not to make things worse. That old master is right. Mingfan's biological parents definitely wouldn't want them to keep in contact with Mingfan. Although that day, the prince and princess consort were very grateful to them and gave them many things, their attitude was not close.
He knows this well. Su Mingren says.
At this moment, his stomach starts to growl. Remembering Old Master Fong's words, he randomly finds a small restaurant, sits down, orders a bowl of noodles, and listens to the conversations around him. Sure enough, a few people are talking about Su Xinghe and Fong Inger. Did you hear? Old Master Fong is serious this time. He's locked Fong Inger up. He even said that if Fong Inger dares to threaten to commit suicide, they will first kill Su Xinghe. Poor Old Master Fong. Having such a daughter, his life will probably be shortened sooner or later. But why do you think Old Master Fong dislikes Su Xinghe so much? Why did he agree to marry his daughter to him back then? Isn't that asking for trouble? Hearing this, Su Mingren immediately up his ears. He is very curious about this, and because of this, He has always doubted old Master Fang's words. If he truly disliked Su Xinghe, why would he marry his only daughter to him? At that time, old Master Fang was against it, but Fang Ying'er didn't hesitate and tried to take her own life. I heard she almost didn't make it back. Even though the princess sent many nourishing medicines, Fang Ying'er still took half a year to recover her health. Was it that harsh? It really was pushing her to the limit. Poor old Master Fang and his wife.
Exactly.
I heard that back then. Old Mistress Fang was so frightened she had a heart problem, and she cried so much that her eyes started to fail. Old Master Fang had no choice but to agree to the marriage. But Fang Ying'er always complained that her parents didn't treat Su Xinghe well. If it were my daughter, I would have scolded her to death. It's just too much. Sigh, I agree. The buzzing in my ears was all about those discussions.
Su Mingren listened in shock.
He also has a daughter. Just thinking about her having to marry a scoundrel and forcing herself and her mother makes him feel sick. He couldn't even eat. But this finally made Su Mingren decide. When Su Mingren appeared at the Fang family, old Master Fang was somewhat confident, but still very happy. Su Mingren, if you help us this time, no matter whether our daughter listens or not, we will help with your mother's matter. Old Master Fang patted his chest to promise. Zhao Yun, standing nearby, also smiled and said, Yes, we are all victims. Let's work together to deal with that Su Xinghe. Old Master Fang looked coldly at his daughter-in-law. Thinking about what he had found out, he felt hatred. But now was a busy time. He had to first solve his daughter's problem before he could deal with his daughter-in-law. After all, she was a foster daughter, and he still needed to see what the foster son wanted. He hoped Fang Hui wouldn't let him down. Zhao Yun's heart was trembling, but she kept her face calm and personally led Su Mingren to meet Fang Ying'er. Of course, the Fang family was worried. So, while Su Mingren was meeting Fang Ying'er, old Master Fang and others sat nearby, secretly listening to the conversation next door. Old Mistress Fang was crying so hard her eyes were red and swollen, which made old Master Fang feel heartbroken. Your eyes, do you not want them anymore? I just couldn't hold back, she replied. Old Mistress Fang's nose was red, and her vision was blurry from crying so much. Old Master Fang knew his wife's temper well and couldn't say much. He could only pat her and wait to hear what was happening next door. Who are you? Fang Ying'er leaned back at her chair, gently touching her belly, and looked at Su Mingren with suspicion. Before Su Mingren could speak, Fang Ying'er suddenly gritted her teeth and cursed, Are you the worthless child of Su Xinghe? Such rude insults made Su Mingren's face change. Angry, he replied without much politeness, If I am a worthless child, then what is Su Xinghe? And what about the child in your belly? I haven't wronged you, so why do you insult me first? Are all the powerful people in Jing'an Prefecture so unpleasant? You lowly person. How dare you speak to me like that? Who am I, and who is your mother? My child is different from yours. Fang Ying'er looked down on him with a proud attitude. If she was just insulting herself, Su Mingren could tolerate it. He was usually patient. But Fang Ying'er started insulting Su Shi, and Su Mingren couldn't stand that at all. Yes, indeed, we're different. My mother is the main wife, and you're a concubine. As you say, I am the legitimate son, and your child is from a secondary wife, not even as noble as a child born from a low-ranking maid. Su Mingren spoke honestly, but his words were quite harsh. Fang Ying'er was so angry that her stomach hurt, and she shouted in rage, Nonsense. I am officially married to Su Xinghe. Oh, but my mother is too. She was married before you, and Su Xinghe never divorced her. So, you're just a concubine. Oh, a noble concubine. Su Mingren spoke straightforwardly, saying things that made people furious. He was not afraid to speak harsh words. He used to believe in being tolerant, to take a step back and be broad-minded. But if someone insulted his mother, he simply couldn't bear it. Someone, come here, throw him out. Fang Ying'er was furious, pounding her chair. In her own family, she couldn't believe she was being angered by this fool. Was there no justice? Su Mingren said, Stop wasting your energy calling. No one will come. Today, your father asked me to come and persuade you. Your father asked you to come? Fong Ying'er was stunned. Then she quickly reacted. If it weren't for his parents' permission, how could Su Mingren have come in, let alone appear before her? Fong Ying'er gritted her teeth and asked, "What does that old man really want?" Su Mingren looked unhappy. "Your father cares a lot about you. How can you say such things about him? How could this person be so unkind? No wonder she wanted to marry Su Xinghe. She's just as heartless." Next door, old Master Fong looked upset, his hands trembling. He knew his daughter would blame him, but he didn't expect her to say such things in front of others. And what's more surprising is that Su Shi's son was defending him. How funny. "Father, don't be angry. Big sister was just fooled by Su Xinghe." Zhao couldn't continue. No matter how much she was fooled, didn't she know how her own parents felt? This older sister of hers was both foolish and mean. But she was the biological daughter of her parents, born with things she had worked hard for her whole life. How ridiculous. So, she agreed to do those things for Su Xinghe, perhaps to uphold justice and protect the people? Fong Ying'er. Oh, Fong Ying'er, you only have yourself to blame for being so foolish. At this moment, Fong Ying'er was very angry. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Don't think that just because you say a few words, I'll believe you or doubt Xinghe. Oh, whether you believe or not, it doesn't matter to me. My job is just to try to persuade you." But how to persuade her? Su Mingren thought for a moment and decided to talk about how difficult it was for his mother to raise them alone all these years. "Back when Su Xinghe hadn't left home, he always tried to comfort my mother. Then my mother felt sorry for him. He would say a few words and she would do this or that. Su Xinghe would just lie nearby, watching, then move his mouth and coax my mother again." Fong Ying'er, who was about to curse, suddenly looked a bit strange. In fact, whether Su Xinghe left home or not doesn't make much difference. Because he didn't really care for us or my mother, he just enjoyed himself. Taking care of the family, it seems, was always my mother's job from the start. My mother couldn't accept Su Xinghe's departure. Plus, life's hardships made her become more irritable. But originally, my mother wasn't like that. I heard from the villagers that when Su Xinghe first found my mother, she was gentle, kind, and graceful. It was Su Xinghe who gradually pushed her into her current fiery state. Su Mingren looked up at Fong Ying'er and asked seriously, "What about you? Were you once also ungrateful, foolish, and mean?" Fong Ying'er's face turned green. She wanted to curse, but then she remembered her past. She hesitated for a moment. Was she really like that at the beginning? It's been so long that she seemed to have forgotten. Most importantly, her relationship with Su Xinghe was not just simple marriage. Some things were beyond her control. So, Fong Ying'er lowered her eyes and said softly, "You can leave. I believe Xinghe won't be easily swayed just because you say a few words. I'm not trying to cause trouble, just telling you about me and my mother. Whether you listen or not doesn't really matter to me. But for old Master Fong's sake, I want to say one more thing. How can you be so sure that Su Xinghe dares to kill my mother but wouldn't dare to kill you? Don't talk about your status or my mother's status. Can you be certain that in the future, Su Xinghe won't meet someone with a higher status or someone who can help him more? When that happens, can you be sure he won't kill you?" Su Mingren slowly stood up, having said all he needed to. He didn't even feel sympathy for Fong Ying'er, just a sense that he had once been as foolish as her. If it weren't for old Master Fong asking him to help investigate his mother, he wouldn't have come. Until Su Mingren left, Fong Ying'er didn't speak again. But her eyes were no longer as firm as before. Fong Ying'er slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She had no other choice. "Wait, Su Mingren, could you secretly give this sachet to my father for me?" she whispered softly. Fong Ying'er approached Su Mingren and spoke very quietly. The people next door, including old Master Fong, couldn't hear a thing. Ying'er lowered her eyes and said, "I don't want to show weakness, but I can't help feeling uneasy because there's a good luck charm inside. Please, I beg you. A good luck charm?"
Yes.
"It's a blessed charm I got from Jin Tai Temple in Jinyang City." Upon hearing this, Su Mingren smiled slightly. "What a coincidence. I also have a blessed charm from Jin Tai Temple, given to my child." So, I'll help you give this pouch to him. Yes, don't say I gave it to him, Inger said awkwardly.
Sumingren Said.
He wanted to persuade her further, but finally said nothing. He simply took the pouch and left quietly. He waited in the yard for a little while and then saw old Master Fong, pale and weak, staggering out. It seemed as if all his energy had been drained by the spirit. Su Mingren looked at him with some regret. I'm sorry, I didn't fulfill your request, old master. But why didn't old Lady Fong come out? And what about young Mistress Fong? However, since they were women, Su Mingren felt it was strange, but didn't ask more. It's okay. It's my own fault for not teaching my daughter well. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, I will send people to help investigate what happened back then. Old Master Fong felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. He waved his hand and called the guards outside the yard. Come here, send Mr. Su away. By the way, old master, this pouch contains a good luck charm. I give it to you, hoping you stay safe and healthy. In the end, Su Mingren handed the pouch to him, just as Inger requested, without mentioning her. Old Master Fong's face softened, then he laughed and cried at the same time. His daughter never cared for him, but it was Su Shi's child. You are a good child. You will have good fortune. Old Master Fong took the pouch and kept it close to his chest. Su Mingren was led away by a servant. He sniffed his hand, noticing the faint scent from the pouch. After all, it was a woman's pouch, and she had added some perfume. At this moment, Su Mingren had no idea that he was already heading for great trouble. Your child is a child of a concubine, and he's not even as noble as the children born to a lowly maid. When Su Mingren returned to his home, Zhang was nervously waiting at the gate, looking out eagerly. From afar, she saw Su Mingren's figure and quickly hurried over with small steps. Why did it take so long? How did it go? She asked. Zhang looked at the sweat on his forehead, feeling a bit worried, but she knew that at such times, a little hardship was not important. She was worried about her mother-in-law and Ming Fan, her heart torn between the two. Su Mingren lowered his head, understanding his wife's concern, and reassured her. Don't worry, I didn't go to see Ming Fan. That's good. But what about your mother? Zhang sighed in relief. She felt very sorry for Ming Fan and didn't want to cause him trouble. But her mother-in-law's matter was more important, so she had to make this decision. However, when she heard Su Mingren say he hadn't gone to see Ming Fan, she relaxed a little. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out sharply. If you didn't go to see Ming Fan, then what did you do? It turned out that Su Mingyi had followed behind Zhang. Since Su Mingren hadn't come back yet, Su Mingyi was worried too, so he followed him. But he didn't expect his older brother to surprise him so much right away. Su Mingren looked startled, his face turning pale. He patted his chest and said helplessly, Su Mingyi, are you so unpredictable? You scared me. Quick, tell me, where have you been all this time? Su Mingyi looked upset. In Jing'an State, they didn't know anyone else. Since he hadn't gone to see Ming Fan then. Su Mingyi narrowed his eyes and asked dangerously, Did you go to see old Master Fong? Besides the Fong family, he couldn't think of anywhere else Su Mingren might have gone. Hearing this, Su Mingren felt guilty and touched his nose, but he said, No, I was just worried about my mother and didn't know where to go, so I wandered outside. He didn't dare to say he went to the Fong family. Although he thought working with the Fong family might help clear his mother's name sooner, his mother and second brother had repeatedly told him not to go to the Fong family, so he didn't want to mention it and cause trouble. Once the Fong family helped find evidence to clear her name, both her and her second brother would understand everything he had done. Liar. Su Mingren, you're not someone who lies. I ask you again, did you go to the Fong family? What did you do there? Who did you meet? What did you take? Or was there anything special? Tell me everything quickly. Su Mingyi was as angry as a lion, wanting to tear the man in front of him apart. How could he be so stupid? If you don't have the brains for that, can't you even follow simple instructions? Su Mingyi clenched his teeth, eager to punch the other man's face. Su Mingren's face changed, looking very embarrassed. He pushed Su Mingyi away and shouted angrily, Su Mingyi, I am your older brother. How can you talk like that? His tone sounded just like scolding a child. I'm asking you, did you go to the Fong family? Speak quickly. If you don't want to hurt our mother, tell me now. Su Mingyi threw a hard punch right at him. He had wanted to do this for a long time. With a loud scream, Su Mingren quickly stepped back, stunned. Mrs. Zhang also hurried forward to check on him. Oh my, brother Mingren, are you okay? Mrs. Zhang looked at Su Mingren, who was holding his nose with one hand, blood pouring from his fingers. Her heart pounded wildly. What should she do now? Su Mingyi, how dare you hit me? I am your older brother. You are my ancestor, but today I won't stop myself from hitting you. You tried several times before to harm our mother, and you're not satisfied until you kill her, right? Did you write that letter from Su Xinghe? Huh. Su Mingyi tugged at his collar, cursed under his breath, feeling a fire burning inside his chest. He was about to explode. At this moment, how could Su Mingren not understand what was being said? Bringing up the past again, Su Mingren's head buzzed, and his anger flared. He lunged at Su Mingyi. The two brothers started fighting in the street.
Bang! Bang!
Sounds kept ringing. Mrs. Zhang's tears fell as she hurriedly jumped and shouted, Stop! Stop! Don't fight anymore. This is what you're doing? Our mother hasn't been saved yet. Are you both crazy? At this moment, neither of the brothers could hear Zhang's voice. Su Mingyi waved his fist slightly, questioning repeatedly. Are you deaf? I told you to go to the Fong family or not.
Just say it.
Don't let our mother get hurt. I'm your older brother. Do you still care about family rules? How can you not understand what I'm saying? Soon, both brothers had bruises on their faces. But Su Mingren was no match for Su Mingyi. He was quickly pushed to the ground and beaten hard. Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward and tightly hugged Su Mingyi, shouting, Stop it. Your brothers don't fight anymore. Even though Su Mingyi was angry and impulsive, he didn't hit Zhang. After being restrained by Zhang, Su Mingyi had no choice but to reluctantly let go of Su Mingren. Zhang immediately ran to the bloodied Su Mingren, holding him and tears falling down her face. Brother Mingren, are you okay? Please don't be scared. Brother Mingyi, what are you doing? He's your older brother. He has always loved and protected you. How could you hurt him like this? Zhang was very worried and also felt some resentment towards her younger brother-in-law. Isn't this going too far? Su Mingyi didn't bother to argue with Zhang. In his opinion, his sister-in-law was just as foolish as her brother. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Daya and Arya looking terrified. He didn't regret fighting Su Mingren, but seeing his two nieces scared made him feel uncomfortable. Girls, don't be afraid. It's just, Su Mingyi didn't know what to say. Children naturally love their parents, and he had just beaten Su Mingren. Maybe these nieces would feel uneasy around him now. Suddenly, Su Mingyi also wanted a child who would naturally be close to him. He shook his head, wondering what he was thinking. Dad. Daya didn't even look at Su Mingyi and rushed to the bloodied Su Mingren, her eyes red and crying. Arya was scared but gathered her courage and said to Su Mingyi, Uncle, I know you don't dislike my dad. You're just angry because he's not obedient. Then she walked up to Su Mingren and said seriously, Dad, what exactly happened to the Fong family? Just tell second uncle. It's nothing worth hiding. Why would you rather fight than tell the truth? Arya didn't understand. She also felt sad for her father, but she knew her father wasn't very smart. This time he didn't listen. Second uncle was worried he might cause trouble, but Dad refused to speak, so he resorted to violence. His honest words came out harsh and rude. Of course, Arya was upset about second uncle hitting her father, but she knew the problem was with her father. More importantly, Dad, just tell me quickly. She didn't understand why there was such a need to hide things. Why hide it at all?
Yeah.
Your father has been beaten so badly, and you're still siding with others. Mrs. Zhang bit her lip, glaring angrily at Arya. What was wrong with this girl? Couldn't she tell who was close and who was distant? Cough. Su Mingren coughed a few times, looking pained. But he seemed to ignore Arya's words, refusing to say a single word. Su Mingyi scolded him lightly, with disdain in his eyes. He had thought that only Su Mingyi was a troublemaker in the family. When he died, the family would be peaceful.
But now.
Dad, why are you so stubborn? What good does it do to hide Fong family's matters? Arya was about to break down. She didn't understand why her father was so stubborn about this and refused to listen. And her mother. Mother, you should help persuade Dad. What if delaying helps save Grandma? Isn't it more important to save Grandma first? Arya, what are you talking about? Who are your real parents? Can't you tell the difference? Mrs. Zhang asked angrily, gritting her teeth. Arya jumped in anger. Isn't it more important to find out what's going on first and avoid delaying Grandma's rescue? Second uncle hitting Dad. Surely Grandma will stand up for Dad. Who is the one confused now? Suddenly, Su Mingyi patted Arya's shoulder and said coldly, Arya, there's no need to say more. Your parents never truly prioritized your grandmother. People with a heartless nature are hard to understand, no matter what you say. Enough, don't argue with them. I'll go ahead first. After speaking, Su Mingyi left without looking back. From afar, you could still hear Zhang's angry scolding behind him. Su Mingyi, who are you calling heartless? Is my older sister-in-law difficult for you? Are you really so unkind and inhuman? Zhang's face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling. The second sister softly said, Mother, maybe we should first call a doctor to see about Dad. Shen Nanfeng didn't come back with the Su family, but stayed behind with Jing and Mo and Nanqing to handle the remaining matters. So now, if they are sick, they have to find a doctor outside. Yes, second sister. Go quickly to find a doctor. Second sister, come help me support your father. Zhang wiped her tears and immediately gave orders. Seeing how difficult it was for Su Mingren to move, Zhang's tears kept flowing, and she felt even more angry. Su Mingyi is really no good. She loved her two younger brothers since they were little, but now, they are no good. If Su Mingyi is so brave, why doesn't he leave? This yard was given to us by Ming Fan, and it's none of his business. Zhang vented all her anger, complaining endlessly. Such a good yard. But unfortunately, her parents will never live here. And those who do live here don't cherish it at all. Mother, we are family. How can you push Uncle out? Second sister stomped her foot in anger. By your words, if it weren't for Uncle, we wouldn't have had such a good life in Taoyuan. Why didn't you say to leave back then? Is her mother crazy? In this moment, instead of working together to help Grandma, they are fighting among themselves. Father and mother are the same. Even Uncle is crazy, only knowing how to solve problems with violence. There's no one reliable. You ingrate. If you say that again, get out of here. Zhang's face turned red and white from second sister's words. They say daughters are like warm little quilts, but she's not a little quilt at all. She's just a stabbing knife. Second sister pursed her lips, unhappy, but she didn't say anything more. She decided to go find her brother.
Soon the doctor arrived.
Su Mingren's injury looked scary, but was actually not serious. He just needed some ointment for bruises and minor injuries. After applying the medicine, Su Mingren leaned against the wall and said softly, It seems Su Mingyi held back. Otherwise, with Su Mingyi's strength, he wouldn't have only minor injuries. Mrs. Zhang gently hit him and said, Well, you should thank him then. Your wound isn't hurting anymore, right? Have you forgotten that? Su Mingren sighed and said, Actually, I didn't do the right thing just now. My mother and Mingyi told me not to go to the Fong family, but I still went. Now he was starting to doubt himself. Did he really do something wrong? Why was Mingyi so upset? Since they were children, Mingyi rarely acted disrespectfully toward him. How can your attitude change so quickly? Your brothers are still siblings, and you're just a bad person? Mrs. Zhang threw a handkerchief at Su Mingren and sat down, tears in her eyes. She had spoken harsh words just now because she cared about Su Mingren.
But how long ago was that?
Now Su Mingren was already regretting it, and she felt like she was caught between two sides. That wasn't right to treat her like that. How could that be? Honestly, he was wrong to hit me. You're my wife, and it's normal for you to worry about me. Plus, you're his sister-in-law. Always kind to him. Now, just saying a few words, what's wrong with that? He should accept it. Su Mingren held Mrs. Zhang's hand gently and spoke softly to comfort her. He knew that only Mrs. Zhang cared about him the most. Mrs. Zhang bit her lip in anger. So, what do you want to do now? Be clear and tell me. She was also feeling regretful now. No matter how much trouble they caused, brothers could work it out. But she was just an outsider. When her mother-in-law came out later, would she also have opinions about her? Just thinking about it made her anxious.
I
don't know. Ping, do you think I really did something wrong? Did I make a mistake? Su Mingren looked very confused. He didn't know what he should do or shouldn't do anymore. It was like he was supposed to be a puppet, doing whatever others told him to do. Aren't you also doing this for your mother? Even if. Mrs. Zhang bit her lip, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she stubbornly said, even if I did something wrong with good intentions, my heart was in the right place. On the other hand, Su Mingyi had been staying at home, doing nothing, yet he looked proud and arrogant. It really made people uncomfortable. That's true. I hope this time I can help my mother and also change their opinion of me. Su Mingyi's tone grew more confident. He truly didn't want to be seen as useless and despised anymore. Suddenly, outside the yard, Arya's surprised cry rang out. What are you doing? Who are you? What's going on? Get out. Official officers are here. Clear the way. While Mrs. Zhang and Su Mingren were shocked, several officials pushed the door open. Official. Are you Su Mingren? Su Mingren looked confused and a little scared. Yes, I am. What's wrong? Official. Master Fong suddenly died. Evidence points to you. As a suspect, you need to come with us. What? Su Mingren couldn't believe it, his eyes wide like bells. How is that possible? How could Master Fong die suddenly? When I saw him just now, he was fine. Compared to Su Mingren's disbelief, Mrs. Zhang hurried to defend him. You officials must be mistaken. My husband would never kill anyone. He really wouldn't. Big sister and second sister also came in crying. Second sister opened her arms to protect the bed, tears covering her face, but she still mustered her courage and shouted, My father is not a bad person. He couldn't have killed anyone. You're mistaken. Don't take my father away. Boo-hoo. Big sister also cried. But how could the officials care about that? They simply and roughly took Su Mingren away. No matter how Mrs. Zhang begged. In the end, Su Mingren was taken. Mother and daughters sat at the gate of the mansion, crying until their eyes nearly went blind. Mrs. Zhang was even more scared and confused, holding second sister and crying. Second sister, what should we do now? What can we do? How could this happen? Second sister, furious, felt her head buzzing. Mother and second uncle told us not to go see the Fong family. When my second uncle asked just now, my father didn't say anything. This is bad, isn't it? Why are you so stubborn? Look, you've seen the result now, haven't you? What's the point of saying all this now? The person taken away was your own father. How can you still be making sarcastic remarks? Mrs. Zhang angrily pushed Arya out of the way. Arya was unprepared and staggered when pushed, finally sitting down the ground. But Arya held back her tears. She felt very wronged. Big sister hurried to help Arya up and asked with concern, Mother, what are you doing? What does this have to do with sister? Arya, there's no use in saying these things now. We should think of a way. Now, the mother and daughter were blaming each other. Besides hurting their feelings, it didn't help at all. Arya was very upset, but knew that saving her father was the most important thing right now. She immediately said, Mother, I will go find my brother. We can't let him be involved or worry him now. We are a family, right? Arya's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. This made Mrs. Zhang feel uncomfortable, but she didn't want to argue. She nodded and said, I understand. Go quickly. Big sister, go find your second uncle and tell him what just happened. Mrs. Zhang then went out to find out how old Master Fong suddenly died. She couldn't just keep everything a secret and remain clueless forever. Fortunately, old Master Fong's sudden death was a big event in Jing'an Prefecture. So, when Mrs. Zhang reached the street, she heard people talking. Hey, did you hear? Old Master Fong died suddenly. It seems he was poisoned. Old Master Fong? Which old Master Fong are you talking about? Come on, who else? The one related to the prince, old Master Fong. Wow, how could he die suddenly? Wasn't he in good health? Yes, yes. Everyone says he was poisoned. Rumor has it that Su Xinghe's former wife, Su Shi, ordered her son to poison old Master Fong to get revenge on Su Xinghe's current wife, Fong Ying'er. That's so cruel. Su Shi is really terrible. Exactly. Su Mingren should be sentenced to death. Poor Lord Fong. Originally, Zhang wanted to say a few words for her mother-in-law, but seeing everyone so excited, she immediately shrank back, afraid to speak up. Arguing with people who don't know the full story is pointless. Zhang carefully inquired around but couldn't find any useful information. In the end, she just despondently went home. Back in the empty courtyard, she was alone. Zhang couldn't hold back her tears. Why was she so unlucky? At this moment, second sister didn't see Mingfan, but instead saw the old lady Wang. Second sister knelt nervously on the ground, bowed several times, and begged, "Madam, please let me see my brother." Besides Mingfan, second sister didn't know who else she could ask. Her grandmother and father had been taken away, and she was very scared. Now, there was not a single pillar of support at home. "Girl, get up quickly. Bring her a glass of milk tea and a plate of snacks." The old lady Wang appeared very kind and approachable, but had no smile on her face. She thought about her sister's eyes, which were almost crying out of sadness, and wondered how she could still smile. Second sister was helped to her feet, and then sat down again. She knew that everything here was arranged by others, so she didn't resist but obediently listened. "Thank you, Your Grace. Second sister, you are a clever girl. I will be straightforward with you. Mingfan cannot interfere in this matter," the old lady Wang said plainly. Looking into the sharp eyes of the old lady Wang, second sister wished she could find a in the ground to hide in. Because just the day before, they had confidently told the old lady Wang that they would never trouble Mingfan again. This was a matter of life and death. Second sister wanted to kneel and plead again, but noticing the expression on the old lady Wang, she restrained her impulse. She nervously clenched her small hands and said, "Madam, I know I shouldn't come to see my brother, but my father would never kill anyone. On the run, because he was kind-hearted, he was scolded many times by my grandmother and couldn't change his good-hearted nature. How could such a person possibly kill someone?" Second sister's voice trembled, but she bravely defended her father. She knew that the person who died was the sister's husband of the princess. Because of this, she wanted to explain everything clearly. Otherwise, her father might have no way out. "You also said that your father has a kind heart. But how do you know if others used his kindness to cause him to secretly harm Lord Fong?" The old princess looked calm. After learning that Mingfan was raised by this family, she had already carefully studied their temperaments. In fact, no one in the Su family had a personality she liked. The eldest, Su Mingren, was timid, foolish, and lacked judgment. His only good point was that he was honest and kind. But a kind heart often led him to do good deeds in the wrong way. He was also stubborn, making him unreliable and easy to be used by others. This was the person the old princess liked the least. Mrs. Zhang was also timid and indecisive, just like Su Mingren. But she was slightly better because she tried to change her bad habits for her children. Then there was Su Mingyi, who was impulsive and a bit selfish, and also unable to support the family. The eldest daughter and her parents looked very much alike. The second daughter, however, was quite different, like a little spicy pepper. But she was still too young to see her true nature. As for Su Shi, she seemed decisive and strong-willed, but deep down, she was still influenced by her caring mother and was somewhat indecisive about her children. Of course, no mother could easily give up her children. The old princess admitted that she was too strict with Su Shi. Maybe because of Inger, the old princess was a bit picky about Su Shi and didn't have much good feeling for her. In summary, the old princess was even less willing for her only promising grandson to associate with such a family, as it could easily affect Mingfan. So, when the old princess spoke, she was not very polite. The second daughter's face turned red. She wanted to argue back, but she knew her father's temper very well. She felt embarrassed to speak again. But since her father's life was at stake, she had to muster her courage and speak up. The princess is right. My father might indeed have been used by others. But there is a difference between killing and murder. Could the princess really want to let go of the person who truly wants to harm Lord Fong? Second sister tightly grips the armrest of the chair, her eyes anxiously fixed on the old princess. But after a moment, she lowers her head under the other's intense gaze. She is just a child, and soon the old princess softens her expression. Don't worry. I have already ordered a thorough investigation. No one who harms Lord Fong will be spared. The old princess speaks in a calm, serious tone. Second sister feels a tightness in her chest. Anyone who might harm Lord Fong, including possibly someone like Su Mingren, who might have been unintentionally involved because he was used by others. Second sister bites her lip. Princess, can I see my father? Or maybe my grandmother? She really has no idea what to do now. Her brother's situation isn't working out, so is she just supposed to go home and wait, with her neck stretched out? You can't see your father, but I might be able to arrange a meeting with your grandmother. As for Ming Fan, the old princess stops there. Second sister understands and, holding back tears, stands up and chokes out. Ming Fan is now the future master of Jing'an Prefecture. Our family won't interfere with him. The old princess narrows her eyes. I don't want Ming Fan to misunderstand me or his father. Although she is young, second sister has been educated by Su Shi for a while, so she hears this clearly. Lowering her head, eyes reddening, she softly but firmly says, "This was a decision made after our family discussed it. It has nothing to do with anyone else. At this moment, I can only abandon you, hoping you understand." The old princess feels quite pleased. She doesn't want to pressure a child, but given the current situation of the Su family, she can only say this to second sister. If I say I can't do it, I have plenty of ways. Do you understand? A tangible pressure seems to hang over second sister's head like a sharp sword, making her feel uneasy and anxious. But since she understands what the other wants, she chokes back her tears and nods. Yes, I understand. She understands everything. From now on, with the difference in status between her and her brother, it will probably be hard to see each other again. Brother, take care. Soon, someone takes second sister to the prison to see Su Shi. Su 11 is only suspected of having a questionable identity, not proven to be a criminal, so she is just kept in a small room. There is some light and a bed. The conditions are simple, but much better than a dark prison. When the old door creaked open, it made a squeaking sound. Su 11 immediately sat up, looking eagerly toward the door. Although she has been confined here for less than a day, she feels like she has been locked up for a very long time. Under the dim glow of the setting sun, the shadow of Arya stretched long and thin. After thanking the guide, Arya ran into the room. The door was open. Arya, why are you here? Suddenly, Su 11 had a bad feeling. Now, at this moment, Arya is here to see her? Something must have happened at home. Su 11 frowned. Did something happen at home? Tell me everything. Finally, seeing a reliable elder, Arya burst into tears. But this girl is sensible and knows time is limited, so she cried and sniffled as she told Su 11 everything clearly. Hearing this, Su 11 gritted her teeth. This fool. How could he be so stupid? After hearing everything, Su 11 almost fainted with anger. He had already warned repeatedly, so why can't he just listen? Seeing Su 11's dark face, Arya became even more anxious. But her worry made her start hiccuping and crying, and she was so nervous her hair almost stood up. Where is your second uncle now? What exactly happened? Has the case of Lord Fong been clarified? And has the Mengan been found? Su 11 closed her eyes and thought quickly before asking. No need to ask. This fool must have been set up. But who would plot against Su Mingren? The person behind this scheme must want to kill Lord Fong, and also want to get rid of Su Mingren. That way, they could kill two birds with one stone. Almost instantly, this name appeared in Su 11's mind. Besides Su Xinghe, she couldn't think of anyone else who might have a motive. But Lord Fong was at least Su Xinghe's father-in-law, and it seemed Su Xinghe had a firm grip on Fong Yinger, so why would he want to kill Lord Fong? This situation seems quite unusual. Since they have control over Fong Yinger, they could use her to their advantage. For a moment, Su Shi felt like many pieces of information had been cut off. She couldn't figure out more details. But she was sure that Su Xinghe was definitely not innocent. That Fong Yinger might also have problems. My mother went to find out what's really going on. My sister went to see second uncle. I went to look for my brother, but I didn't see him. At once, Arya told everything she had heard from Grandma Wang. Hearing this, Su Shi sighed deeply. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Is this the first time your parents wanted to find Ming Fan?"
Yes.
This afternoon, my father said he was going to find my brother, but for some reason he didn't go. Arya answered honestly. Su Shi's face grew cold. What else could it be? It's just that her mother was not the most important person in the eyes of the older couple. Even with guesses, Su Shi couldn't hide her cold feelings. Stop trying to find Ming Fan. If you do, not only will you get no help, but you might also bring trouble. Do you understand? Realizing the situation, Su Shi, though heartbroken, carefully warned her. Someone was watching outside, so her words couldn't be too clear, but Arya should understand. Sure enough, shortly after Su Shi finished speaking, Arya's face turned pale. Grandma was telling her to listen to the Queen Mother and not to go find Brother Mingfan anymore. Brother Mingfan could help them, but only with the power of the palace. But how could they hide this from Grandma Wang and others? Grandma Wang clearly didn't want Mingfan to have contact with them. If she found out, they might not only get no help but also cause trouble for Grandma Wang and her people. After realizing this, Arya wobbled and almost fell to the ground. The little girl was only 9 years old. After the panic, she was filled with fear. Her eyes turned red as she cried, crawling in front of Su Shi and asking sadly, "Grandma, what should we do? What should we do? I don't want anything to happen to you, and I don't want anything to happen to Dad." Boo-hoo, their family truly regarded their brother as part of the family.
Why did they have to treat them like this?
Child, your father. He probably didn't really kill anyone. He was just being used by others. He might face punishment, but he can still save his life, no matter how the people behind the scenes plan. Old Lady Wang and others will do their best to save Su Mingren's life. They truly don't want Mingfan and his family to have any contact with them. But they also can't just watch Su Mingren die without doing anything. Otherwise, Mingfan would definitely hold a grudge against them. Even if he was just being used, he still hurt people. And the punishment won't be light. However, Su Shi was not too worried. In her view, whatever punishment there was, Su Mingren deserved it. But she couldn't say this to her little granddaughter, so she had to suppress her anger and comfort her. Arya looked up, her big, water-filled eyes full of worry. She asked, "Grandma, what will you do? Why are they so mean?" If she had known, they shouldn't have come to Jing'an Prefecture in the first place. They worked so hard to get here, only to be caught and involved in killing. Arya cried, "If I had known, we would have just stayed in Peach Blossom Land. At least there wouldn't be such dangers of being executed." Foolish girl, where there are people, there will be conflicts and dangers. Otherwise, how could the Valley Master marry your second uncle? Su Shi sighed. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. Because people are selfish and greedy, seeking profit is in their nature. There's no such thing as a perfect paradise, just like Peach Blossom Land. Arya looked miserable, not knowing who to turn to for help now. Alright, don't worry too much. Grandma's identity is probably fabricated by Su Xinghe, maybe using the Fong family's connections. Now that old Fong has suddenly died, it might be related to Su Xinghe. So your father and I are not in danger. Go back and tell everyone to do nothing and just wait patiently. Do you hear me? This time, you must listen, Su Shi repeatedly urged. Most importantly, you all must stay quiet and do nothing. My husband and I will be safe. Okay, Grandma. Are you all right here? The little girl sniffled and looked around the room, feeling very worried for Su Shi. Throughout the journey, Grandma was helping them, but they couldn't do anything to help Grandma at all. They felt so useless. Don't worry, Grandma. Everything is fine. Remember what Grandma said, okay? I'll remember. Soon after, Arya was taken away by someone. The door was shut again, and the room was very quiet, as if you could hear the faint sound of mosquitoes buzzing. A tired, slightly old-sounding sigh quickly faded into the silence. When Arya returned home feeling sad, Zhang and Su Mingyi were loudly arguing. Baekgyo was so anxious she started crying, but she couldn't stop them. Mom, Uncle, stop arguing. Arya is back. Let's see what she has to say first, Baekgyo shouted loudly. Fortunately, this time, Zhang and Su Mingyi heard her and stopped. They stared at Arya with intense eyes. Zhang even rushed forward, grabbing Arya's shoulders and asked excitedly, "What did Mingfan say? Can he get your dad out? Your dad is innocent. How could he possibly have done such a thing?" It was almost a joke. Believing Su Mingrun was a murderer was as unlikely as believing a pig could fly. Arya flinched in pain, but Zhang didn't notice and pressed harder. "Child, speak quickly. You're making me nervous. You're hurting Arya. Let go now," Su Mingyi said, stepping forward to try to pull Zhang's hands away. But unexpectedly, Zhang turned around and slapped Su Mingyi, her voice sharp and piercing. She trembled, her hair messy, and her eyes looked a little wild. "Who do you think you are, Su Mingyi? Do I need your help to talk to my daughter? This is my home. Get out of here." After Zhang finished yelling, everything in the yard became very quiet. Arya ignored her aching shoulders and hurriedly shouted, "Mom, what are you doing? Are you crazy? At this moment, why are you fighting with Uncle?" Baekgyo also trembled as she said, "Mom, please don't do this. I'm scared. Mom is so frightening." Her eyes were bloodshot and bulging, making her look mean and fierce. This wasn't her mom. Baekgyo sobbed in fear. Su Mingyi's eyes darkened. Then, without hesitation, he gave 2 loud slaps that made Zhang collapse to the ground. The sound was clear and sharp. After the hits, Su Mingyi and Aya and Arya apologized. "Sorry, niece. Originally, Uncle didn't want to fight with your mother in front of you. But the hits were done." Although Su Mingyi cared about his niece, he couldn't tolerate Zhang's madness. "Zhang Pingting, do I look like I won't hit a woman? Do you really think I dare to hit women? You're just like that fool Su Mingrun. Disgusting. And this is your home? If you have the guts, you can kick me out. But don't worry, when my mother comes out, even if you kneel and beg me, I won't stay here anymore." After saying that, Su Mingyi turned and left directly, returning to his own room. "You want him to leave now? He wouldn't go anywhere before his mother returned. Oh my God, what kind of world is this? I can't live anymore." Zhang touched her swollen, hot cheek, sat on the ground hitting the floor, and cried loudly. But after crying just twice, she saw Hu Qingshan standing quietly there, and her crying suddenly stopped. She cared about her dignity. But maybe her crying was too quick, and she hiccuped from crying. "Arya, did you find Mingfan? What did he say?" Hu Qingshan withdrew his cold gaze and asked Arya. Arya honestly said, "I didn't see my brother. Grandma said we should all stay at home quietly. She and my father might be safe. Stay at home? Are you waiting for your father to die?" Zhang suddenly raised her voice. This was easy to say. Right now, Su Mingrun was arrested for murder. Being in prison for a day was dangerous. Then what can you do? Grandma told us not to go to the Fong family, but my father didn't listen. As a result, Grandma couldn't save him, and my father was taken away. And if you don't listen again and get framed, will you also be caught? Arya's voice was hoarse as she shouted at Zhang. She felt like there was a big fire burning inside her chest, raging wildly, making her internal organs burn painfully. What happened to my mother? Why does she look almost unrecognizable now? Mrs. Zhang wanted to argue, but she stretched her neck and couldn't say a word. In the end, she could only cover her face and sob quietly. She is just an inexperienced woman, someone who rarely leaves her house. What ideas could she possibly have? Now that both her mother-in-law and husband have been taken away, she feels anxious and worried. Has she done something wrong? Why are both of them shouting at her? Enough, Don't cry anymore. Sister, help mother back to the room and boil 2 eggs for her face. I will discuss with Uncle Hu and second uncle. Second sister pinched her forehead in frustration, giving orders to big sister like a little adult. Since there's no one in charge at home now, she can't afford to lose her temper. Fortunately, big sister is honest and obedient. Knowing she isn't capable or clever, she just listens quietly. She also listens to her younger sister. Mrs. Zhang, crying and sniffling, was still obediently helped by big sister to leave. Second sister's head was buzzing, feeling like her brains might jump out. But facing Hu Qingshan, she managed to force a small smile. Uncle Hu, let's go to my second uncle's place to discuss. It's better than talking about it many times. Hu Qingshan nodded coldly. Hu Qingshan has always been a quiet person, but now second sister clearly felt that he was even more distant and cold toward her. Thinking about her mother's recent behavior, second sister suddenly remembered her grandmother and brother. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding with a vague sense of unease. But she couldn't quite explain what she was worried about. Right now, her father and grandmother's matters were more important, so second sister pushed down her unease, followed behind Hu Qingshan, and walked uncertainly towards Su Mingyi's house. She was only 9 years old, having already experienced Old Queen's warning, a visit to the prison, her father's arrest, and her mother's fussing. Even now, she could still stand here calmly recounting what Old Queen and 11 had said, which was quite remarkable. Grandmother only said these things, nothing more. But I think she's doing okay. They kept her in a separate room, with windows, food, drink, and bedding. Hu Qingshan explained, for someone like 11, this is usually where they are kept. Not all prisoners are in big cells, some are kept in rooms like this. After all, no one can find the culprit immediately. Many times, cases remain unsolved, and there are many suspects. Suspects are often kept in places like this, because the charges haven't been proven yet, and there's a fear they might escape, but they won't be made to suffer harsh treatment. That's why such places exist. Usually only important or well-known people can be kept here. I think General Han must have arranged this, Hu Qingshan guessed. Obviously, the Su family doesn't have that kind of status. At first, Hu Qingshan thought it might be the work of the princess, but after hearing what second sister just said, he no longer believed that. Brother Hu, how are things on your side? Su Mingyi frowned deeply. He's not a very clever person, and right now, he's truly at a loss. He listens obediently and waits patiently at home, but he can't help but ask for more news. His mother is in prison. He has to stay calm and composed, even with such worries. Hu Qingshan shook his head. My friends and brothers are all married now with wives and children. Their relationships are complicated. They're also worried about offending the princess. So they can't help much. Hu Qingshan wasn't disappointed about that. Once people get married, they care more about their own families. And since they have wives, children, and stable lives, they wouldn't risk everything just for him. He doesn't have that much face or influence. But I did find out that the poison that caused old Master Fang's sudden death is called Qianji powder. It's not a common poison. Then we can follow that lead and investigate. Such a rare poison must be hard to get, Su Mingyi said happily. With such a clear clue, he thought they could find something out. But Hu Qingshan sighed. Don't forget Shen Nanfeng. If we follow Shen Nanfeng, what kind of poison can't we get? Especially since you helped the medicinal herbs from the Rong family. If you really want to harm someone, making something up from nothing is actually quite easy. Hu Qingshan still couldn't figure out where the other person might have gotten this idea from, but these reasons were enough. Su Mingyi's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but curse in front of his niece. He irritably rubbed his head and gritted his teeth. Do they really have to push us to the brink of death? Su Mingyi looked at Arya and, overwhelmed with anger, almost shouted but finally held back. It's all because of Su Mingren, this fool, who is asking for trouble himself. He really wanted to give up. Forget it. Let those important people investigate. Su Mingyi gave up on himself. With his current relationship with the boss and his wife, it's not worth wasting his energy. The main point is, he's just an ordinary person and truly doesn't have the ability. That's the truth. But when Su Mingyi decided to give up, Arya immediately cried and knelt before him. "Second uncle, I know my parents are wrong, but please help them. You know he's probably innocent." Arya was crying and pleading. Su Mingyi found it hard to speak. Hu Qingshan, however, mocked without hesitation. He couldn't have poisoned anyone, but his foolishness and stubbornness could cause harm. "Uncle Hu, enough. Go stay with your mother. If you don't want things to get worse, remember not to let her go out." Hu Qingshan started to dismiss people with a cold face. Arya looked worried. "Uncle Hu, Hu Qingshan was very impatient. "Please just leave first, okay?" He had some matters to discuss with Su Mingyi. After Arya left, Su Mingyi asked strangely, "Is there anything else?" He thought it was best not to let the main family know. Hu Qingshan nodded. "Regarding Su Mingren, neither of us should interfere. Just let him be judged." Su Mingyi's eyes widened suddenly, and his breathing quickened. Actually, this idea had crossed his mind before. But in the end, he suppressed it.
Su Mingren är stämpf.
Is really disgusting. Su Mingyi chose his words carefully and didn't leave his older brother any face, but he's been good to me since he was young. I am his younger brother. I can't just watch him suffer. Even if all he did was useless effort. But he couldn't do nothing. That would be too ungrateful for his older brother's kindness all these years. "Don't worry, he won't die," Hu Qingshan sneered. Everyone who knew about Su Mingren knew deep down that he couldn't have done it. And with the help of Mingfan, the prince would definitely forgive him. So, Su Mingren will definitely not die. This was the only time the prince and his group showed gratitude to the Su family. After that, they never helped the Su family again. You have a point. But have you thought about this? Since Su Xinghe dared to do this, he must want to kill Su Mingren. How could he not consider Mingfan? Wait, Su Xinghe doesn't even know the relationship between Su Mingren and Mingfan. Su Mingyi's eyes lit up, feeling a bit happy. When Su Xinghe set up this plan, his main target was Su Shi. But neither Su Shi nor Su Mingren was meant to survive. So, this was a plan for a sure kill. Old Master Feng's status is special. Even if it turns out later that Su Mingren didn't poison anyone, he would still be considered an accomplice. In the end, they could have Feng Inger go to the old lady to complain, talk about the awkwardness between her and Su Shi. Then, the old lady would surely dislike Su Shi and her children. If a person in power shows even a little dislike, the people below will naturally treat Su Shi or Su Mingren well. Then, Su Xinghe could secretly arrange for them to die quietly. This would be very easy. But Su Xinghe never expected the relationship between the Su family and Mingfan. Ha ha ha, this is what you call humans planning, but heaven's plan is beyond our control. Su Mingyi laughed happily. Not only because Su Mingren wouldn't die, but also because it made Su Xinghe look bad. Hu Qingshan nodded. That's why I told you to stay on the sidelines. Letting Su Mingren suffer a little isn't a bad thing. But Su Mingren's punishment probably won't be light, right? Su Mingyi hesitated a bit. No matter what, exile is unavoidable. But he deserves it. If we keep him, it's like how you insisted on keeping Su Mingli back then. He'll die in the end, either by his own hand or others. Hu Qingshan really values Su Mingren's abilities. He even considers him on par with Su Mingli. I just worry that my mother will be hurt when she finds out. Su Mingyi finally spoke. Actually, he had this concern in his heart. But if he said it openly, it would seem heartless and unfilial. Hu Qingshan replied indifferently. Your mother probably feels the same way. Actually, he didn't quite understand. Looking at Su Shi's previous actions, she was not a hesitant or overly kind woman. She could be quick to act against Su Mingli, but was repeatedly forgiving towards Su Mingren. But clearly Su Shi also felt kindness towards Su Mingren and was very unhappy about it. So why did she keep tolerating? He truly couldn't understand. But this time, when your mother had an accident, Su Mingren and his wife didn't even want to ask Mingfan for help. That shows they don't think your mother is very important. Hu Qingshan felt cold for Su Shi. Among these three sons, Su Shi loved Su Mingren the most. Alright, let's do that. But brother Hu, Is there really no problem with my mother? Suming was still quite worried about Su Shi's situation. Hu Qingshan sneered. As long as we can eliminate Su Xinghe, then even if your mother's condition is real, it doesn't mean we can't manipulate things. After all, it was over 20 years ago. Who would still hold on to it? Moreover, even if it was true, it wasn't Su Shi who committed any crime, but her parents who caused trouble for her. As long as there is no longer the person who keeps digging up the past, Su Shi's situation could be quietly handled. That's good. That's good. Actually, we've never heard my mother mention the past. It seems that when my father found her, she had already lost her memory, Su Mingyi recalled. Hu Qingshan's brow twitched, and he quickly asked, Your mother was found by your father?
How old was she then?
Were there any witnesses? Speaking of which, Su Shi's background was indeed suspicious. But her true origins might only be known by Su Xinghe. Probably in her teens, I don't know much else. Brother, Hu, do you think something's off? Su Mingyi didn't know much about his parents' past. Hu Qingshan raised his eyebrows and sneered. Of course something's off. If your mother really had some rebellious phase, then that old man Su Xinghe would have divorced her long ago, or even cut ties with her. How could he still be with her now? Hearing this, Su Mingyi was stunned. It was as if the fog that had been clouding his mind was gradually lifting because of this sentence. Su Xinghe's old man really didn't like his mother, and because of that, none of their 3 sons, including Su Mingli, felt any love for her. They even wanted to harm her. But before doing anything, shouldn't they have divorced her and cut all ties first? Then they could have safely gotten rid of her. After all, if she didn't die, they would still be connected to that old man. Su Mingyi's heart was pounding wildly. His eyes turned red, his breathing grew heavier, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. Brother Hu, why do you think Su Xinghe never divorced my mother? He asked. Because it benefits him. Maybe even more than the benefits from Inger, or perhaps for his own safety, Hu Qingshan said, tapping his leg lightly. Today, after being rejected at a friend's house, he went to a tea house to clear his mind. He then reviewed everything carefully, but he was worried that being involved might cause him to overlook something. So, he asked someone outside the situation to help analyze it. The outsider was clever and quickly identified the core problem. Fong Inger is the niece of the old lady, and she feels very guilty. Anyone who marries Fong Inger would secretly divorce Su Shi and cut ties with her 3 sons. But why hasn't Su Xinghe done that? Love. That's a joke. So it must be for profit or for safety, the outsider said. Based on common sense, Su Xinghe's actions don't make sense. But he is also a heartless person with no feelings at all, so how could he be motivated by love? It can only be about profit. But my mother and we, what benefit does Su Xinghe get from us? And if there's profit, why did he encourage Su Mingli to kill my mother? Su Mingyi felt dizzy from all the confusion. It was too complicated, and his mind couldn't keep up. I don't know why he later had Su Mingli kill your mother, but he never wrote a divorce letter. There must be a reason, Hu Qingshan said, tapping his thigh. What could that reason be? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. It would be helpful to know exactly how the boss poisoned Master Fong. But at that time, he refused to tell me a single word. Now I look foolish, right? Su Mingyi pouted. Such a useless troublemaker. Now I guess he's really foolish.
Su Mingren.
We can't see him now. But everything is his own fate, so no one else is to blame. Hu Qingshan mentioned Su Mingren with no good feelings. But now, he even feels a bit glad that Su Mingren is acting so recklessly. Maybe, then, Lady 11 won't be so soft-hearted anymore? And those who suspect why Su Xinghe hasn't divorced his wife yet include not only Hu Qingshan but also Han and Liu. That's so, I guess Su Xinghe is hiding something. Maybe. Lady 11's identity is indeed suspicious, but not necessarily bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so conflicted. Isn't that just it? He doesn't want to divorce her, but also wants to kill her. It's a real contradiction. Also, when Lady 11 said that Su Xinghe wrote a letter to tempt Su Mingli to kill her, I started to doubt. Now, Su Xinghe seems capable enough. Sending someone to kill Lady 11 would be easy. Why bother writing a letter to make Su Mingli kill her? It's unnecessary trouble. And look, isn't it ironic that this turned out to be true? Su Mingli not only didn't kill Lady 11 but also died on the run, along with his whole family. Chung Wang also finds this puzzling. But he doesn't care. Instead, Han and Lu. Chung Wang holds his teacup, watching Han and Lu with interest. Prince, what are you doing? I'm watching you. You, Han and Lu, rarely care so much about someone. I heard Lady 11 is over 40, already a grandmother, and still a farmer. That doesn't seem right. Han and Lu's faces instantly darkened. What kind of words are these? The noble prince, so gossipy. Prince, be serious. All right, I'll be serious. Killing a county magistrate isn't a big deal, but you should know, you did it outside Jing'an Prefecture. The king angrily grabbed a memorial and threw it at Han Yulu, shouting in a furious tone. Look at this. This is your doing. The capital specifically sent a memorial to hold you accountable and to scold me at the same time. After such a major event like the outbreak of the plague, the capital seemed indifferent. Han Yulu had killed a county official, but he didn't consider the full situation. Moreover, although Han Yulu acted impulsively, he saved the lives of many people in the city. In the end, his merits and faults should balance out, right? But look at what the memorial says. It accuses Han Yulu of being arrogant, disobedient, and disrespectful to the emperor. Of course, the king who always indulges Han Yulu is not a good person either. Han Yulu picked up the memorial and casually glanced at it, not caring. In the past 2 years, Your Majesty has become increasingly annoyed with Jing'an Prefecture. Han Yulu's eyes darkened like ink, and his face grew grim. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he has been indulging in pleasures, causing chaos in the court and government. In contrast, Jing'an Prefecture has prospered under the prince's rule, with happy people who no longer lock their doors at night. If someone stirs trouble, the emperor would naturally be intolerant of Jing'an Prefecture. What does it matter if it's stuck in the throat? Jing'an Prefecture belongs to the prince for generations. Even the emperor can't interfere. It's not a rule he set, so he has no right to change it. The king looked at him with disdain. But now, the emperor is becoming more reckless. Some things need to be prepared for early. The emperor has reprimanded you and demoted you to the rank of 3rd-grade Tiger Warrior General. Although Jing'an Prefecture is highly autonomous, you should reduce your outings and make a show of compliance, the king said casually. But in Jing'an Prefecture, even with spies from the capital, what could be leaked and what couldn't be was all under his control. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. Han Yulu didn't care about his demotion. He continued with his previous thought. Prince, Su Shernyan's identity must be suspicious, but I don't think it's as simple as Su Xing has said. We should investigate. Additionally, you can also look into Fong Inger. Su Mingren kept insisting in prison that the sachet was something Fong Inger asked him to give to the old Master Fong. However, the old Master Fong died because of poison in that sachet, and no one would think Fong Inger was responsible for his death. So, even though Su Mingren kept emphasizing this, others just thought he was panicking and making false accusations. But Han Yulua has met and interacted with Su Mingren, and he believes he is not so naive as to be easily fooled. Su Mingren is indeed slow-witted, stubborn, and old-fashioned. But he has a kind heart, would never kill anyone, and wouldn't lie. Later, he checked and found that the pouch Su Mingren gave to the old Master Fong did contain poison, as well as a peace charm he had obtained from Jinyang City's government. Even the poorly made pouch was confirmed to be made by Zhang's family through a needlework comparison. This is solid evidence. Yet, the more evidence there is, the more Han Yulua doubts. Su Mingren is slow, but not crazy enough to give the old Master Fong a pouch with poison in front of everyone. So maybe Fong Inger really has a problem. How could that be? The old Master Fong was Fong Inger's biggest support, President Wang said, somewhat unconvinced. Nothing is certain. People are hard to read. Prince, you should send someone to investigate. The old Master Fong was honest all his life, and we must not miss any chance to find out the truth, he added. All right, I will send someone to look into it now, the prince replied. But Prince Cheng still couldn't resist teasing Han Yulua. What's wrong with you this time? You seem quite interested in that Su 11 lady. Prince Chung observed Han Yulua's expression, guessing various possibilities. He was really worried that Han Yulua might actually fall for that Su 11 lady. After all these years, many girls in Jing'an Prefecture, including his own daughter, had shown interest in Han Yulua, but he didn't like any of them. Whether noble ladies, gentle and delicate, fiery, or quiet, Prince Chung had introduced them all. It was almost like pimping. He even introduced men to Han Yulua. Is there a prince more difficult than him? He's been worried sick over Han Yulua's marriage. Because various women had introduced themselves to Han Yulu, he was not interested, so Chung Wang was worried. The incident from years ago had a big impact on Han Yulu, making him cautious about. Older women, like mothers, seemed to interest him. It's not that Han Yulu had any bad feelings about Su Shi. It's just that Han Yulu was so outstanding. Even if Su Shi was married and had grandchildren, it didn't matter. Most importantly, Han Yulu, Su Shi is already quite old.
Who knows if she can still have children?
You see, Your Highness, if you're really bored, I can help find a few women to fill your household. Han Yulu's eyes were sharp. Chung Wang frowned. Look at you, what are you saying? Do you talk like that to me? You just rely on me to favor you. Han Yulu's words were so frustrating. But regarding Su Shi, Han Yulu honestly told Chung Wang everything. Jing Lui said so, and later the plague confirmed it. So, I worry if it's true, and something happens to Su Shi. What kind of feelings could Han Yulu have for Su Shi? If it weren't for Jing Lui's words, he wouldn't have brought the Su family members to Jing'an Prefecture at all. But after hearing that fate-related comment, Han Yulu felt compelled to protect Su Shi. If Su Shi was truly a criminal, even with that comment, Han Yulu wouldn't let her go. Is there really such a miraculous thing in the world? Chung Wang was stunned.
Han Yulu nodded.
I saw it with my own eyes. Anyone who disobeyed Jing Hongyi would be struck down by lightning. And everyone in that village seemed to be bewitched. Because of this, Jing Lui's words became even more believable. So, in that case, Su Shi couldn't stay locked in the prison forever. Chung Wang trusted Han Yulu even more. Once such an unexplainable thing happened, it made people believe even more. I've already checked. Other than her unclear identity, Su Shi hasn't done anything criminal, Han Yulu said honestly. The prince nodded and said, so, the only remaining issue is the identity that Su Xinghe mentioned. Don't worry. Even if it's true, it happened many years ago. It's not like Su 11 lady committed a crime herself. I know what to do. Han Yulu was more cautious and asked, but no one really knows who Su 11 lady is. To be safe, Your Highness should continue investigating her identity. The prince kept nodding in agreement. After listening to Han Yulu's suggestions, he only nodded and then arranged for people to handle these tasks. Han Yulu, what do you think about Mingfan? The prince suddenly brought up Mingfan, which made Han Yulu pause. Then, Han Yulu quickly asked, did the prince find out something? Otherwise, why would he suddenly ask about this? The prince trusted Han Yulu a lot and almost told him everything. Old King seemed worried and frowned unconsciously, saying helplessly, I only have some guesses. Soon, Han Yulu understood. Since it was Zhang's craftsmanship, someone must have stolen it from the Su family. But since the Su family came to Jing'an Prefecture, no one has visited them. Young Master Mingfan has a very close relationship with Su Mingren's family. The person behind the scenes probably stole it from the Su family. Yes, with the Su family, as long as you find someone, you can steal from them. It's not surprising. I hope I am overthinking. After meeting Mingfan, the prince looked a bit disappointed. This child had too many worries. Han Yulu didn't speak. He knew that the prince had always favored a son born of a concubine, especially since that son had two very clever sons. The prince even took those two grandsons with him to teach them. So, when the prince learned about Mingfan, he wasn't very surprised. In fact, he even compared him to the two grandsons. After seeing Mingfan, he found Mingfan not as good as those two, and felt a little disappointed. Plus, Mingfan's biological mother. This made the prince even less pleased. But Han Yulu naturally wouldn't say much about this. After leaving the prince's residence, Hanyulu thought for a moment and still sent someone to visit the Su family. These are the words from my family's general. If the lady remembers anything, she can come to the general's residence to find him. Second girl, go and see her off. Mrs. Zhang felt like the sky was falling. Could it really be because of her purse? But she had only embroidered 2 purses in her life. She came from a poor family and was never taught to sew purses. She only learned to make them when she was at the Rong family, idly practicing with a few maidservants. Later, when a plague spread and she was confined in the yard all day, she made a few more purses. She thought that wealthy families all carried purses, so she wanted to make a couple for Mingyan. She also planned to make some for her daughter, or sell them if she became skilled. Big girl, let's go. Mother will help find those purses. Mrs. Zhang's lips lost all color. Although she knew she couldn't be blamed for this, the thought that it might be related to her made her feel heartbroken. If she hadn't had that purse, maybe Brother Mingren wouldn't have been caught. The pain was almost unbearable. But when the mother and daughter searched through the boxes and found the purses, they were stunned. Mother, these purses aren't missing any. Big girl was simple-minded and didn't understand what that meant, and she was happy. Mother, these purses aren't missing. Does that mean the one that accused Dad of killing old Master Fong was someone else's fault? Mrs. Zhang's head suddenly felt like it was buzzing and exploding. The purses she made weren't very good, so she never sold them.